as long as we make the show. We can be the best or we can be the worst. So we can be the best thing you ever heard. With the motor singing and the grandstands ringing, it's hard to put it all in words. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove. Don't give a damn about the cash we're spending. With the time we got, we choose to play it on the go, to stay out on the run. We all high, wide, and some. Ain't telling you what's right or wrong or what to choose. Hey, but this is how we do. This is how we do. Out on the dirt ovals we play, life in the bright lights with no shade. So letting her go, letting her rip, letting her fly, tossing her in sideways, living the life, letting her ride, eyesight winning to die. Cross her up on the cushion, crossing the line, cause some drama and some bullshit they didn't like. And if they don't like the move, then we're ready to fly. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove. Don't give a damn about the cash we're spending. With the time we got, we choose to play it on the go, to stay out on the run. We all high, wide, and some. Ain't telling you what's right or wrong or what to choose. Hey, but this is how we do. This is how we do. This is how we roll, this is how we do. It's not for everybody but the chosen few. And we pray, cause we know that they might not ever come back. But this is how we ride, this is how we do. Riding mud, sliding up higher in the groove.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today. I think we are. Oh my. Let's get this over here a little bit better. The centricated theme of the day. I cannot believe what I'm seeing, especially with that hair in this light. Oh my God. Looks like some cotton candy of some sorts. I don't understand what's happening here. Wow. And for some people to call me Steve Kinzer the other day, or Steve Kinzer lookalike, or kind of like, I know we saw some people saying that halftime show, what was that dude's, like that new rapper guy, Barlow or Jack Harlow, yeah, and they said he was the great value version of Eminem. I mean, I guess I looked like the great value version of Steve Kinzer the other day with those crazy-ass shades I had on. But today, I don't know how you could compare any of this to Steve Kinzer at all. I mean, we do have some things of Kinzer somewhere around here. We're going to put it up eventually. But there has been a development. I know yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we pulled this shirt out. We had a story. We were talking about some of the items that we have up here. We're actually going to get to one of them. I know I showed some people that item right there, but I actually read it last night, and I was like, wow, I should have read it on the show yesterday. But regardless, we had a story that we told yesterday about this shirt, the Baloo 316 shirt that I had made, and kind of content, and obviously that was a hell of a story back in 2018 that occurred between the whole situation in Eldora with Baloo and Stewart and Eldora and USAC, and even the All-Stars got involved, but they kind of didn't matter, and now apparently don't exist anymore. But it says on the back, Baloo 316 says, I just tweeted your ass. And people were like, man, I want that shirt, you know, and obviously it's a, you know, innovative piece, and we went looking for it in some of my hard drives. Like I said to the crowd yesterday, we'll go look into the hard drive, see if we can find it. But I was trying to find the video that I made that you know, kind of came with that shirt idea, and we have found it, ladies and gentlemen. We have found it. And I just put the YouTube short on YouTube, and I believe I put it on my TikTok. But this is the video that didn't break the internet, but it was pretty high up there. I think this thing got like 160,000 views in like 4 hours. This was back in 2018. But let's give it a little bit of a watch here. Let's see what y'all think of this hilarious conglomeration that we made up here. Here it is.
I understand that you have yourself a little problem with authority figures.
There it is. The bobblehead look.
But either find you.
I've given you chances, I've been patient, and you have not been cooperative.
What I've decided to do
To suspend you.
Believe it or not, this video took a very long time to make. And then we did, honestly, we did put I did a little tweak into the design and put the Chaz in there, but still the blue 316 look, the whole setup, the whole gig here is available now. The throwback is available now, longlivethechaz.com, a bunch of different stuff. But I gotta watch this one more time. I want to laugh as I'm watching it, although I remember it took me like 6 hours to make this. 6, 7 hours. It's hard to make these heads stay on the bodies. But he stuns the Twitter, then he stuns the Eldora, and then this one with the Stewart, that head just flops to the ground. I thought that was hilarious. And then you got the commissioner coming out. Look at that. Look at that slow-mo. And then it shows the suspension of 2018. And then bam. There it is. Bam. The looks of the faces on these things I did. Man, I was in the mode back there in 2018. This was legit. But anyways, that is the scenario there. So if you like what you saw right there, and some people were saying they wanted to get one of those shirts that I showed on the show yesterday, well, we got a whole line. We got a whole line. I even made these cups, these beer cups, and I actually did a professional gaslighter with these cups here. But this is a frosted mug, and I did it with the blackout design. Very, very nice looking. And I'm telling you what, this all over print, I love the all over prints. They are a little pricier than the t-shirts, but the all over print with that professional gaslighter is just so badass. But honestly, when I started tweaking on the one with the blue 316 all over print, I mean, this is the way to go, honestly. If you want to look like a complete doucherama, which is kind of what, my theme here is, the professional gaslighter that we are here, this is how you take the cake. I mean, this freaking all over print is legitimate. I mean, look at this thing. Look at that. All the way across the chest. I even put a little tilt on this one. And then on the back, all the way across. And then I put the Chaz with the Long Live the Chaz around the sleeve, bro. Around the sleeve. So this is something you walk in and people are like, what the hell is that? And you got a story to tell. That's how I say it. You got a story to tell when you go in and show up in one of those. But once again, I know some people are saying they're having problems, but on the website, you just go to the shop, new arrivals, or the Chaz. We also have a throwback tab that's going to be put in there. I also, while I was at it, I found some odor designs. The Malibu Barbie shirt. Obviously, a lot of people remember that song. A lot of people loved the Malibu Barbie song itself. But yeah, of course, you got to have the coffee cup with the white out. But that blackout frosted mug looks legit. And once again, I'm going to have to buy all this stuff myself. There is no like made in-house type of things, but these are all made in the USA. So I was able to get that. But the Malibu Barbie, don't sleep on this. This was a shirt design that I made for my racing debut that didn't really go great. Kyle loves to remind me of it all the time. But this is a really nice shirt too. Designed it up. This was the Pro Stock style late model car that I was going to race, or did race. It just didn't last long because things kind of fell apart, literally. But this was a nice all-over print design. They got this in the white and the black. I thought it was a clean design with the girl, because the song was called Malibu Barbie. A lot of people think if they hear it, they think it's about a girl. It's about a race. It's about a race car, because the race car was purple and pink. But I thought the design for the all over print was really nice, and I believe I did it back in the day, but it didn't have the structured system that I have today to where these things do get made, they get sent out. I believe I had to cancel one order because of the other manufacturers that I was using. But today, in today's society, we have it all set up. So the Malibu Barbie in a white and black all over print. Only thing right now for the Malibu Barbie design on the website. So anyways, a bunch of cool items being added. And then, of course, this freaking Baloo 316. The people, we try to make it to where if the people ask for it, we provide it. And we have that on the website now, once again. Link is in the description if you'd like to go straight to it. Let's check the chat. There's a lot of things we're going to talk about today, and I'm sure this chat room is going to get interesting. Oh, wow, we already started off with a super chat. I know you'll get it, but I have to jump off and watch later. But World of Outlaws pulling out of port seems it all has to do with Flow and the track streaming rights? Question mark. I'm thinking no. I'm not even going to say from my understanding, because this show and everything I do is about what I think. What I think comes with some knowledge. Sometimes it comes from some guessing. Sometimes it comes from private conversation. Sometimes it comes from dealings or talking with this person or that person. Sometimes it comes from relative knowledge of sports and corporatism and economic systems and political spectrums of not just the racing world, but how things just operate. Business as usual. It is a business at the end of the day. And I don't know why Cole Newhoffen is in here. Regardless, somebody needs a crew member, I guess, hit them up. But what I think that's all about is we've been hearing how tracks are having to pick High Limit or World of Outlaws. We already saw how the High Limit series is going to be at Port Royal for that Tuscarora event. At least that's what I was understanding from the previous post. I'm also hearing, though, let me just stop. That's what I think what that is about. I think that there is some picking or choosing between the series, and if you're picking one side, you're going to have to go with the others, vice versa. So that's what I think that's all about. It's because Port Royal picked High Limit. At the end of the day, I don't think the World of Outlaws pulled out of it. I mean, I know that was kind of like a somewhat of a co-sanctioned style or co-funded, co-promote style event. I believe so. Not 100% sure. Obviously, I'm not looking at the contracts. Believe that was the case with that event that they was having at the end of the year and throughout. And they tried to have an earlier race last year. But at the end of the day, this is a picking here, picking there type situation. People are still coming on. Is it cheaper for a track to bring in Jay? I don't know what that means. Is it cheaper for a track to bring in Jay? Like Men in Black, like Agent K, Agent J? I'm not really sure what we're talking about here. But anyways, let's get into some of the topics, because there is some actual interesting topics that are going around in the racing world. Don't want to delay everybody too much here. There was a little bit of a posting video from Kenny Wallace that I thought was worth entertaining and worth kind of looking at and potentially responding to and talking about here on the show just a little bit. He jumped up onto Facebook with a video today. It posted 6 hours ago. Go check it out, Kenny Wallace. If you don't have him or follow him on Facebook, it's always entertaining, always good, always engaging. I mean, look at the post here itself. But let's take a listen. The title of the video is Coffee with Kenny. All sports have become a show, and here is why. My response to F1 driver Max Verstappen. Look at here.
It is Wednesday morning, and I had to get my butt off the couch because this Coffee with Kenny woke me up.
Oh.
So Max Verstappen, the guy that won all the Formula One races this year in the Red Bull car, dominated. Hell of a guy. But my opinion is this. I feel like he's starting to get a little full of himself. But I mean that in a good way. He's starting to get confident talking, right? Because now he's the man, right? Kind of like our guys, you know, in the day, if you were Jeff Gordon or you were Rusty Wallace or you were Dale Sr., and you won it all, and, NASCAR made you part of everything, you got confident. You're the man. I'm going to tell you everything what I think. So that's what's happening with Max Verstappen right now over there at Formula One. I put my coffee down.
Uh-oh.
So
it's getting serious now. He's putting it down.
So anyway, comes out a little article today, this morning, on this Wednesday morning, that Max says, if Formula One continues to be too much show, too much glitz and glamour, I'll retire. He said, there's other things in life, Now, I want to comment on that. I got to repeat it because I know some of you are like me. You're like, what? Let me rewind that.
I don't want to take away his entire video, but he goes up into talking about how society kinds of works, cell phones and all that. Go check it out on his page. I just wanted basically I commented below with kind of my opinion on F1 Max Verstappen. I mean, show and here's why. I mean, in my opinion, all they got is a show because they ain't got real competition. I put a comment on here. It says, basically my thoughts on the motorsports world in general. I said Max Verstappen in general is cherry picking the multi-billionaire kids, similar to modern NASCAR guys in America beating the multi-millionaire kids. It is sad. Verstappen couldn't keep up in a 900 horsepower dirt sprint car or late model against our top tier fields, similar to Ryan Blaney, because our tax bracket allows more competitors to compete equaling stronger and deeper fields. Dirt racing is the top level of all motorsports due to this monetary factor, in my opinion. Yes, it isn't cheap, but as far as cost, payouts, logic, it is the most competitive racing motorsport in the world. And honestly, we need to really recognize how important what he goes on to say. I don't want to, like I said, don't want to take his entire video. Just wanted to make a few points on this because there were some other videos that came out today that kind of show, I mean, guys, we need dirt. I mean, the oval, at least for the oval racing motorsport of this world, and I would almost say anything. I don't know. I watch a lot of different disciplines of motorsport. I don't really know what's more exciting than the late model and sprint car races that we watch. Not just because I like it, but it's just that badass. It's that action packed. And like I said, even similar to Ryan Blaney, I think if you put Verstappen or any one of these people into the most highly competitive form of racing, which is dirt oval, that they would be challenged. But these cars and how they set things up is just completely on a whole nother situation. You can control how good your drivers are. Greatest example of how asphalt and some of these higher premier divisions control driver results is Kyle Larson. I mean, you look at Kyle Larson's career in the 42 car with Chip Ganassi, people were saying he wasn't cup level. They were getting ready to get rid of him. 6 wins in 6 years in the 42 car. Now, some people want to say Kyle said the N-word and went off and learned how to become a better racer and went back to NASCAR and started winning because of his dirt year that he had. I don't think so. I think that he just got into a better race car, and that's what changed. I don't think the driver of Kyle Larson changed. I think the race car did. But that's how you could control competition in those levels, on those upper echelon spendings of the world, the millionaire level of like I said, multi-millionaire level of the Cup Series, the multi-billionaire level of the F1 Series, kind of restricts how you compete against the competition. Where I think on this dirt level, due to the tax bracket, it's a little bit easier to afford to be up front and be equal and be competitive. But the reason I think that dirt needs to, the racing world needs dirt to become bigger and better is this video right here. Now, this video right here is interesting. This is posted by Jamie Little on Twitter. Jamie Little, obviously, we've seen her on TV during the Cup races. And it says, the champions are making their way toward Broadway. And so this is a sectored area where NASCAR champions, all of them, the number one sport that everyone pays attention to, or in my opinion, the issue with this NASCAR thing is the only sport really the only one outside of Indy once a year, the only sport in America that most people get exposed to. So this kind of represents racing, and that's why I think it's real scary when NASCAR is on the, pedestal that they are, is they represent racing. It's kind of like if I watch the NFL and I think the NFL sucks, I don't just say I don't like the NFL. I say I don't like football. Or if I watch the NBA and I think the representation of basketball that the NBA performs, the top tier level, if I think that that's boring, I don't just say that the NBA is boring. I say that basketball is boring. I tune out. So I think that's a big difference between modern racing and racing of the past is, even though, IndyCar was kind of the dominant form, you still got a little taste. Like the racing menu had different things that people could tune into and like or dislike, to where in today's society, it seems like if you don't like one style, you can kind of blanket the whole sport in general. But the reason I say this is interesting is this is the champions in New York, and there's really no one there. I hate to say it, guys, but there's just no one there. The two people walking on the streets, like, what's going on? They got these people in this trailer trying to pass things out, and there's like 6 people. These other guys across the street, they're just trying to get to Subway or catch a train. But literally no one cares that these guys are there. And I think that's because it's just not an exciting form of motorsport, and it doesn't appeal to the average foe. Even though you do it to normal people, regular people, they kind of get jumping and going and showing. But I just think that, I know we've had debates here recently about dirt oval. Can it get to that NASCAR? Should it? Can it? What is it ready? Would they look stupid if they got to that level? I just have a feeling that if we don't start providing to regular society other alternatives of what professional racing is, exciting forms of motorsports options, that you're going to be left, racing is going to be left right here with little to none wanting to see it in the societal aspect. Luckily and unluckily, I think that eventually if this electric car thing takes off, or a carbon neutral, I mean, you're going to have a real big issue with late models and stock cars as far as, producing carbon emissions. But luckily, sprint car racing runs on methanol, carbon free as far as emissions go with that vehicle. Let's see here. What do we have? Hold on. We'll go check the chatting area real soon. Hold on. We got a message retracted. Oh God, this is getting bad. Do you have a Patreon account? I do not. I did, but Patreon kind of works weird. We got links in the description. If you want to join the channel membership, there is a link here, but there's links in the description to join via a Venmo or a PayPal. It's almost the same thing, but I could fire up the Patreon account if I wanted to. You need the Trump come over. No, not doing it. Not doing it. Anyways, let's see what else we got here. I just think that whole scenario, I think that it's very important that we really start ramping it up on exposure and really trying to help people understand the difficulties of how hard it is to be the top tier level here. But let's just get to the damn news that everyone wants to see. I mean, everyone's here to hear about this Port Royal situation. And here it is on the screen. Port Royal is off the World of Outlaws sprint car and late model schedules in 2024. That is what has shocked the world. Of course, SprintCarUnlimited.com. Go check it out. Full story there of all the nitty-gritty details. It ain't just a headline at SprintCarUnlimited.com. Jeremy Elliott goes into the details. He goes and finds this out, gets quotes, gets this, gets that. I guarantee you if you go and pay, I think it's like $2.99 or whatever a year or something like that. I don't know what the actual cost is. Go to SprintCarUnlimited.com. You'll get all the nitty-gritty details over there. That's kind of Jeremy Elliott's big role in the sport, providing the 100% accurate media detail. Over here on the Chaz, though, we just talk shit and speculate and see what we can think up. Thinking is the promotion here. Comment section's kind of interesting on this thing. Comment section's been relatively interesting. On my personal share, you had Joey Rose said, World of Outlaws is the loser here. Travis Duffy says, they'll replace it with another track that will have full stands. They won't be losing anything. Travis Duffy says World of Outlaw loves Port Royal. Whatever replaces it won't race as well. Travis Duffy says Port Royal is a half mile. There's literally thousands of tracks that race better because racing on half miles sucks compared to bull rings anyway. They could move another date to Huset's Speedway. Wow. Apparently they want to add a 6th, 7th, and 8th, or 8th, 9th, and 10th to Huset's and have racing that is 10 times better to watch than another half-mile horsepower track. I had to come in there and defend that statement. I said, as for someone who has attended both tracks, this is me commenting multiple times, Port Royal is the best half-mile in the country. I have said that Port Royal races like a quarter-mile track because of how much action there is. I did have some more comments in there, but I removed it because I didn't want it to be posted on my Facebook. I would have rather put it here. What I had originally written after that, I said, in the same light, Huset's, to me, in my opinion, races more like a half-mile track than a quarter-mile track. And that's just what I think. The Sheldon 4 seconds coming back to win the race, that was amazing. Some could say that happened because a gate got hit. But prior to that gate getting hit, half-mile style racing. And then Sheldon did what he did. And I went to Houston a decent amount last year. And, I could think of 1 or 2 nights that was decent. And then, obviously, High Bank Nationals. I would love to hear a count on how many lead changes there was in the heat races. I know that mains wasn't, or just passing. It just seemed like it seems like it's extremely hard to pass at Houston's. And it's high banked, it's short, it's got that quick, fast action. But it just doesn't widen out. It goes from slick to rubber faster than any track I've personally seen. And Port Royal stays slick and glassy and up on the wall and through the middle, and it just races very well. So for this guy, and the only reason I'm talking about Houston's is because of this blasphemy that this Travis Duffy says, that you can move it to Houston Speedway and have racing that is 10 times better to watch than another half-mile horsepower track. I would say that's almost the other way around. I know some guys who have raced with sub-horsepowered sprint cars at Port Royal and done relatively well on weekly and bigger events. Obviously, the Outlaws is a little different. That's why I don't think that Port Royal losing the Outlaws is that big of a hit, because the Outlaw format really doesn't make Port Royal. You could have a great race there, but the format of the Outlaws, in my opinion, is just kind of boring. And these other formats, even though they're very close to what the Outlaws do, you can go there with a, non-hammer and perform relatively well. I think that has to do with the surface of the track, a bunch of different reasons that you can do okay. Whereas, I covered a bunch of teams last year at Houston. You got to have that hitter. You got to have a pretty damn good hammer, because that track, when it's hooked up, and it's fast, and it's high banked. You got to go. You got to be able to pull and dig. That thing can't lug on you at all if you want to perform well at Houston's. So I would almost say that Houston's is more of a horsepower track than Port Royal. And horsepower is also torque. It's a mixture of the two. But a place like Port Royal that goes glass slick, and you can work that right foot and make up ground like we've seen, to Weiss and all these guys do, even a Dietrich, with, how he works the middle and just works the foot. I'm not really trying to be mean to anyone in this scenario. This Travis Duffy made some very mean comments, though, in defense of what he said here. I don't think that that's a fair comparison at all. And 10 times is better and all that. That's fallen over. The guy has not. This is a person who could have never has to have never been to Port Royal in his entire life. This person, and I don't even know how he could say this. Does he have the internet? Has he checked out Flow? Has he went to YouTube? Has he been on Facebook? Who in their right mind has watched any kind of racing in person or online at Port Royal? And then any kind of person who's watched the racing at Houston's online or in person? make this statement. Like, I don't know who's paid this. Is this guy paid to say this? I don't know. But that's blasphemy. I mean, what that guy just said is blasphemy. I mean, credit where Houston's is due. It is. Sorry, we had a little bit of a hiccup there in the connection section. We had a little bit of a hiccup. But there's people bitching in here, crybabies, this, that, and the other. People are saying this is crazy. I am interested on the fan reaction. Do we have anything in the chat that has shot up just a little bit? Let's see here. I used to love Houston's, but wasn't impressed with the racing at the High Bank Nationals. I mean, I was kind of, thrown back myself. High Limit needs high start money than Outlaws to get teams to travel. Do I have a P.O. box? I do not. I heard Grandview would always bring the All-Stars because they were cheaper to bring to the track than the Outlaws. So I was wondering if High Limit is cheaper. I'm not sure about that. Jacob Brown says you're right about it all getting lumped together. When you try to get someone to a local short track, they say, oh, hell no, I don't like NASCAR. And he's making a referred comment to what I was talking about earlier, how NASCAR representing the sport is detrimental. It is detrimental. It very much is. Thanks for the comment, Jacob. We still had that one super chat from Corey Dunn. He said he's going to be back later. So I gotta keep on going. Some of these people ain't watching it live. They don't want to hear me talking to the chat that's going to be playing later. We got to keep this thing going on down the line. And you know what? I did get an interesting interaction here in the comment section of my post. This Andrew Bream. I don't know how great of a source this is. Of course, if your sources are Facebook comment sections, you're in trouble. Wait till you hear about the Tusky 50 announcement. He kind of argued with me and said I'm always in the know. I literally just said I know what I'm asking. He said, it's all good. I like your content. Wait till some people see the payout. And he's referencing the Tuscarora 50. Now, obviously, Tuscarora 50 has already been announced as a high limit race. So are they going to potentially make that a six-figure? That's what I was saying right here. I said, nice. If it can become a 6-digit race, that will definitely be worth the drive from Washington the week before, because apparently high limit's going to be at Skagit the week before of the Tuscarora 50. And it's going to be a really hard drive for teams to get over there. I have some theories on how they're going to pull that off with some of the full-time committed teams, but he's saying there's going to be something happen here with the Tuscarora 50 payout. I mean, it's already high. If they can get to a 6-digit event, or maybe even more. I mean, honestly, if you're high limit, I mean, you have a relationship here with Port Royal that you could develop. The World of Outlaws, PA is a big market. World of Outlaws already have their claws in with Williams Grove. Most would assume they have claws in with Lincoln, and you need to have a stapled track. You need to have a marquee track in the PA area to succeed. And if High Limit and Flo and their partners want to go at it, to have a marquee track for their series, Port Royal's not a bad place to try to put on extreme events. Obviously, Eldora's kind of in the middle. They're going to have their big high limit event. Knoxville apparently is out for this coming year. I mean, there's other tracks in Iowa. I know it's hard to believe, guys. You don't really hear about them, but there's some other badass tracks in Iowa. Yeah, they're not half miles with the freaking museum and all the amenities, but there's some badass race tracks. I mean, Knoxville's got it's a great racetrack too, not taking it away, but there are some other tracks that are racy in this state. And have decent facilities. Obviously, it's hard to compete against Knoxville with their facility and what they have. It's one of the greatest facilities in the country as far as non-NASCAR facilities are concerned. But it could be, if this guy's talking about payout, and we saw people saying, oh, well, High Limit needs the Tuscarora 50 more than the Tuscarora 50 needs High Limit. That is a fair statement, but if High Limit can come in and take some of these events that are already bigger paying events and put them, as far as payout is concerned, up there with Kings Royal, put the payout up there with High Bank Nationals, which, obviously Houston's just trying to do something big. Put them up there with Knoxville. If you want to have an event with high limit that's going to be on that platform and you want to have it at a big racetrack, I mean, high limit, Tuscarora 50, paying 150,000 or 100,000 or, like I said, a 6-digit race, that would be big. And who knows? This guy, like I said, there is hints that you get dropped in Facebook comment sections. And this guy's saying, wait till some people see the payout. So that's saying maybe this guy's lying. Maybe that is what it is. People lie all the time. But it would make a lot of sense to try to put on a marquee 6-figure payday with the Tuscarora Port Royal situation, and also kind of smooth over that opinion that, high limit needs Tusky more than Tusky needs high limit. Yeah, that is still a fair statement, but if you can throw in a bunch of money as it becomes a high limit race, high limit can kind of add to the situation and make it a bigger, better, potentially bigger marquee event than it already was, just up in the ante. So the payout situation, it'll be interesting to see what this guy is all talking about, but a little bit of a hint, a little bit of a bubble in the water. This isn't the cork bouncing on this thing. Obviously, like I said, it's a Facebook comment section, but it is a little bubble in the water. It's like, what's that about? What could that actually mean? Let's see here. What we got in the comment section. Let's see who showed up already. Huge market says, Darren Harrell said, Stewart, I think in Iowa, Marshalltown's a badass racetrack. I would love to see sprint cars there. You got Boone, you got Davenport. You got some tracks in the Iowa area. Mason City up there, USMTS track. There's some tracks in Iowa that could put on a damn good show. Do you think the decision to run the Tusky the Thursday before the Outlaw weekend swayed this decision? Gravel did mention the stands for Friday were rather weak. I think that the Tuscarora 50 is a really big deal, and it can sway a lot of things. There's the PA is that weird situation in itself that can almost be bigger than everyone. I mean, you could potentially take the Outlaw sanctioning out of PA, the high limit sanctioning out of PA, and all those big events that they have, just keep them as they are and just call them 410 sprint cars, and you could potentially have just as many big names with what you would pay and just as many fans. So, I mean, the PA situation's different, man. It's just different than everywhere else as far as people and involvement. PA is like the late model world, but in just one area. Like the late model world is kind of like that, but it's across the country. Like the late model world can have just a big paying late model race and all the drivers and all the fans show up at any point of the country, except for, I guess, West Coast. I mean, they kind of did it at Las Vegas, but yeah, 335 million people in America. I know we got a lot of people we could pick from. But PA is just a little rare. It's a little different. Tom says, Port Royal is better racing than most tracks. This is a huge loss for Outlaws, in my opinion. It is. It is definitely. Jacob Seamster says, huge market. PA is a huge market, but we should be working on growing markets. I think that's what I've been saying. I think that's kind of what Liam is leaning to. 335 million people in America. Very, very true statement. You could build these markets, but it does take time. PA is not a market that you have to really grow. It's a crop that you just have to figure out how to reap. You got to figure out how to harvest the crop of the PA area, and I think that's what we're seeing here. It's a big loss in that idealistic perspective to lose Port Royal. It is huge. It is huge. Obviously, some news did come out from the world of Outlaws today, so we've been bouncing back and forth on this whole Outlaws losing Port Royal. One of their love childs, though, of the PA area, Logan Schuchart, did commit to the world of Outlaws today. The other PA racer, Brock Zierfoss, also committed to the world of Outlaws today. And this has me thinking, who's left on the table? I mean, we think that could provide high limit a spark. We think that Donnie Schatz is going to be an outlaw. I mean, he's hardcore traditionalist. I think he's a big supporter of the Outlaws and what it stands for, and he's built a career. I mean, it's a hard world in my mind to see Donnie Schatz announce he's going high limit. It would be cool. I mean, just to mix it. It would be cool to mix it up. I was saying yesterday that the bigger reason that you almost have to have one side or the other become a dominant series. And when I was talking about losing the All-Stars, it's like there's only so many team and driver combos that financially can run nationally in the sprint car racing industry. And there's only so many names that can pull. And those names are more than likely located in the World of Outlaws and have been. Rico is probably the only one. Apparently tomorrow night on Gravel Show, we're going to get an announcement, I think, on what Rico is doing. And if they do not land high, if he doesn't land a high limit, contracted driver or Larson and Sweet don't, that's a big loss. If they can't get Rico, that's a hit. I think Brent Marks would be on, but this West Coast swing and having 4 days to go from Skagit all the way to Port's issue. I'm thinking that maybe on some of these West Coast things, you're going to have some kind of potential assistance to the drivers who are willing to commit to make that West Coast swing happen, because they're going to need drivers. Like I said on the show yesterday, the All-Stars worked because it was PA Ohio, and there's teams that can afford to make that work. There's not too many that can afford and make it work across the country nationally. The one name that I think is still on the board, though, and has some interesting connections is this guy. Oh, yeah. We're talking about Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson. So this is the NASCAR vehicle that Kyle Larson raced. Obviously, big part of this high limit thing. This is the number 5 machine of Kyle Larson at Las Vegas, sponsored by Tarlton. Very beautiful car, by the way. Very beautiful. And there's one big name that has not announced, or I ain't really heard anything about just yet. We talked about it yesterday, and that's that 41 car. And as you can see, even though this was the 2021 season, Tarleton's and Macedo's, very close connection. I mean, uncles. I mean, come on. This is a family here. And we see, where we all see where that alliance resides, right? And even though Tarleton's not on the car like Allby and all that, and I said it yesterday, Allby or Allball or whatever they want to call it, they do want an outlaw championship, but this is, in my opinion, the only guy left on the table right now that potentially could shake this entire thing up. And this is the only one if you're high limit and Brad Sweet and Larson, you got Schuhart, Sheldon's gone, Gio's gone, Gravel's gone. Who are you pulling? I really don't think Schatz is switching. I mean, even the Zierfoss is gone. I mean, this is the one big name still on the table. And back to speculation, if we were to speculate, could it happen? There is a connection here. Obviously, they're big Kyle Larson fans. Buddies, cliques, whatever you want to call it. So, this is just interesting in many ways. And as far as World of Outlaw loyalty, this 41 car, Jason Johnson Racing, I mean, it was an ASCS team for how many years, and then went to the World of Outlaws and proved itself on that outlaw stage. But would you consider this team an outlaw loyalist? Maybe it's developed that loyalty over the years from racing. Obviously, there's people involved from all different angles here. But in my opinion, outside of maybe a Tanner Holmes as far as just for eyes, but as far as eyes and competition element, this is one of the teams that hasn't publicly, I haven't seen, maybe I missed it, maybe I'm an idiot right now, guys. I haven't seen any public commitments here. And I see a lot of lines in the sand in a connection. Now, once again, these are both from 2021, but the car still got the name on the sides. So this is the one team that obviously in everyone's mind is going to potentially give, Gravel a run for the championship next year, since Sweet has backed out. And once again, outside of high limit going and trying to throw the lottery at Johnny Gibson to take him away from the Outlaws as the announcer to take down the Outlaws or to compete in this bidding war or commitment war we're dealing with. This would be the next biggest thing. This is one of the top teams. And we all know Phil Dietz is kind of officially taking over the whole situation over there at the 41 car going into next year. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Is this team on the fence? Is there something happening here? Is the Alliance's potential for a Carson Macedo to the high limit sprint car series? Is it possible? Is it possible? I don't know. I don't know. And will the packs be dropped? Of course, I reminded everybody of this yesterday because everybody was asking, don't we need to worry about who's joining high limit? I reminded everyone yesterday that potentially they're going to release who's with them in packs. This was the release-al this year, earlier in the year, on April 2nd, of who the high rollers, who the committed drivers to the midweek series was. They didn't do a one-by-one situation. They did a group pack release-al. Obviously, hearing, just like pretty much it seems like everyone is, that high limit could potentially have something out by this weekend. World of Outlaws potentially going to have their schedule and everything sort of figured out and released by PRI. Obviously, tomorrow, Rico kind of, hey, do whatever you want type of guy. If Rico says, well, I want to tell everyone on my own. Okay, well, then do that. But as far as everyone else that may be potentially on board, being a high limit full-timer, I think that they're going to be doing it in this pack situation. Now, who do they have packaged to release to the public? That's going to be interesting. If they can land a Rico, if they can land a Brent Marks, if they can land a Carson Macedo, a Tyler Courtney, a Zeb Wise, some people are mixing in Macri. If they could land a Justin Peck, if they could land some of these guys, if Brian Brown would maybe commit, you got a roster right there of some names that I just listed, especially if Macedo makes the switch. That's pretty damn strong, guys. That's a pretty damn strong roster once you add in Brad Sweet and Kyle Larson to the lineup as well. So it'll be interesting. And of course, one team that's been very, very quiet that we ain't heard much from is the Roth Motorsports team that, from what I'm hearing, is bringing along with it James McFadden and Buddy Kofoid. Not sure. Once again, just hearing. It's tweets. It's whispers in the wind. It's not 100% definite. But Buddy Kofoid and James McFadden, or would they split that up? Would they send Kofoid this way and McFadden that way? Who knows? TRD, I hear there's a lot of stuff going on there. So it's going to be an interesting situation on those two guys, where they go, what they're going to do. I do think McFadden is a little bit more of a draw than Kofoid, even though it seems like Kofoid seems to have more speed. Sometimes not all. James McFadden was extremely impressive this last year. I think if he didn't have the tire situation, that he could have been a contender for a top 4 spot in the championship at least. So anyways, just a bunch of things to think about here. It's definitely interesting in trying to think who's left, what can happen, the dots that are out there laid to potentially draw, and how pretty much everyone has moved on to the Outlaws once again. You only have a few select guys, and the one guy, I mean, to me, is this guy right here. What's this guy going to do? Or why ain't we heard nothing? Are we going to hear something? Tomorrow, they're going to release a video in 30 minutes and say, yeah, let's make that Chaz guy look like a fucking idiot. I mean, who knows? It's possible, right? I mean, who knows? But anyway, how would that even feel if that was to happen? If he was to go too high limit, how would you deal with that? How would the Outlaws deal with that? It'd be very interesting. Let's see what the chat's got going. I'm sure they're like, oh, you're an idiot. How could you say that? High limit would have to offer Macedo some type of incentive package better than other drivers to get him to flip, in my opinion. Or Macedo and the Tarlton group says, what are you going to lose between going Outlaws or going high limit? I like high limit. I like Kyle. I'm buddies with them. I'll give you the money to make up the difference that you would make in the World of Outlaws versus high limit. Is that I mean, I've heard about stuff like this in other industries. They've done this obviously in other sports, where a person wants someone at one side, When they're like, well, I can make more money and do more things over there. How much more money you think you can make and do? And they give them a dollar amount and they say, okay, well, we will pay you that dollar amount to not do that and come over here. That it's a scenario that obviously I'm not saying is happening here, but it's happened in other sports. Good evening, Chaz. People pissing you off in the chat yet? No, I'm not worried about these chatters. I think Baston goes and if the Roth car goes, it'll be Buddy. Talking about Spencer Baston going to high limit. Interesting. Brandon there says Cole Macedo in the 14 to high limit, possibly a car per series. That would be interesting. Obviously, Cole Macedo has Tarlton backing as well. The Macedos and Tarlton's family group there. But that would honestly be a really good ad for high limit to bounce back here. I mean, high limit's getting beat down as far as drivers. Are they not? I mean, a question mark driver was Selzy. Question mark driver was Hodenschild in some people's minds, even though I really didn't see that coming. They're gone. They're not coming. Baston, question mark. Roth cars, question mark. If you could get Baston, if you could get the Roth cars, Baston over, and then like you said, Macedo, and maybe that would be the package deal I would toss if I was buddies. Cole and Carson, the 14 and the 41, 2-car team to high limit. That would be a big one. I don't know how they would split that up. I just don't think there's enough bodies to split that up. Obviously Clyde Knepp, who was a crew member, he's moved on. Nate has moved on, the tire guy there. So I don't know if you got enough bodies to operate two teams separately. But I'm sure there's potential for anything to happen. Baston McFadden, okay, yes, once again. I would think JJR has more power to say which series to run, but you do have to please sponsors. I just don't see Carson going high limit, but would love to see it. Corey, why would you not see him going high limit? I get that I don't know if that's prestige or whatever, but prestige is moving now. I mean, to be the man, you got to beat the man. The 5-time defending champion, the driver that people consider the greatest race car driver of all time, isn't racing in the World of Outlaws. The better driver, the defending World of Outlaw champion, and the greatest driver of all time is in high limit. So you want to beat the best to be the best? You got to beat the man to be the man. And that's what I was saying about a month ago. You can go run the Outlaws next year, but you still didn't beat Brad Sweet. You can go win the UFC heavyweight championship of the world right now, but you didn't beat Francis Ngannou. To be considered the best, you got to beat the best. And you can go and find them. They're in high limit right now. So I don't know what you mean by that. Technically. Brad Sweet said they are going to have a midweek championship. They should also have an all-star regional championship and a West Coast championship. All races also provide national points count a racer. Hard to read some of these sometimes. Let's see as these come in here. Maybe high limit is banking on Rico and Marks. Possibly. Buy merch, support the Chaz. Links in the description if you want to help. Darren Harrell says, where is Jacob Allen going? Is Jacob Allen going? That's the bigger question. I do think, hearing what Jacob Allen said as to why he kind of took time off and all that, family and all that type of high limit schedule definitely fits a Jacob Allen personality potentially more. I mean, if some of these guys are getting burned out and do feel like they're racing too much, and that outlaw schedule forces you, if you want to compete for a championship and be full time, it forces you to stay that, always going guy, whereas that high limit schedule does not. That freedom factor that Brad Sweet and them have been talking about, that Jacob Allen high limit potentiality makes more sense. Maybe high limit is making on Rico and Marks. Rico on the gravel show tomorrow. Everybody, I'll be watching. I'm sure you will be too. I think Rico's going to announce what he's going to do tomorrow. I do think he is. It's the perfect storm for him too. If he's not going to, or if he's going to leave it as a question mark, I personally would be upset about that. I don't know how you people would feel. They're building it up like that's what's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, I mean, could be some resentment. You don't want to have a Scott Bloomquist, Ricky Thornton Jr. situation on your hands, do you? I mean, Scott Bloomquist, everybody had the sympathy, and battled back, coming back to race, said some bad things about RTJ, and next thing you know, who is he? I hate him. Everybody turned on him. So you gotta keep an eye out for that as well. If they lead into that, like he may pick somewhere and he just doesn't pick anywhere and they laugh in everyone's face, that's gonna leave a sour taste. So hopefully we'll find out who is picking that tomorrow. Roth also has ties to Kane. I have heard that. I have heard that Roth and Kane work together relatively often, and obviously Kane, I'm assuming, is going to be on the Brad Sweet side of things. There's a lot of good kids in the USAC Midget Extreme Series. Maybe they'll get sprint car teams in the next few years to fill out both High Limit and World of Outlaws, if they don't try to go down the NASCAR dream path that is a mirage in today's society. High Limit could take Corey Day in a couple years. I think they could take Corey Day as it is right now. It's just about finding the right team and scenario for him to technically do that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but wasn't something said that World of Outlaws is offering $100K for multi-car teams to sign on to run World of Outlaws? That sounds like a little bit hearsay. I have not heard that. Although if I was any of these teams, I would be looking at multi-year and all kinds of stuff. But some people say that's impossible. I'm missing Spike Fast Racing shitting the chat. Well, I'm sorry that you just love that. Some people are flies, some people are bees. You like shit or you like honey. Interesting idea. Allen and Holmes to High Limit with Shark, while Shoehart fights with Gravel for World of Outlaws. I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's not horrible. It's not horrible. But I don't know. Resources over there. I guess sponsors and people would have to be involved. Corey Dunn says, if Rico is announcing on Gravel's show, that makes me think either World of Outlaws or True Outlaw, but not High Limit. That's very interesting. You know, I kind of think it would suck for this whole scenario. If Rico does say, I'm just going to be a True Outlaw and not commit to anyone. We kind of saw that this year. Well, he did commit to High Limit, so y'all got to remember that as well. He did commit to the midweek High Limit series this last year. So he was a full-time series racer, even though it was a midweek situation. But I just hope for the sake of this battle or two national series that most people are seeing as a battle, other people are trying to just play it down as kumbaya, although I'm not hearing that's the case. But I think it would be a little easier for the fun of the situation if Rico was to commit to High Limit. Robot Chicken says, my comment had two parts. It wasn't hard to read. Well, two is T-O. Thank you for sending $2. Are you trying to say I'm a $2 whore now? Is that what you're saying? Okay, thanks. Let's see here. We'll try to find what Robot Chicken was talking about. Brad Sweet, and they are going to have a midweek championship. They should also have... I think you're saying you want a regional mini-series, regional championships, which makes sense. I just don't think they're going to do it. It's a little bit more intricate than that. Rumor is Chaz is the High Limit announcer. I still stand by the fact that if they... I mean, I'll go in there and do some color and just play black. I mean, I could do stuff, but I would, if I was them, I'd throw the lottery at Johnny Gibson. If you could pull Johnny Gibson from the Outlaws, you just change the whole landscape of the entire scenario. That would be the biggest, outside of driver requirement, you know, like taking a Gravel, you know, it's almost, and taking a Johnny Gibson is like taking a Gravel. It's like, how does that happen? There's no way. But never know. The world is out there. Could you reel it back a bit? They asked you, would you do it? If I would do the announcing at the High Limit series, I mean, I don't know. There would have to be some discussions had. I just can't kiss ass like that. And you can't just be led around the corner with a decoy, you know, back to it's too quiet. You know, they're like, oh yeah, we'd like to work with you. Next thing you know, you're the whipping boy, you know. I don't know. That'd be a whole, I'd need a Joe Rogan style contract. Where I can say, do whatever the hell I want. You can't get rid of me. That would be my deal. It ain't about the money. It's about the freedom. Some of y'all people ain't realize that money's buying your life, you know. So I look at it a little bit differently. I look at how they use the money for the control. If you're going to give me money to control me and my freedoms, it's not going to happen. My freedom is not for sale. Cody Ernest, that would be awesome if the Chaz did. I think a Tando could work. Did Donnie Schatz commit to anything yet? No, Donnie Schatz has not committed to anything yet, but I just find it hard to believe or to even think that Donnie Schatz would not be an outlaw next year. Him personally, I just don't see it happening. I could see Tony Stewart wanting to do high limit maybe, but I think Donnie would just fire up his own damn team at that point and go outlaw racing, or just quit entirely and focus on bringing up the nieces. But I don't see any way that Donnie Schatz is not committed or not going to the Outlaws. It would be interesting to mix it up. I still think that this Macedo potentiality of Macedo going, that would be a one way to do it. Let's just do it. Let's just throw some callers in here. Hold on. Let's do some calling. Let's do some talking. We ain't gonna be doing no texting. But let's do some calling. I feel like people want to sound off tonight. I have a feeling some people are mad about Port Royal losing their outlaw date or giving it away or something of the sorts. I feel like we could potentially have some conversations over this whole scenario. Hold on, we're trying to bring up the caller right now. And there's the number on the screen. 972-729-8245. We are live. Lines are open if you want to call it in and we can see what you have to say. We are here ready to take the call. Somebody's going to call in, call me a fucking idiot. You're dumb. You're talking what you don't know. They're going to just bash me in the ground. I'm sure I'm waiting on it. It's fine. If that's what you... Oh, we already got one in. Hello.
Yes.
Who is on the line? Who's calling?
It's Robot Chicken.
Okay. So what was you trying to say? Let's get this out of the way before you call me a dumbass too. What was you trying to say?
Right. So what I'm trying to say is, if they're going to have a midweek championship, they should also offer an All-Star Region championship and then have a West Coast championship, because most of the guys across the country aren't traveling across the whole country and running all 80 races or all 50 races.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that they're not trying to appease to that. You know, it feels like they're trying to get these people to commit one way or another, and if they can't get them, then they're just like, we'll see you when we can. You know, they're trying to go national. That's the big jump here. Obviously, it's a big jump because you're starting off in the All-Star grounds. So,
well, it would still be national. So if they basically had their national schedule, but they want to have a midweek champion for Kyle. Okay, great.
Right.
Well, all the guys that are in All-Star region, give them their little championship too, and then the West Coast guys, they get a championship. But all the races are still national races also.
Mm-hmm.
So then you count.
It's almost like divisional championships.
Yeah, but it's all across the whole same schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I even had.
So it's like if you only run the West Coast, you could still win that little title. If you only run the All-Star region, you can win that little title. If you run the midweek thing, you win that little title. But then you all get national points, and like count the top 10 races. And then meet at Texas for the finals.
Right. Have like a final. Have a regionals. Almost like
that's a real
you
final.
Do everything. Yeah. I've thought about this with racing in general, you know, because it's hard for some people to travel. Why not? And even you see sanctions like IMCA and other forms of motorsport, you know, they have their weekly championships, and then you got regional and you got state champions, and then they're supposed to go to the super nationals in IMCA's case. And that's where all of them race, and that's your national champion, even though it's not points-based, it's your super nationals champion, you know? So you're basically saying something like a sanction more so than a series.
Well, no, it'd still be a series, but it's just like, look at the World of Outlaws. I mean, I don't know what this last year or two's been, but 2 or 3 years ago, Bill Rose entered every race, finished like 10th or 12th in points, but he didn't even make a single feature.
Yeah.
So, like,
yeah,
it just like giving people all those points just for showing up. It's like they're getting rewarded for losing.
Well, I think, like I said the other day, there's only so many teams that can afford to be full time. You know.
Yeah, exactly. So
there's just not enough teams.
You're not finding out who the best racers are. You're finding out who the best one or two is that can afford to run the whole tour.
Right. You know, there's some teams out there that, you know, and Jason Sides did it. You know, he backed out and just became a team owner. to try to give a driver a chance or to put a driver in. We've seen Bill Rose put drivers in his cars too. Did a lot of that in the PA swing. But yeah, I mean, and that's why I was saying yesterday, I know some people were commenting, oh, you want one series to beat the other. It's like, not, I mean, in a way, one of these series do have to beat the other because there's not enough national teams to make it work between two. I don't think.
Well, I think part of the problem is counting every single race. Like, you have to go to all 80 races or all 50 races, and that just doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, like you can come in last place, but if you go to every race, you finished 10th out of like 250 or 350 racers.
Yeah.
So counting every race just doesn't prove anything. Granted, for Brad Sweet and David Gravel, sure, it proved it for those two guys. But there's so many guys that end up way lower on the list that should be up higher. That's,
Yeah, it's true.
That's Brian Brown lost the championship at Knoxville a couple of years ago because he left for one or two races to go to Eldora.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he won the most races, most quick times, most heat races. He won the most money, probably did the best at the Nationals. And the guy who won the championship didn't even win a single feature.
Okay, so this one guy said you're a millennial, everyone gets a trophy. That's not what you're saying, or is what you're saying?
How is that everybody gets a trophy?
I don't know.
I'm saying the losers, like Bill Rose, nothing against the guy. Hey, going to every race and entering a sprint car race is an achievement. Going to all those races is an achievement. Give him an award for that. But does he deserve to be placed 12th when he never even made a feature?
Right.
He beat Kyle Larson in the points.
Well, it is a commitment thing. They made it into more of a contract show. It's a lot of people like to call it a circus. And you got these guys, they show up, they come into town, buy your T-shirts, see the show, the parade goes out and leaves, and see you next year. Some people say that's what it is now.
It's a little bit more than that. I mean, it's still real racing.
Yeah, it is. I'm not saying it ain't, but your point about Bill Rose, it's like, what is that? How do you fix that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't count every race. That's how you fix it.
So you want drop nights.
I'm just saying you count you like for the Outlaws, there's 80 races. I guess they could count their best 20 or their best 40. And then there should absolutely be bonus points for car count and also or purse. I mean, let's just say theoretically they counted your best 20 races.
Okay.
And Brad Sweet and David Gravel are tied, except Brad Sweet won the Knoxville Nationals. Like, he doesn't get a couple more points for that?
Yeah, I did suggest a double point. I think a double points night or two would shake it up or later in the year.
That's the other problem. Yeah, their point systems is just flawed.
Strong words from a strong man. How do you feel about this Port Royal deal?
I mean, I'm not that familiar with it, but I think it's good to have some competition. So,
well, it seems like tracks are having to choose too.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. That's the Brian Carter is apparently he's just a corporate guy.
Well, I didn't say that, but I mean, it's fair to say,
I guess if you're going to race with the World of Outlaws, you're not really a racer; you're an employee.
That's sort of how it seems. It's what it looks like. And it's correlations and factors and sets. It's click. It's a big high school or maybe a college at this point.
Well, the Outlaws should definitely know what he's making with the Dirt Vision, because that absolutely, has to do with them. That's like being on Friends, and the actors, they don't get to know how much money they make. They're just actors. Like, they're a huge part of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true. I don't know if actors get to know how much the advertisement of the companies and but it's different with the Outlaws because they actually own the broadcasting company. Like an acting situation, you're a production company, you make a show and then you sell it to a broadcast studio or a broadcasting company. That broadcasting company takes that production and then sells ad revenue on that production that you sold them, and that's how they make their money back, so it doesn't, it's not the same structure, but I get what you're saying. It is weird. They should know. But anyways, you got anything else to say? I'm sure there's other people wanting to call in. We already missed 3 calls.
I think that I'm good, man. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for calling in, Robot Chicken, and those super chats
I
matter
like your
a lot.
work, man. I like you a lot better than Dirt Tracker. So
I didn't
keep up
say
the good
that.
work.
Why you got to bash Dirt Tracker? What happened now? What happened now?
No, you know what? He's just so liberal, dude. He's just so liberal, and he's up WRG's freaking butthole.
I didn't say this. I didn't say this. You said this. We did not pre-plan for you to say this. Okay.
Like
I just think he's different.
Ready to go
He's
on.
not. Well, what you're seeing here with me is more Joe Rogan, and what you see with him is more like Don Lemon, Tucker Carlson, more, corporate TV stuff.
Yeah, he should go report NASCAR for ABC.
That's more his style. Yeah, that would be more his style. I think there's room for everybody. If he
I
did
think he was a tire changer for like 10 or 15 years. Like, wow, congratulations, man.
I don't know why you're taking shots at him. Tire changing's hard. It is hard, I think, right?
I guess so.
Okay. All right. Well, if you love the chat so much, go get some professional Gaslighter merch. Those blue 316 things are badass, by the way. Can't wait to get my own. But all right. If that's all you got to say, we'll see if we can get another caller in here. Thanks for calling though, man.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Bye. So that was Robot Chicken with some sauce and gravy about the Dirt Tracker. I don't know where that came from. This was not pre-planned. I did not plan that. Y'all don't go to the Justin and say Chaz and his fans are shooting shots at you. That's not what's, oh God, we got us a call already. Who is this? You are live.
What's up, Chaz?
What's going on? What's your name? Where are you from?
Dave Foley from Paris, California.
Oh no. They say that's where the Outlaws may be going on the West Coast.
That's what I'm hearing. And we getting a brand new dirt track in California being built as we speak.
What do you mean a new dirt track in California?
About 45 minutes from up the hill going to Atlanta, going to Victor Joe's Vegas.
So, Southern California?
Yes.
A big track, small track? What are we talking about?
Half mile, quarter mile, and a figure eight course and a drag strip.
So like a complex.
Yes. Next year, in the next season, Hormona Drag Strip is closing the doors, and that's where it's going to.
Wow. A whole complex.
Because of their churches on Sunday bitching about the noise because they interrupt the churches.
Oh, my. I thought
Fuck
God
them
created
churches.
everything.
Yeah, like I said, that drag strip's over there way before them houses and them churches got there.
That's not right. That's not right for them to say.
No, like I said, who's got the power gets away from everything.
That's so true. It's so true. It's not right, but it's true.
Yeah,
It is
supposed to be open.
Go ahead.
What I'm hearing, the new track's supposed to be open by April of this year.
April of this 2024, you're saying?
Yes.
And, we've heard about Paris potentially taking a West Coast date. Are you saying that this track would tando with it?
What I'm hearing, they may get the R-Stars for next, not the R-Stars, the high limit for next year.
Okay.
And it's a brand new dirt track in Atlanta, about 45 minutes from where I live at.
So about what kind of shape of a track are we talking about?
A half mile, quarter mile, and a figure eight course and a drag strip.
But what are we talking about? We talking about high bank? We talking about flat track? What are we talking about?
A high bank.
High bank, like
high bank,
like a Eldora?
Something like Bristol.
Something like Bristol, you're saying?
Yes.
I almost want to laugh because that is comical to think that there's a Bristol track coming to California. Are they trying to bring NASCAR there?
Hell no, NASCAR sucks.
Well, we all know this, but are they trying? Why would you build a Bristol? The Bristol dirt track didn't really race well.
If
if I was building a track, if it was a half mile, I'd try to emulate Port Royal. It's the best half mile in the country. Just saying.
Hell yeah, Port Royal's one of the best tracks out there.
And how do you feel? The Outlaws in Port Royal done. How do you feel about that?
And like I said, I can't believe it.
Really? Did you have a heart attack?
Hell no. Well, like I said, I don't doubt nothing nowadays what's going on in racing.
Well, and apparently, they're racing Skagit the week before the Tuscarora race, which is a high limit deal. And they got to drive from Skagit to Tuscarora or to Port Royal in 4 days. That's a hell of a drive.
In 2,700 miles.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they say.
That's a lot of, you can do it in 2 days.
I've done it. Obviously, you know that. I've done that.
Yeah.
With a little bitty 4-cylinder car. They ain't even got to fill up those tanks as much as I have to fill up my little 11-galloner. It'd be easy.
Gas at the gas station.
I went from freaking Maine to Ocean Speedway in 3 days. So they can do it. Yeah. I went from eating lobster chowder on the border of Maine to pizza in Monterey in 3 days.
Yeah, I love Ocean Speedway.
It's a badass racetrack. Is that another track that is going to have one or the other? Are we going to see High Limit?
I maybe got High Limit to go there.
Potentially.
I love Ocean. I love going up there.
That's a very good action-based track for sure. Very action-based
Action
track.
from the time they get there, time you leave. Is always packed. It's always a good racing on Friday nights.
2.5 cars wide, maybe.
I've seen 4 abreast there.
You've seen 4 abreast at Ocean?
Yes, and the sprint cars.
Wow.
It depends how good the track's looked up.
Yeah. Well, it does get hooked up and it does slick off, but it does rubber down as well.
Yes, it does. And what I like about it, I'm 110 degrees, go up there, 70 degrees all day long until it gets dark time.
Yeah, this is true.
It gets cold as fuck there.
It does. It sure as hell does.
I love going. And what I'm hearing right now, Santa Marina's on the way open back up.
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
Wow. So a bunch of stuff going down over there.
Yeah, in California, a stock car driver bought Santa Maria.
Wow. Wow, that'll be
That'd
interesting.
be nice. I love Santa Maria.
That'll be interesting. If they can get Santa
I like
Maria
Ventura.
back. Yeah, Ventura's good.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half from Ventura to Santa Maria.
Problem with Ventura is it ain't got enough stands to hold big races, I don't think.
I agree with you on that one.
And Ocean's in the same boat, kind of.
Yeah, I was there over the weekend. I've been every race in the midgets, and there was a pack house Saturday night at Ventura.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, because the Carl Larson's there the year before. It was not a packed grandstand.
This is true. This is true.
You bring a NASCAR driver, a big driver in like Carl Larson said, makes a difference.
Yeah, it does. I think that's what High Limit's going to struggle with. They're going to try to bring him in as much as they can.
I agree on that one.
So
depends on his schedule on the NASCAR.
Right.
And I got to do it. And you never been there for Mojave Raceway.
Yeah,
you ever been there?
That's a newer one, though, right?
No, it's been around for about 30 years.
Wow, I have not heard of it.
It's one of the best. It's in Bullhead, Arizona.
Okay.
It's a small little track. I know the promoters personally. And they're doing pretty good there.
Well, we'll see. I mean, there are some tracks that you ain't heard or seen for a while that people who they could take either one of these series to over there.
Yeah, Fort Mojave, it's a small little track out in the middle of nowhere, and it does pretty good there.
Nice.
This is the 3rd or 4th year as a promoters, and they used to race stock cars and stuff, and they know what the drivers want.
All right. Well, we just passed the 7-minute mark. I've been trying to keep them at 5 minutes. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
What do you think about that Vegas race coming up this weekend?
It'll be interesting. The asphalt stuff hasn't got much ground in a long time, and it's a big paying race. I think a lot of people watch it. I thought it was on Flow. It's actually on Speed Sport. I kind of wished it was on Flow because I think more people would see it if it was. I don't know how that's going to pan out, honestly.
Matter of fact, I'm headed up there Friday morning.
Oh, wow. It's going to be worth it. If I had a easier, viable way to get there, I would go. But
I don't care. 50,000 to win in a sprint car. That's pretty goddamn good money.
Even if it's asphalt, and the super modifieds are badass. You know, you can't get no much better.
Oh,
than the super modified.
And one night at Erndale Speedway, they had mist in the air. They had the wind chill come off the modifieds at Erndale.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I got pictures to show you.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty fucking fast, and you got a wind chill coming off the cars.
Yeah, they're fast. They're fast. It'll be fast at Vegas.
I was there last year on the super modified. I can't get full throttle or half throttle throughout the whole field.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're fast motherfuckers.
Yeah, they are not slow.
Where's about 15, probably about 20 years ago, they raced in my Orange Show. And they were turning 9,990 around Orange Show.
Dang.
And that's freaking moving on.
Alrighty.
8 minutes around the whole main event. All right, Chaz, I'm just letting you know about the new tracks going in California.
When it happens, I can't wait to see pictures.
Same here. I'm waiting for him. We got another dirt track being built in Arizona, too.
Well, that's a good sign, right? People are investing in the sport.
Yeah, it may need to. We need more tracks.
Yeah. I think so.
And look how many tracks are dying across the whole country.
Yeah, but there are some coming back, and like you say, a couple being built, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, we need more racing.
Yeah.
At one time, so my dad used to race Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night in figure eights.
That is almost too much.
He raced Friday night at 605, Saturday night at Corona, and Sunday night at Ascot.
Wow.
And no cages in them.
Death threats for your own self.
I love figure eight racing. You know that.
Oh, God. That is barbaric. It's barbaric.
My whole family races figure eights.
I think most people can tell.
Yeah, my niece is the third generation running figure eights.
Right.
More power to her.
All righty.
She almost. All right, talk to you later, Chaz.
All right. Thank you for calling in.
No problem, buddy.
Bye. Well, the California caller right there. New tracks and everything. We did have a missed call there, by the way. It's an unknown number. So this could be somebody who doesn't want us to know who he is, and he wants to cuss me out or this, that, or the other. I'm not sure. So we could be getting a call here soon that is very detrimental. Very detrimental. We have, let's see, High Limit made a misstep with the traveling schedule. Yes. He's hearing things. I guess you're talking about our caller. Oh, Emerson Biggins. I heard that World of Outlaws is going to run every other race counterclockwise next season. That, I mean, talk about must-see, guys. Talk about must-see. That would be pretty crazy. Counterclockwise, even though I think, yeah. I meant clockwise. GD. I don't say that word. You keep talking about World of Outlaw format being boring, but the high limit format isn't much different at all. I could be mistaken, but the high limit format is very similar to World of Outlaws. It is very similar to World of Outlaws. I think formats are a big deal, and I think, though, because of the lack of a big amount of, nationally ready to go teams, that you kind of have to cater to what the teams want more than the fans want. Late models, you see some more so oddball formats because there's plenty of teams and they pay big money. Here's $50,000 to win. I don't care if you come or not, but these fans are going to have a damn show to watch. And maybe one or two teams won't show up, but there's 60 other teams that will. In the sprint car industry, that's kind of not how it happens. You either listen to those people and how we want to do it, or they're not going to show up. And if you lose one or two of the bigger names, your entire show goes to hell. So it has to be that way. That's why the formats are a little easier, I would say, for the teams and the drivers, and the show is a little less because of that easiness. Number is on the screen. Like I said, we did have a missed call. It looked like maybe he was gonna leave nope. Doesn't look like it happened. Okay, we got one missed call, two missed calls. The lines are back to open. Number is on the screen. We were talking to a few people about trying to get them to call in on some opinions. Let's see if we could do that while everybody's just waiting. We're waiting on this phone to ring. Hold on, I'm making some text right now. We may get somebody big on here real quick. And that would be very interesting. Very, very interesting on what we could see here. Oh, my. Oh, my. Somebody's already placed an order on the website. Heck, they got no Banyan Racing t-shirt. Nice. Going up there to Sioux Falls. We have not seen the Blue 316 just yet. We have not seen the Blue 316 order just yet. Braden Spike Fast is a 5'4". Remember, he is 5'4". Remember, he will be pissed at the world. I don't know what that means. I'm 5'4" when I'm laying down. Wow. Dominic going to run high limit. I'm sure he will. I don't think he'll commit. I don't think any full-time World of Outlaw team likes the World of Outlaw format. I kind of think you might be wrong there. I think they do like it being that kind of show up, collect a check, and leave type of system. I just think they do. It makes it easier to win races. Let's see here. I mean, we could shut her down, guys. If y'all don't want to call her, y'all really that scared to call? Oh no, this is bad. We have a caller. Oh no, who is it? What happened?
Oh, just picking up some milk.
Picking up some milk?
Yeah, I haul milk for a living.
All right. Okay, so you're the milkman. You know that the milkman, they stopped delivering to houses because of all the, babies they couldn't trace back. Apparently, the milkman was getting a lot of action in the 40s and 50s.
Well, that's what they say, but, I'm still out here laying it down. I mean...
Okay, based on your accent and your phone number, you're from PA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that 717 never gets old. So...
Oh, yeah.
What's your name? Do you even want to disclose? Are you afraid?
No, I ain't afraid. My name is Robert Hanson Jr.
You don't have to do it all. You don't have to give the whole name. I didn't say we need your date of birth and shit. I mean, come on. I was just Robert. So it's Robert from PA.
Yep.
How are you feeling about this? I'm assuming the bigger news for y'all is this Port Royal thing, right?
Well, my kind of thing is, yes, they lost the Outlaws date, but if that is also a bigger thing to Port Royal too, but with having the high limit coming in, I'm just afraid that Port Royal is going to fall in the tracks of the other big racetracks that we've had in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, that it's going to fall to shit.
Why do you think that, though? Just because the Outlaws? I mean, haven't they... The Outlaw races have been some of their smaller races in comparison to Tuscarora and the Weikerts. I mean, it's not small, but it seems like they have a lot of healthier races outside of those Outlaw dates. You would think Port Royal would suffer the least. If you took the Outlaw races away from Williams Grove, they're screwed. I feel like, in a way. But Port Royal has some events that they don't need really a sanction at all.
Well, with that, it's kind of the point where, yes, the more local shows or the, like, Tuscarora 50 and stuff like that, yes, they do have bigger shows outside the World of Outlaws, but it was also a name. They had some sort of a name coming in there, and that has been established since 1978.
Okay.
And, like, it's one of them things, like, yeah, the All-Stars, they ran at tracks like Grandview, and we damn near lost Grandview last year.
Right, but was it the Speed Week more so the bigger race out there?
For Grandview, Speed Week is kind of the big race, and also the Eastern Storm when they come in. It's one of the things where it wasn't actually the track trying to sell. It was a bigger company coming in to try to buy them because of supposedly their location from what we were told.
Okay.
And actually, a track in Tennessee has fallen into the same sort of deal by the same company.
And you're talking about Copart.
Yep. That 411 has been the second track that I've known of personally that I've been to that that Copart has either tried to come in and take over or has successfully put plans in place. And I don't want Port to fall into that same category where somebody comes in, oh, we have another use for the land, and they don't have the name series coming in. Well, High Limit, yes, it has a name, but you also got to think they're a new series.
Yeah, they're a new series, and then also, you know, I mean, I just don't know. When it comes to Port Royal, if this was another track, I may agree, but I just think that Port Royal is so strong on its own that you don't really need a damn thing to make it work. You know, Port Royal is lucky. Grandview and 411, these tracks, you know, they're in a different situation than I would say than Port Royal is. I think Port Royal can kind of call its own shot.
And I can agree with that too, to a point. But with all the shit that has gone on with stuff like that, at one time, Grandview had a name, but it kind of fell off a little bit. They still have a very loyal fan base, and once the rumors and stuff started going around about Copart buying it, all the fans started showing up, and I do know that. But crazier things have happened, and I don't want to see Port Royal fall into that category, because I think it's a very great racetrack. But honestly, crazier and stupider shit has happened.
You think so?
Like,
okay,
a big track that it started out in, I forget when it started out, but it closed in 1979, but it had very well-known people coming in and out of that, and their name was the Home of Champions, and it was the Reading Fairgrounds. The old Reading Fairgrounds.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard about it.
They used to have, I believe, I'm not sure if the World of Outlaws went there, but I think they might have.
Wasn't it a big modified track?
Very big block modified track on Friday night, and Sunday night used to be small blocks.
Okay.
And had, like, Buzzy Rudiment was, I mean, when the Florida guys came up, they usually ran, you know, Reading when they could, Nazareth, which is another track that at one time was very big. But
yeah, Nazareth was huge.
As soon as people start pulling the names and stuff out, all of a sudden the shit starts going downhill. And yeah,
that's where Penske was originally at, right?
I believe so. I believe Penske owned that at one point. I don't know if he still does or not, so I'm not saying anything with that. But, like, Nazareth was a big thing. But all of a sudden, stuff started pulling out, crowds weren't showing up, and it just went kaput, and it's still sitting there. And, like, Flemington in Jersey, kind of the same thing in a way, because they went from dirt to asphalt, and I forget what year they closed. But my old man ran back in the day in small block modifieds up here from 83 to 94, off and on, at Grandview, Big Diamond, ran down Delaware, I think, and my whole childhood I spent at, you know, Bridgeport, Grandview, Big Diamond, went out to Lincoln, been to Williams Grove. I just don't want to, especially up here, we haven't had any new construction of tracks to compensate for the ones that we've lost.
Well, don't you think you kind of had too many? in a way? For how much?
In a way, I can't necessarily say yes, because even though we did have a lot of racetracks, we still didn't have I wouldn't necessarily say we've had a lot, but we've also have, you know, the modifieds, well, our version of the modifieds.
Real modifieds.
Yeah, real modifieds, not the glorified late models.
Right.
But for the northeastern part of the state, the whole eastern seaboard of PA, New Jersey, and down into Delaware, but even Delaware has late models too, but from central PA over with sprint car stuff and the late models, and I just really hate to see it go.
Right.
I don't want it to fall into that same category with all of a sudden, because one bad show with high limit, it could, you know, well, we might not go that time, or all of a sudden it might fall off the schedule altogether. And with the World of Outlaws not having them on, it's kind of to a point. It could go either way, and I've seen stranger shit happen.
Well, it will be interesting. Sorry, trying to type some stuff in. It will be interesting. I just don't know if, you know, if you were talking about a Grandview or some of these other tracks, I could agree, but I just think Portland itself is just that much stronger.
And I agree. See, my thing is, yes, it can hold on to its own, but for how long to a point? Now, yes, PA has very loyal fan base. But one thing goes wrong, or favoritism starts coming in, and all of a sudden the writing's on the wall, and with where that track's located, somebody could come in there with a Walmart or Costco or something like that, buy it up for more money than the track could produce or give to the town, and all of a sudden it's history. And
I don't know. I think Juanita right there is pretty strong. Don't you agree? As far as the track,
I agree. It's
like
strong.
it's a fairgrounds,
right? But even then, like Reading had a fairgrounds too, and that fell off too.
Okay.
And when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking of the fairgrounds too, but what if they all of a sudden have a plot of land or a farm go up for sale on the outskirts of town and be like, oh, well, just move the fairgrounds there, but the racetrack won't go with it?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit too rooted there. Too much money's been invested in that track. I mean, Port Royal, I'm not a history professor of PA, but I heard, 15, 20 years ago, Port Royal was a junky track, and there's been a lot of money put into that track, not only just in events, but in facilities and surrounding areas to really build that track to where it's at. I don't know why they would take that investment and throw it away. I don't think that would happen.
Well, I don't think it would either, but it's one of them things where some slick guy in a suit comes in and sweet talks the town, no matter how much investment they put in, be like, oh, well, we can make his town better.
I don't know.
It's a wait and see deal. I just don't want that falling off because Port Royal is an amazing track, and I don't want to see it go.
One of the best half miles in the world.
Absolutely. And
that's against Bristol and everything, every half mile, Martinsville, all of them.
Absolutely.
So.
I'd rather Port Royal has more amazing racing than a lot of the other half miles.
Has better racing than some of the quarters. Has some better racing than it's a half mile races like a quarter.
Yeah. And you can go you can run up on the wall, down on the inside wall, and still it could be a very racy racetrack.
Yeah, you can float the middle like Deweese.
Yep.
It's awesome.
I've watched Deweese do some amazing stuff in a sprinter.
It's been pretty badass. I mean, even Dietrich's had his moments too. You know, Marks has done it crazily. I mean, Macri's known for the boards. You got the new young gun of Borden up there who could develop over the next few years to threaten at bigger events, but none of them got to worry about racing the Outlaws, at least next year, apparently.
Well, so the Outlaws, yes, they have talent. But sometimes when they go to some of these tracks where people can figure out over the year, they do have a little bit of a struggle unless they've been doing it in 15, 20 years.
Well, there's only a few real competitive sprint car areas, and that's California, Pennsylvania, and then maybe Knoxville, maybe Huset's. You know, the Outlaw schedule goes to a lot of places where there's no local competition, 410-wise, so they can look like an extremely dominant set of group because the group's all they're racing. Anytime they go over into PA or any of these areas that are heavily funded with local teams, they kind of do get, you know, the few stars do well, the Gravels, Macedos, but the other guys kind of get slapped around.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens.
Like, I love the racing in this area, and it is very competitive. No matter if you're going to a modified race, a late model race, a sprint car race, even hell, a micro race.
Right.
They're still very competitive in this area. And to pull it, it might not make sense right now, and it might not ever make sense. It's a wait and see deal.
Okay. We're just past 15 minutes. I'm sure there's some other people that want to call. I do want to thank you for calling. Nobody was going to call there for a second. But
well, I was on my way back from picking up my last farm, so I figured out hell with it.
All right, dealing with the Mennonites, huh?
Mennonite, well, 2 Ombos and English, well, 2 English on this route, and 2 Mennonites and 4 Amish on the other one.
Oh, my. The Mennonites are like the Jewish of the Amish people. They got the business sector down, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But all right.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
All
man.
right. Thanks, Chaz. I enjoy everything you do, man.
No problem. Thanks for tuning in, and as always, for calling in for sure.
Yep. Thanks, man.
Bye. And that was Robert from PA. We do have a voicemail, I believe. I don't know who it is. He could be calling me a dumbass. The area code is from the West Coast. So let's hear this voicemail before we get a caller in. Hopefully it'll play all the way through. Let's see here. Oh, do we have volume? Nothing so far. Dead air. Is it a demon? It is area code 424, which for those who don't know it, back to Murder Red Rum, Jeff Gordon was 24, Kyle Larson was 42. Jeff Gordon did the driver swap with the Formula One car at Indianapolis with Juan Pablo Montoya. Of course, in Days of Thunder, Cole Trickle does drive for Rowdy Burns when he gets wrecked out of the movie. The car owner of Juan Pablo, when Larson took over, was Earnhardt Ganassi Racing. So when Larson came in racing for Ganassi, not only was it the forward backward 42 of the Jeff Gordon 24, but it was also partially owned by Dell Sr. So Cole Trickle's return, once again, coincide. And to add to it, Kyle Larson and his biggest competition was a cocky asshole driving a blue and yellow 18, not named Russ Wheeler, but named Kyle Busch. Man, it's so scary when you go look at, and then you go look into the corporatism behind it. Oh my God, GM and Ford. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, we got to stop it here. We're going to get in trouble. They're going to shut us down after we let them know about the lizard people and the crab people and the insects. You know, they say if a nuclear war happens, you know, cockroaches will survive it all. What do you think aliens are? They're just giant bugs. Just giant bugs. Frequency communications. Bugs communicate with frequency. Same thing. Telepathic. All right, let's see. Can we call 424 back? Let's see if 424 will answer. Will the alien people answer the call? I don't know if I'll go to the Chili Bowl this coming up year. We'll see. I am planning on going to Gateway, though. I have a surprise for Ricky Thornton. 424 declined to answer, ladies and gentlemen. So numbers on the screen. I did put the little professional gaslighter graphic in there for the live caller, the little man in black. Obviously, with how I'm talking right now, we don't need to have that up there. Shop the site and subscribe today. Subscribe to the channel, the site, the links in the description. The new Baloo 316 apparel is out. I guess while we're waiting, we can show everybody the Baloo 316 video that was put out today. We did find it from the 2018 edition. You know, we have the t-shirt around here. We did the 2018 edition, the whole battle between Baloo. Oh, maybe not. We got us a caller. It is the 424. California is in the building. We are in trouble. Have we finally found the person that's going to call me a dumbass? Who is it on the line?
It's Larry Otani. I've called you before. I haven't been on the internet because I've been broke, but I'll get paid here in a few days so I can send some money your way.
See, hold on. Do I come across like if you can't send me money, don't listen or watch or call?
No, I've been listening a lot. I mean,
okay.
You know, I kind of believe what Keith Coons. I've been watching all your old shows, and they're very informational because when you first listen to them, you might be turned off because you know you have a kind of a way with you. But the second time, you just listen because you've already seen all the camouflage, and now you can listen to what's being said.
Right.
And like Keith Coons says, you're very addictive. And so I'm sure there are many, many famous people out there, Kyle and Brad, that do listen to you because you do say a lot of things that are true.
And you're referring to me and Keith Coons' interview at the Chili Bowl, I'm assuming, where...
Right. I've been looking at all these old views, and they're really very informative, and I didn't realize how many people you have interviewed or talked to and how many tracks you've been to. It's quite amazing, if you want to know the truth.
And I did it living in a damn car, technically. I did it staying in my car full-time, pretty much. Few people that... let me crash at their place, but yeah, it was mainly in a car or maybe, if I was lucky, a hotel room, but yeah.
And it seems like you did it for years, like maybe you've been doing this shit for like 10 years.
2019, I took off, I had a house and stuff going, or I was renting at a house, and in 2019, I was like, you know, I could keep spending $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 a month living in this room and making videos, or I could, you know, spend that money in gas and just go and keep going. You know, you think
very interesting.
You think about humanality, and that's technically, as weird as that sounds, you know, when you consider the history of the world, that's what human beings used to always do. They just used to just go. You know, this whole concept of a house.
I've been on the road quite a bit. I've actually gone by your house a few times because I went to Pennsylvania and I went to Missouri the last couple months, and I didn't realize how much racing. I've always heard about these places, but I didn't want to stop there because I had a destination because I'm a roller skater. I'm an artist. I'm an old guy. But so I had a destination go in Pennsylvania. It was right on the border of Ohio. But when I look back and I'm starting, because I've always listened to racing or watched it on TV or read Open Wheel or read, but I never really, until you drive across the United States, you don't realize how much nothing there is. And then you go to all these places and you don't realize how many famous places are in all these places that are spread out through the United States.
Yeah, I mean, especially the West Coast, there's a bunch of just crazy ghost towns and monuments and this, that, and the other. And then, yeah, you get into the city areas, you know, really from probably quarter of the way into Kansas all the way to California, almost mid-California, there's kind of a bunch of nothing. You know, there's some little
but
towns.
There's a lot of beautiful places you want to see. You know, there's a lot of things to see in those nothingness. You know what I mean? It's very peaceful. It's America. And probably 99.9% of the people like myself have never went out of the home little town, and so they've never seen all this nothingness, which is really beautiful, and all the rock formations and all the places you could go, like the Grand Canyon. So I always stop at little place that nobody knows about because I don't want to go too far off the main road because my destination is point A to point B, and my car's not that good, so I don't want to take a chance of breaking down.
All right, well, like I said, I drove around the country in my car. It's got 430,000 miles on it, and it was definitely when you're in a car that's not kind of reliable, there's somewhat, I believe, of a adrenaline rush to be in a desolate middle of the nowhere area and knowing in the back of your mind that at any point this car could break down and you could be stranded.
Right.
You know, there's somewhat of an adrenaline rush to that. There really is.
Hey, can we talk about a few things that have been on my mind? Because I listen to all your podcasts.
We could talk about whatever the hell you want to, but I do think
like one of the things
before we keep going on your point of there's a bunch of nothingness. I did get in a big YouTube argument with a girl who she made a big famous video and it was getting around that she didn't think that there was enough food for people to eat, and she thought that all the food was being made up of old dead bodies. And I'm like, well, if you actually drove the country, I'm hearing this bunch of nothingness that we're talking about. It is nothing, but there's a bunch of areas of just nothing but livestock. We see where the food plantation is, you know. But anyways, go ahead and continue. What's on your damn mind?
Well, one of the things that this is old stuff, but I listen to all your podcasts and I get all these ideas. And like I said, I've been broke last few weeks, but I'll get paid Monday, so I can.
There's no obligation to send me $1. There's no obligation. I hope nobody feels obligated that they have to pay me to do this. But it does make.
Well,
I am crowdsourced. I am crowdsourced.
I know you get kind of mad when people don't do the super chats and stuff like that, and there's a lot of truth to that. But you know what I mean? I think the good Lord wanted me to stay off the internet for a little while, and in a couple of days I'll be back on. But one of the ideas was, this goes back 3 or 4 months ago, was you talked about, we don't talk about NASCAR anymore, but you talked about Ross Chastain driving up the ass of Kyle Larson in some fucking race. It was probably the last race of the year where Kyle got 5th or 6th, whatever, at Phoenix, whatever. But he says, hey, why do you think Kyle Larson knows that I'm a hothead and I'm throwing my hands in the air? Because he's blocking me, because he's looking in his rearview mirror. And even Kyle said, yeah, you know, I know I can only block him so long. And, you know, at some point, you just got to get out of the fucking way and let Ross go by because he had the faster car.
Right.
You know? That was one point. Another point was I listened to, you know, I know you get a little upset sometimes about some of these guys, like is it Danny Dietrich? And when I listened to that podcast with David Gravel and him, you know, they only said 2 things that I thought were even slightly negative. And Gravel said, hey, I wish that they would have gave me a couple more races because he fucking wants to go for those big bucks. He says, 3 and 4 is pretty good. And then Danny Dietrich said, you know what? The only thing I don't like about High Limit is that it looks like they're going to get rid of these few Ohio races. And he says, I got my start at these racetracks. David Gravel, you got your start. And you get rid of it. And that's the only 2 things. Now, he called you a dipshit, but shit, everybody calls you a dipshit. So, you know, I don't think they really said that.
I was more so playing the crowd on that to go after Danny. I mean, it's easy to go after Danny.
Thank you for saying that because, you know, I listen to all your podcasts and
they call him Double Douche for a reason. Like, that's his nickname in PA.
Yeah. You know, I have a friend that kind of knows you. I'm probably getting in trouble saying this, but you came out to, his name is Bobby McNovich.
Yeah.
And
T-shirts by Timeless.
Yeah. You know, I was really funny because, you know, I asked Bobby for a few hints on some of these crew chiefs or racers. Say, hey, isn't that Paul Silva guy a pretty smart guy? You know, I don't know anything about these guys, you know. But he says, hey, that guy's such a dick or something. You know, even though he's really smart, Bobby didn't really like him. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of guys. Yeah, I mean, Paul can rub people the wrong way. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I didn't have too much more to say, but I just wanted to say that, you know, I've been really listening to all your podcasts, and I know everybody else does, and it's just so much shit, and you've been doing it for so long, and it's so educational.
Well, that's good. You know, it's only kept going from, like you said, the fan funding is a real deal. I'm so controversial and say what I think so much that corporations don't want to support the shit. You know, it's not going to happen that way. You know, the
but
people.
You know what? I if you can handle it and still make a living, do it. You know what? That's the other thing I wanted to say. I wanted to say this as a negative to you, but it's really a negative to anybody. Anybody who thinks they're going to make money off sprint car racing with a podcast, running a car, or selling videos, is really, really stupid.
You can do it. You can do it. I think that, if you can get on the level of a dirt tracker, etc., you can do it.
Do you think he's making money? I don't really like that guy, but I know he's educational. I know everybody goes to him, because he does give out some good information. But you know what? It's not something. I've only listened to maybe a few sentences of what he says, where I've listened to hours of your shit because, like Kikun says, it's addictive. You're very addictive.
Yeah.
And they may not be giving you money or credit, but they're going to be listening to you every fucking night. I'll tell you right now. They're going to be listening to you.
I'll tell you what, another way I was able to drive around and do all that is I had Uber Eats. So my car's so damn old that you can't do the Uber, like, riding shared thing, but I can do the Uber Eats where I deliver the food. And back when I started doing it, you can make $40 an hour.
It's really amazing, all the shit you do. The decals, because I know Bobby's done a million things, and designing shirts, because, that's something you can talk about. Bobby, when you make these shirts, and he made shirts for me, believe it or not. Someday if I ever make another run of them, I'll tell him, because I think the best shirt he ever made. But, he looks for designers that are trying to make an image that he puts on a shirt for a certain racer. And he has 3 or 4 guys. He doesn't pay him that much, I'm sure. But that is the key to his shirt sales, is the image with someone like you creates the artwork.
Right. Yeah, the artwork's hard. I don't like doing it too much. I could make shirts left and right, but they're hard. They're time consuming.
But the artwork, not making the shirt, but making the artwork.
Yeah, well, the artwork is the hard part. The artistic design part takes the hours on end to make a car, design that's going to sell. The design's what sells the shirt. They're all shirts. It's what you put on them.
You are so creative, like you said, on your posts, you do all these, how you put high limit and you put Kyle and you put all these different things. You have so much fucking creativity. It's fucking amazing. You've done so many different things, in videos and everything. It's kind of amazing to me.
Well, it is kind of amazing that I'm doing it all myself. Some people don't understand the ability that it takes to do all that, the skill sets to do all that.
Well, you don't see anybody else doing it. You don't see, High Tracker, or you don't see anybody else. Even when you showed the post just now, it's hard to find some of these lives, because when you pull up your name, it pulls up a lot of shit, and you have to scroll through. And it says live, and you go, oh, he's on live right now. But even that one you did of the Tarlton car, the 41, all he showed was a car, which is beautiful, but he's not showing anything else. Anybody can take a fucking picture of a car.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But the shit you're doing, and to create all that shit, whether it be your highlighter shirts, whatever, I'm not saying I love them a lot. They're right in the mind. Everything you got is kind of like, do I really, I like that last night shirt, but do I really want to go to the track and have everyone fucking want to kill my ass because I'm saying something?
I've done it.
What I'm saying?
Oh, I've done it.
And so that's why I like a lot of your shit, but you know what? I guess if I'm going to wear something, I guess I want to wear something kind of positive. I don't want to go to a shirt and have fucking, if already, like Bobby said, man, the Chaz is the perfect show for you, because if you had a show, Larry, you do exactly what the Chaz is doing.
Oh,
but,
God.
I don't necessarily want to get the shit. And the other thing I want to say with Broke Joe, you kind of hinted on it, but Broke Joe, when he stopped on your channel, he said, hey, someone came down to his shop, got to be one of those fucking elite of California, and actually threatened him. He said, and threatened him enough where he went out and got a gun. So I really feel that the reason why Joe got off there, Joe's a little scared of someone doing some damage, and he just doesn't need to do that when he's almost fucking 7 years old, because everyone's about my age. Everyone's about my age.
Well, and I made some criticisms towards what he had an opinion on, but that was kind of to help him get off the show. We played it, when a wrestler needs to go on vacation, you don't just tell the crowd that you're going on vacation. You kill them off the show. you know, so.
Well, I hope you're still because you know what? I mean, Joe's the kind of person, like, when I heard about, like, Smoky Eunuch in the 90s, I was in Florida doing launches for satellites and stuff, top secret CI stuff. So I would go to the Pensacola 400, and I would go to the Don Garland Museum, and I forgot already what I was going to say, but I got so excited. I don't even know what I was talking about. But I went to a shop. I tracked down Smoky Eunuch shop, but I couldn't get in there, and he had so I went down the street where his sister has a place, and then I saw Smoky come out of it, so I couldn't get in the shop. But Broke Joe's the kind of person that I don't think to track down Broke Joe and just knock on the door and have a few chats with him, because, he knows a lot of shit, and he's a fascinating character. And he has a different perspective, and it can't be taken negatively, but, Joe is just kind of, like, to me, I don't know if he does it on purpose, but he's kind of naive to a lot of things because he's lived in his world so long of making money, making his own, go racing, do his own thing. And there were things that you brought up that he's not even aware of NASCAR. We're all aware. All of the people get on YouTube. We're aware of everything. I mean, because of you, I'm even getting more of F1, and because of your friend Clark. People can't like Clark, but if you listen to him, he gives you a lot of fucking insights, and Danica, and you get into, like, even you just did a post. People don't realize you did a lot of advertising just now about that fucking race, that open wheel showdown, and I'm almost tempted to go to that if it's in the next week or so. I might, because I love super modifieds, even though I've only seen a few.
And they are a really cool class.
Well, they're cool cars, Everyone likes something different about racing, but I like the mechanical part. I like the cars. When I'm one of those guys like that guy that was the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. He said, when I went to track little kid, I was looking in pits. So when I went to Watsonville Speedway, which is now Ocean, in the old days where Vic Urban, which is Ernie Urban's dad, was racing, and he said half the time he was probably fucking drunk. I'd get pissed off. He said, "What's wrong with him?" He says, but you know what? I'd be looking at the pits when he had his big lights out there. If you work on cars, you need lights. He fucking fucked up that frame. He was welding in the pits, and so, me being from California, I'm like everyone else. We tune in to this high limit to see one fucking guy. My whole life, I watched Daytona because I wanted to see Ernie Urban from California because he's from California. Right. So I'm a kind of a California guy, and I'm like maybe some people, we tune in to see one fucking guy. I mean, you tune in basketball, you want to see, if you're in California, you might want to see the Golden State Warriors. I mean, I could care less about all the other fucking teams because I'm just narrow-minded where, you get turned on to one famous team and you just want to follow that team and you don't even give a shit about all the other teams. If they're playing them, you want to beat them. They lost last night. But
a driver is a team in racing. It's the same kind of fandom. It's just for one person.
Yep.
So
yep.
That's the bigger difference.
But that's about it. That's all I had to say. But I'm glad I got on. I'll be back on the internet in a few weeks, and so I can send some money your way because we do need to support you, and we do need to do the super chats. And I know it's hard to do, but you know what? Like I said, I bet you there's a lot of people viewing your shit. I don't know if you can really tell when everyone's viewing your shit, but I can't help but think there's a lot of people viewing your shit. And like you said, they're spreading the rumor, and more so than anybody, like everyone says, you're giving something about racing all the time, whether you like it or dislike it, where no one else is doing jack shit. You even had Brad Sweet on there. That must mean something if fucking the owner of High Limit wants to talk to you, because he probably thinks any type of advertising is good advertising.
This is true.
Anytime you're a racer, get in front of the camera, be a Tanner Holmes, do videos, get out there and talk. And the more you do, people see you. And if you're a halfway decent person, they're going to start following you. And you're going to develop your clientele or your followers, But you got to get out there and get on YouTube, get on fucking Chaz, try to get on, like I even heard in the old days, fucking Jeff Gordon's dad was paying promoters or paying people to say something about his son because they wanted him to know about him.
Producer got fired because they paid him for Thursday Night Thunder coverage. Yep.
There you go. There you go.
Yep.
But that's what it is. You need to get out there. We're in that world. Hopefully, you got to play the game, whatever. But you know what? The more times you can get out there, just like Tanner Holmes, I assume Tanner is going to go do this high limit thing, because it's the perfect thing. He's not really a world outlaw. He needs a little experience. So I see Tanner Holmes at the very least doing those 13 races. At the very least, because even him being a rich boy, like Broke Joe says, they still got to watch the money. They don't have unlimited money, but, they have enough money just like, not even that fucking, the one that has the TRWs, those guys, I forgot who, the two guys, that have two cars, but not even him, whoever that is from Tulare, whoever that famous guy is, that team and those two racers. Roth, not even him does all the races. So in World Outlaw, so I just assume even him being a millionaire or whatever, he probably doesn't have the funds. No, I'm not talking about Tarlton. I'm talking about the other guy because he doesn't run the full circuit, does he?
Well, McFadden was signed up for the circuit, but they had the tire dope issues.
Okay.
So.
Because I remember for years, because that guy's been racing, Roth racing for years. He never went a full-time World Outlaw that I remember, did he?
He did with Lasowski that one time. I know he did that with the Big Packers car. He did it a few times, but it wasn't every year forever,
one last thing I want to say, because I'm burning up your time, was I went to a race in Tulare, and I was in the racing there when, I told you I rented Jimmy Seals' ride for a night. That's $5,000, ran 80 laps. Corey Cruz did 10 races, 10. People said, Larry, you got more laps at fucking Ventura because, I rented the track 10 times just because I was 45 years old and I had a little bit of money and I said, hey, Corey's got the thing. But the thing that I remember at Tulare, when Roth is known as a cattle farmer or whatever, there was another guy there and I can't remember who it was. And that fucking guy, he had a sprint car. That guy came in the pits with a trailer that had it seemed like 100, but it must have been 15 to 20 barbecue pits. He was a cattle guy, and he made dinner for everyone in that goddamn pits. And that's the only person that I've ever seen, that ever really gave out back to the people of the racers. I mean, everybody had fucking steak dinner. My friend was a Japanese guy named was Garrett Ishii, and I didn't even know his dad, but because my father was a member of the 442nd, which is the most highly decorated fighting unit in America, look it up. And he saw that Japanese guy says, I didn't even know this. I just saw I say, hey, look at that Japanese dude driving the 71 Jeep. And that guy looked at me, his father says, jump in. I'd never, and he says, we're pushing off Garrett. And, instantly I was family only because I was Japanese. But I don't have a relationship with Kyle. I thought that might have if I went up there. But Kyle's like fourth generation, half Japanese. So he doesn't really have that tight bond with the history of the Japanese, the camps and all that kind of stuff.
He could. It's good.
But I said everything I want to say.
He could. You never know. But all right. Hey, yeah, thanks for calling in. I'm sure there's other people wanting to call in here soon. And you ain't got to send a damn dollar. It is nice for you to say that, but it
keep
does
up
matter.
The good work. And I'm glad you gave me a little insight that you play the game a little bit with Joe and everyone else. So, because sometimes it seems like you are very depressed and very upset.
Well, I was upset and he seemed very upset, but I think in a weird way, it did help him get out of a situation that was slowly becoming hostile,
Okay. All right. Okay. Sounds good. And keep up the good work. And I know everybody's watching you, and just know that all these stars, they may be giving you a good hard time, but, and I noticed you lately, I don't know why, but you've been being a little politically correct and not being so nasty, sticking up for Dirt Tractor. Maybe you don't want a fucking lawsuit, but I just noticed that, you've been a little bit nicer, and, it'll be interesting to see what Gravel says tonight.
Okay. Well, he'll be on tomorrow, actually. Okay. So.
Okay, tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thanks for calling in, Larry.
Yes. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All righty then. How about that? That was great call from Larry. I know some people were I was keeping up with them, but y'all are a little slow, especially Spike here in the comment sections. Chaz got evicted by his feminist owner. No, we mutually separated. Let's see. What else we got in here? Dirt Tracker is annoying. I didn't say that. Y'all are all mean to people. Well, we did have a missed call. We'll call it back, and we'll see if we can get another caller on the line.
Hello.
Hello. You have reached the Chaz Show. Who is called in?
Nicole.
Nicole. This is Nicole Signor. I actually was making you a graphic while Larry was going crazy there. So, Nicole, how do you say this last name? Is it Signor, Signoria? I don't get it. I really don't. I've said Signor, Signor like 5 times.
Signor, just how it looks.
Okay. So you are a photographer, correct? Who is Nicole Signor? I got your little deal. Follow at Nicole Signor Creative. Nicole Signor. Is that what all your socials are at?
I don't think so. I think I know Facebook is Nicole Signor Creative. Twitter, I think, is NSignor Creative just because of like characters.
Okay.
And then Twitter or Instagram is Nicole Signor Creative.
Okay. And you're mainly over in the PA area, right? That's where you're based out of, correct?
Yep. I travel a decent amount, but
okay.
based in PA.
So I noticed some posts on your page today, obviously Miss Motorsports, but you also shared this news about Port Royal. You made the amazing meme here, the Taylor Swift, "Are you okay? No, I want the 2024 High Limit and Outlaw schedules." What's your opinion on all this that's happening right now? The Port Royal news, was it news to you, or did you already know? Usually the women of racing know everything like 4 years in advance.
I mean, I already knew, but I don't think it was very surprising. I think if you're a fan, maybe it's a little surprising, but I don't know. If you're in it, you shouldn't have been surprised at all, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. So you're saying basically the alliances between Larson and Port Royal and Tuscarora High Limit, and we've been hearing about how tracks are having to choose, apparently, between Outlaws and High Limit. You're saying that should have been the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, Flo has been with Port now for a while, so it's not like Dirt Vision. It's not like it was a Dirt Vision track originally either.
Right.
So, like the Grove is. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm excited to see their schedule. And just
that's a big deal.
Go. Where they, yeah, it is. So I don't know. We'll see what transpires in the next, 2 weeks.
And
I feel like PRI is going to be pretty monumental here.
Are you going to PRI? Are you going to be there or no?
I will not be. I was trying to go, but I work a full-time job, so unfortunately I'm out of vacation for the year. So
Being creative, apparently. The YouTube chat section is wrong. No, me and Nicole are not getting married. I can't believe somebody said that. Oh, my God. Somebody said Nicole must be a feminist handler. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Wow. This is horrible. The comment section's horrible. I didn't see it going this way. Regardless, what do you think about this whole High Limit Outlaw situation? Obviously, you're in the know of the sprint car world a little bit. You think it's good? You think it's bad? Where do you sit, being a media watcher, member of the whole thing?
I'm kind of right now on the fence. I'm excited just to see kind of what my schedule could look like for next year. So yeah, I don't know. I think before people get in an uproar, which obviously people are going to do, I think that people just need to see how it plays out and go from there. Could it be good? Could it be bad? Could it go horribly wrong? Who knows?
Now
it's December.
What are you're over there in PA. You're probably hearing a lot more than most people. Once again, I think women get a lot of things told to them in the racing world. There's not too many of y'all out there, but what's the situation with Brent Marks? Have you heard about? Because obviously the roster of the High Limit side isn't looking good. You know, Gio was a toss-up guy. He's at the Outlaws. Some people thought Hodenshaw was a toss-up guy. He's with the Outlaws. I'm thinking Macedo could be maybe the only guy with the Tarlton alliance, and Tarlton's buddies with the Larson, the West Coast connection with Macedo. But obviously Brent Marks has been another name that people are saying is going to be a High Limit guy. Like that, I've heard that the West Coast swing's the only reason it's not a done deal, and it could be a done deal. I think they're going to roll out their drivers as a pack style But what do you think is the potentials of Brent Marks being a high limit guy?
I don't know. He's kept his stuff pretty quiet. I really haven't heard anything. 1 week I hear yes, 1 week I hear no. So it's just kind of like rumor mill. Nobody really knows. I don't know. I look at it as we'll know maybe next week. Who knows? I could see him doing a pick and choose schedule, kind of like he's been doing, not really picking to run a full series. But that's just my opinion.
Don't you think High Limit needs him, though? Don't you think High Limit needs Brent Marks way more than Brent Marks needs High Limit?
Maybe.
I mean, if they don't get him, who are they gonna tout as their roster? I mean, is a Justin Peck possible? You know, I mean, Peck's a pretty decent draw. I mean,
I don't see that car joining a series either.
Yeah, that's the issue.
The only two that I really see as like a done deal would be like, and who knows if it even is, the only two I could really see is like Courtney being on there and like Zeb Wise. But other than that, I don't really know who would make sense to really go that way, you know?
Well, and they say, you know, they did this out of being the late model, you know, trying to be like them. They can do it. We can too, kind of deal with the payouts originally. Now they're trying to do it with 2 national series like the late models. But my point yesterday was the economic system of the sprint car world just isn't the same. You know, there's 60 to 100 late model teams that financially can just take off and go run national all week, every week. There's right. maybe 20 in the sprint car world that can do that, teams.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree with that.
I mean, so it's just not going to be the same. I don't know. I think that potentially you'll have High Limit try this, but unless they succeed amazingly, one of the two is going to have to digress to being like an All-Star series again.
I think they can both coexist.
But is there enough drivers to have the pool to coexist? That's what I mean.
I think so, because technically, and who knows what each schedule looks like, I'd assume the Outlaws are going to stick sort of to the same schedule that they usually have. I don't know why they would change it. I would say if High Limit scheduled, you know, how it could be and kept it far enough away from where the Outlaws were, you're not going to really mess around in each pool. You know what I mean? So, like, you'd still have the cars that you would be pulling regardless, because you're not fighting for cars. It's not like they're going to schedule a race at Williams Grove in the same weekend, schedule a race at, you know, Port Royal. That would make no sense.
Right.
So I can only hope or think that would be like top, you know, priority for, you know, High Limit. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Right. Any other opinions? Anything going on? Chili Bowl, Australia, Gateway?
I've been no, I won't be at Gateway. I stick mostly to sprint cars.
Oh.
Yeah, no late models. No Chili Bowl. I've been asked that a lot here lately. I have been working for Jamie Veal in Australia, so that's kind of neat. I'm also working with RSR for next year. Not really sure of a schedule yet for them. Not really sure of a schedule yet for me.
So you kind of manage race teams in a way. You almost do a similar thing to me, where you come in and market the teams, kind of, I almost say brand them, because a lot of teams out there, they don't have like a team logo or a brand logo, something, you know, they want to get sponsors, but you got to have somewhat of a set kind of marketed aspect. You got to be able to come in and have some professionalism to it. And it seems like, I feel like sometimes when I see some of the stuff you do for teams, it's like I'm kind of in the same bracket when it comes to the professional side.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I just got done doing the Mincer's logo that's from Iowa. They race 410s. They wanted more of a professional look, so that's what we gave them. But a lot of teams, I mean, I've been working heavily on race day graphics. They're really popular right now. Just to better, you know, I don't know, show their car, show their sponsors off, that kind of thing. just gain pretty much like attention. I mean, that's really like 90% of being a driver, being a team, is you have to gain the attention. If you don't, it's hard to gain sponsorship. It's hard to promote yourself. It's, hard to keep going because obviously this is a business. So you have to run it as such. But yeah, for RSR, I'll be running their social media next year, so that'll be fun. I've been dabbling in it a little bit in the end of the season for them. It's been picking up pretty good, actually. So
nice. Okay. Well, I was just curious. You're over there in PA, and this Port Royal news seemed to hit everyone pretty hard. So I didn't know how you felt about it.
I mean, everybody looks at Port Royal as like the best track in the country, and I'm still not 100% on that side of the fence yet. So,
how could you say that? What would be better? What's a better half mile?
I like Eldora. I'm
you
picky.
Do? Interesting.
I do. I love Eldora.
I don't know. I've seen way more. I've seen better races though at Port. I think that Port race is like a quarter mile. You may be attuned to it. Maybe it's something that you're just used to too much.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I get it. I get very impartial about that because I get to watch the Grove too, and the Grove doesn't. I mean, the Grove race is like a half mile, but until the feature, you really don't see passing unless it's a time trial show and they invert. So I don't know.
Alrighty.
Just depends. Depends on the day at Port sometimes.
Okay. Well, I guess thanks for calling in. Maybe we'll have better topics next time so you can elaborate better. I'm not sure.
All right. Sounds good.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Yeah,
that
bye.
was Nicole Signor. I think I said it right. Calling in there out of the PA area. Like we just went there and showed a lot of good stuff. Let's check the chat. What is this? Oh, we got Kyle Larson in here spamming the damn chat. I don't believe that is Kyle Larson. Nicole, can I put? Wow. Leave it up to Spike to come in here with the misogynistic gutter fucking things. What is this? Oh, wow. We got the fake Kyle Larson in here. Definitely not. Hold on. How can we oh God, now we got a caller. Oh, hold on. We're trying to save the world right now, technically. Who's calling in? Who's this?
Hey, this is Wade, another PA guy. I guess this is PA night for the Chaz.
Well, I mean, it is the biggest news of the year, or of this off season right now, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the details to come out because there's, some rumors as to why it happened. But I'll tell you what, if Williams Grove or the Outlaws want to butt heads with Port Royal, they're gonna be hurting. Because the Port Royal fan base, I don't know your time in PA, if you're aware, but I mean, that is a very loyal fan base, to a fault, admittedly, to Port Royal. And if they feel they were slighted by the Outlaws, a lot of their fans aren't going to show up. I'll tell you that right now.
So you think it could affect the other PA races, not
you're
just Port Royal?
You're darn right. Yeah. And I hope it can get worked out somehow. But the problem is Williams Grove, to my knowledge, controls the dates that
some kind of loyalty bull crap. The
Outlaws can come. Yes. So, they're going to get all the primo dates. Like last year, the Outlaws said, oh, Port, yeah, you can have March and October when it's freezing cold out. Now, I think Port did have one date scheduled in July, but it got rained out. But, that's BS. They should get the primo dates. And, we'll see how it works out. High limit-wise, real quick, and I'm going to try to be quick because people want to hear the Chaz. They don't want to hear me.
Oh, well.
But high limit-wise, the biggest kicker that you're hearing here is this West Coast swing.
Right.
But as a race fan, though, when you go to the races, how many fans really go because they're concerned with who's going to win the championship? They're concerned with who's going to win that night.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking if it's Gold Cup or Kings Royal or Knoxville National. They don't care about the season championship.
Right.
The drivers may. The fans don't. So say you have the West Coast swing and only a few high limit guys show up. Brad Sweet, say Rico, say Kyle. And then throw in a Sunshine to Zeb. And you throw just those guys, and with the NARC 410 guys, they're going to have massive crowds.
Yeah.
They don't need the whole. I mean, the other guys could run the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Like, if you throw in a Marks, Quickest Chicken, Sanders, maybe Blackjack, whoever. The one guy I'm interested in, and maybe you know this, has Donnie Schatz committed?
He hasn't, but I just don't see it in any world that he is not an outlaw. I think if Tony Stewart told him he had to be a high limit guy, he would quit and start an outlaw team or just go and help the nieces race. I don't think that I think Donnie, in my opinion, is a traditionalist when it comes to this outlaw thing.
I definitely see that too, but I'm just wondering with his age, maybe a lighter schedule, do you think? The fact he's done it 10 times already.
Right.
And I think Smoking, with the Outlaws has kind of butted heads a few times.
Well,
but,
obviously, Smoke owned the All-Stars. That is now the high limit. I mean, he had to sign some lines to get that done, I'd assume.
Yeah, but imagine if you didn't have, just imagine hypothetically if Schatz did join the high limit. I mean, didn't he win 10 in a row? So you could conceivably have what did Sweet win, 5 in a row here? You could have 15 straight Outlaw champions. In your series, which is pretty impressive.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, and plus if Sunshine joins, you got the past 3, I think, All-Star titles.
Well, and I think that's a piece as to why, you would want to run high limit. Like I was saying, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And the best is outlaw-wise, it's Brad Sweet right now. And he's in high limit. So.
Yeah, it is. It is, absolutely. Absolutely.
And the next best would be Kyle Larson, right? And guess where he's at. So I get Rico's show tomorrow with gravel is going to be a big deal because apparently they are going to make some kind of announcement tomorrow about Rico. Rico being in and out is a big one. I think Macedo is the big swing team. We ain't heard nothing from him. Obviously, the Tarlton connection. Tarlton and Kyle have been very close. They sponsored his Cup ride at Las Vegas. Tarlton was the sponsor of a Cup car. So could that be the one big name that swings? Because there hasn't been any big name swing yet. And all you got left as far as bigger names is Schatz and Macedo.
That's it. Yeah, and Macedo, of course, ran for Kyle when he had his own car there. So.
Ran the Kyle Larson Racing number 2. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, now Kofoid's another wild card, but I think isn't Toyota one of the sponsors of the Outlaws? They have the Toyota dash.
Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. So it will be interesting.
I could almost see the 83 cars, unless it's really you're on this side or that side, that maybe they would split. McFadden would run one series, Kofoid the other. Be interesting, but
well, if they're trying to be big, You would pull that card. I'm sure Kyle knows some people higher up than the World of Outlaws do in Toyota. I have a feeling he knows some pretty big names out there in the industries of this motorsports world. And if you're trying to be big, Outlaw big, like they're trying to be, you need a Toyota team on your series. So you never know.
Yep.
I think Kofoid and McFadden, a 2-car team on one or the other, or maybe they'll split them. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, and with McFadden, he kind of was pissed last year with that whole tire deal. So no, but I think it was Ross though. I think McFadden wanted to say screw the Outlaws last year, and Ross said no, you're going back. I thought
over the tire deal.
The word on the street was because he was pretty jacked at that. I don't know how. I don't know the details all involved, but he seemed to be pretty adamant. Usually when guys are guilty, they kind of just are quiet and just kind of want it to go away. But he was pretty vocal, I think, that he felt they got screwed, but I don't know.
Okay. All righty.
Water over the dam. But, hey, thanks for the time, and, appreciate your show. So.
Oh, no problem, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yep. Take care, Chaz. All right. Bye.
All right, one caller in, one caller out. Oh, my God, what we got in here? Now Spike wants Nicole back. How bipolar are you? Sure, Toyota is going to listen to a Hendrick driver. Well, maybe. You never damn know, guys. How do you know, the higher-ups? How do you know what they're doing? Science lover equals chat. I don't even know what that means. Chaz learned misogynist from his ex-handler wife. Wow. A lot of low blows. Here. Lot of low blows. Look, it seems like we got us a voicemail. Will there actually be anything? Nope. Dead silence. We missed a call, it looks like, from a 573 number. Let's see if they'll answer. Let's see if they'll answer. Golly, Spike. You're so disgusting.
Well, hello, Chaz.
Hello, this is... Who is it calling in? Who is this?
Hey, this is Rusty.
Okay, Rusty.
Calling in from Missouri.
Rusty from Missouri. Okay, what's going on?
Yeah. I just like to ask a simple question. Why can't they coexist?
I don't think that there's enough teams to coexist nationally.
I think that if High Limit had a good thing going, running through the middle of the week, and the Outlaws on the weekend, I think they could coexist.
Now,
I really think.
Go ahead.
I really think that you're really going to see, of course, the good numbers because Larson will bring his crowd with him, but he's not going to be there on the weekends. Very seldom.
I do think that
so why not benefit both?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, why not benefit both divisions?
Well,
yeah.
The last caller, kind of made a point. Most people don't care about the championships. I think there may be room for 2 national series putting on events, but I don't think there's enough room for 2 national series championships to truly matter, like full-timers, etc. And it can work that way. Obviously, there's a lot of people that have said over the years that the late model scene, their championships don't matter. Even Dirt Tracker, he's got that shirt that says make dirt late model championships great again, because in the late model industry, winning the big events is what matters. Watching the big events for the fan base is what matters. Who wins this event this night? More so, they got Knoxville National style events happening all the time over there. And the series championships really don't matter that much. Yeah, it matters to the drivers and stuff, but the fans really ain't keeping up with that. That's why Lucas Oil did that crazy chase deal to try to make a championship matter, over there. And obviously it got some attention for doing that. So I think you could have 2 national series coexisting, but do I think you'll have 2 national series championships mattering? I mean, the Outlaw Sprint Car Series Championship used to be very coveted. I think that's not the case anymore. I don't think it could be. It's still coveted, but it's not going to be to the degree anymore because of the split in the national scene. So I think they could coexist, and I think there'll be events on each side that will be must-see and stuff. But I think the importance of the championships will dwindle if there's 2.
Yeah, the late model series, they need to quit following that damn NASCAR bull crap, because Ricky Thornton Jr., to me, just got ripped off out of that championship deal. Run that good and run that hard all year long.
Yep.
And then one race when not even his fault and get knocked out of the race, and that's crazy. Well,
and it felt like to me Ricky Thornton Jr. was the best car all year long. Even though Bobby Pierce did win the XR Super Series, he did win the Flow Series. These are 2 series that they both competed in. I did feel, and Bobby Pierce won the World Outlaw Championship, but I did feel it seemed like to me at least that Ricky Thornton Jr. was the more dominant late model of the year. If there was like an undisputed champion of the year, it would have went to Ricky Thornton Jr., I think.
Yeah, I think Bobby Pierce maybe only won once when they butted heads together, and I think Ricky Thornton Jr. won the rest. But hey, I appreciate you. I just wanted to get your opinion on that, because I think that this is. I don't know if you follow fishing or not, but that's what's going on in the fishing. There's butting heads and splitting tees and all this rule changing crap going on in one division of fishing, and another deal going on in the other part, and arguing over sonars and crap. And you got the same thing with dirt cars now. That's why I didn't redo. I trashed both my Flow Racing and Dirt TV for next year, because you can see it 5 minutes after the race is over. It's on TV.
Right.
Plus, I try to take my money and sponsor the local track instead of sit at home and watch it.
Right.
It's a total different atmosphere.
That's a big deal too, and the talent can be just as good there. They just don't have the money to go national in either division,
Oh yeah.
There's a bunch of local racers. I mean, up in here in Iowa, for instance, you got a guy like Dallin Murdy's won everything in the world that he's ever drove, but ain't getting no late model or opportunities. Like, you know, he's kind of like a baby Ricky Thornton Jr. winning all this, you know, lower division stuff. Just needs that opportunity. And there's a lot of guys at local tracks that are on the same level. You know, so it's true.
Well, I'm looking forward to that dirt in December coming up. And
Gateway, you going to be there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think I'm going.
It's
I think I'm going Saturday.
It depends. A couple of years ago, they had a good track, and sometimes that track has a lot of character to it.
Yeah, character's the way to say it. It becomes an off-road track. You know?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen frames snap there. I've been in the pits where they're dragging cars in, and the whole damn frames, you know, especially the modifieds, the right front frame just snapped in half, you know.
Oh, my God.
4 wheels off the ground there, buddy.
Well, but I see it happen. I see it happen on the track, but I don't go backstage and see it. But
yeah,
anyway.
It can get entertaining.
Hey, you be careful traveling around, and I look forward to running into you one of these days.
All righty, thanks, sir. We'll maybe see you at Gateway.
Thank you. I hope so.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
That was Rusty from Missouri. We got 3 missed calls. Make it 4. From a 513 area code. I didn't plan on a 2.5-hour live. I was planning to go do some Uber Eats to make some money. I did make, you know, $60 last night in a couple hours. You know, it felt good to get some money flowing once again. Depending on this YouTube can be tough. But Uber Eats here up in this area kind of worked last night. We'll see. We'll see if we can get this super chat over. We got $8.99 of super chat so far. New number calling in, 909. And you were on the chats. What's your name? Where are you from?
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Is this Chaz? It doesn't sound like you.
Oh, well, I mean, it should. It's through the same microphone.
Oh, there you are. Hey,
where you at? Where you from?
Call you. I don't even know what to say now that I got you on the phone.
Okay. What's your name? Where you at? Where you from?
I'm Glenn. I'm in Hemet, California.
Oh, the West Coast. Oh, my.
Yes,
North,
sir.
south, middle? Where the hell is that?
I'm about 25 minutes from Paris.
Oh, no. You're down there with that guy who says they're building a new track over there. Is that true, or is he full of shit?
That's a bunch of Atalantos out in the middle of the goddamn high desert. It's like, come on. It's like Victorville has a little dirt track, too. It don't mean shit.
Well, you had to want to call and call me a fucking idiot or something. What's up?
No. No. I got a lot in common with you. My wife's a hairstylist. I have a black pug.
Oh, no.
And I think you have a pug. And then
I did, but me and the girl recently did mutually separate, so not anymore. But I know where you're coming from, at least. How about that? I know where you're coming from.
Oh, you're not with the hairstylist no more.
I'm not with. No, it's unfortunate. I got to find someone else to. Maybe I'll learn how to light my own damn hair. Monkey see, monkey do. I saw it happen. I can do it. But anyway,
all right. But Paris is a disappointment. I prided myself. I've been to almost every single sprint car race there since '95, and I didn't go to any this year. The place doesn't promote shit. The announcer is horrible.
The hot dogs are $15 or something like that, huh?
It's like $10 to park. It's the last race was I think $30 or $35 to get, or I don't even know. And they have horrible car counts. The competition is ever since Damien's gone retired. It's just I don't know. It's sad, and they don't promote shit. And I listened to a podcast here that's announcer back in the summer, and he acts like he works until midnight promoting the place. And I don't know where he promotes it, but I have a tool truck. I go to tire shops, car dealerships, and there is one guy on my entire route that I can talk racing to, and that's only NASCAR. And he started going to sprint car races, but and he lives close to me. He didn't even know Paris was there for years. He's been out here forever. So that just shows you people don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty crazy how, like I say, it's a niche of a niche. Go ask the Starbucks girl what a sprint car is. She'll ask you, is it dirt bikes?
Well, shit, I'm talking to mechanics that are into cars, and they don't know.
Yeah, that's
they don't
sad.
know anything about a sprint car. I mean, I got guys that would never go to Paris to a sprint car race, but they'll go to Vegas for the goddamn Formula One race.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Unbelievable.
That's real bad there. But that just shows you they got money to go watch racing if you knew about it, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Yep. But I used to be a fan of gravel, but man, after listening to Broke Joe saying that he just wants to sit in his t-shirt trailer, and then he's all plugging the dirt tracker here a few weeks ago because he's got, I don't know. I thought you.
What,
and him
you
were
don't like
buddies.
gravel because he promotes dirt tracker, or?
Yeah, and he rambled off a bunch of media people here a few weeks ago, and he didn't have your name in there. I'm like, fuck this guy, you know.
Well, I mean, some people don't like me. It's fine.
Yeah, I've seen you. I thought you even did stuff with him before.
Yeah, it was a little interesting. I don't know if he considers me media per se. I think that's the deal. It's like something different.
Oh, he
Maybe.
thinks you're on a different level than that fucking clown, the liberal.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe. That's just a guess.
Right.
Because, yeah, we text and stuff. It was kind of surprising when he didn't say my name, but I just don't know if I'm in that same category, you know.
Right.
So.
Well, it's messed up, but I enjoy your show, and I'm a contributor to you once in a while. So
okay.
These people need to help you out with the whatever the hell they're called.
Super chats. I mean, hey, I got PayPal Venmo like everyone else. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Or go buy a damn shirt or something, you know.
I got my name up in the corner there. I got my name up there in your corner.
Well, that's good. That's good. Okay, well, enjoy your damn black pug and your hairstylist. You're lucky son of a bitch. I'm going to go cry later tonight and think about you. Thanks.
Old Spike called it perfect on the hair a few weeks ago, talking about he's been with hair chicks, and they're basically all the same. They're artistic, but they can be a little crazy, you know?
Oh, God.
You know that.
Okay. All right, we got to get off the subject before I say something that's going to incriminate me on this plan.
Oh, yeah.
All righty.
Chaz, I'll let you go, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you for calling.
All right, man.
Bye. All right, 513 is called over and over again. We're going to try to get 513 on the line. And don't tell me, we're going to play that game. You're really going to lead me on and then not answer are you trying to get back at me now? What did I do? Oh, God, I don't want to have this discussion. Who's 513 here? 513's called like 8 times, and I call it back and no answer. Are you serious? We just missed the call from unknown number. Maybe the 513's trying to stay an unknown number. All right, we have opened the lines. Even though we have this 513 that's called... All right, oh, here's the unknown number. So this has to be bad. Something's going to happen here. Hello. Oh, unknown number answered and hung up. This isn't good. There's games being played. I feel like games are being played. This could turn real bad here soon. We don't know. Anything could happen at this point. Number is on the screen. 972-729-8245. I've been trying to call this 513 back. Unknown number finally got through, but then hung up. Not sure what's going on right now. Somebody said probably gravel. Let's see the YouTube chat while somebody figures out if they want to call or not. You think Harvick becoming part owner of Kern Raceway gets a high limit race? Possibly. That would be an interesting combination. Gravel is all broken up over this guy not liking him. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But somebody said, I've never heard Dirt Tracker interview a traveling roller skater on his racing show. Just saying. This is true. Maybe a guy with bad hair. Show respect to Gravel. He owns us all. The fake applause is priceless. What a horrible human being. Leave it up to Spike to ruin the chat section. Nicole Dennett super chat. Gateway is UFC of dirt. That is very true. Chaz delivered me nuggets once. I tipped him $5. $5 is a lot in the Uber Eats tips. I'm telling you. Yes, oh God, we got to keep going. Oh, 513 is calling in. Hello, 513. You have reached. Who is it? What's your name? Where are you from? Hello? You have made it through. We are on the line. Oh, my God. What is going on? All right, let's try it one more time. 513, hello. What's your name? Where are you from? Calling over and over again. We got you through, finally. 513's playing some games. What's going on here? Hello. Okay. Potentially getting spammed here. I feel like I could backtrack this number real quick. See if this thing pulls up any kind of spam to it. Probably the same guy who had the Kyle Larson name in here trying to say all that stuff about Kyle. Let's see. The Dems looking for a donation. That's funny. We got another missed call from the unknown number. Line is open. Maybe we should call it. Maybe it's about time to call it a show. We have been on here for almost 3 hours. Had a bunch of people on. Maybe that is the sign here to just shut the show down. Is that what's going on? We'll give it a little more time to respond. A little bit more time to respond here on the show. Nothing so far, no calls. The 513 number called like 8 times and refused to talk. You refused to answer. Living Missouri's outdoors says Illuminati at work. All right, unknown number, one more shot here. Let's see. Hello, you. Oh, God, they hung up immediately as I answered the call. I just joined, but what's your opinion on where Jacob Allen will go? I think that the High Limit Series fits his mental health a little more with the less racing, since it seemed like the Outlaw schedule sort of burned him out. That's what it looked like. So I think it fits him better. Whatever happened to your friend from New York State who drove a midget? Kevin Woody's still around. He doesn't race much anymore, though. He doesn't race, really. Chaz is the voice of all the unspoken sprint car heavy hitters. How many of them are there? Who knows? If loving you is wrong, I don't want it to be right. I'm definitely going to cry tonight. What's up with the we need her side of the breakup? Great. This is just awesome. I didn't even put a side out. What sides are we talking about? There's no sides. There's no sides. That's a thing. No sides. There's no Jason Sides hasn't announced anything. We heard Robbie Price is out of a ride, but we ain't heard anything about what the 7S car's doing. So is the 7S car going to do anything? Hello, you've called in. What's your name? Where are you from?
Hey, this is Rusty calling back from Missouri.
Oh, okay. There you are. Yeah. I was like, wait, this number's already called.
Hey, I think I might have asked you this before, but I don't think you ever answered it. Who's your most improved driver of the year in the sprint car and World of Outlaw Series late models? And then who's your most disappointment of the year?
You said the most improved, and then...
And my most disappointment would probably say it's probably Ryan Timms. I looked for him to come out and after setting the world on fire the year before, and last year is kind of a struggle year for him.
Yeah, I would say so. Most improved, that would be a hard one. You know, Justin Sanders got on the national map pretty good, but I wouldn't say he's most improved. He just finally got some opportunity. Parker Price Miller, you know, could rank up in there as a little bit of much improved. I mean, you would have said Tanner Holmes there early. Somebody said Gio Selzy most improved, but he came onto the scene so hot, you know. How could you say he's most improved when he came onto the scene running so badass?
Well, that's the same with Macri, too. Macri can set the world on fire in Pennsylvania, but you get him outside Pennsylvania and he struggles.
I would say kind of impressive would have been Zeb Wise in the 26 car, because most people thought that 26 wasn't going to go anywhere, and he did okay in it. I mean, the most improved one's hard, because a lot of people are established as fast. You know, some people are saying Corey Day, but he's kind of always been fast, you know. But he did win some bigger races. So,
Yeah, he's a good young up and coming driver.
Yeah. Some people are saying
I got
Zeb.
the same outlook for him as I did for Ryan Timms. I just hope that maybe next year he can back it up a little bit better.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know what the deal with Ryan Timms
but
is. That don't make much sense. He was so fast, and then I don't know if it's the drive or if he ran well and then just lost the want to or what. But not sure.
I brought that up once to you before, I think, about equipment-wise. But you said, no, it's not the equipment. He's got great equipment. So
yeah, he said he
I thought
sucked
maybe
in our
that's what
interview.
they was lacking. Yeah, I thought maybe that might have been part of the issue with him. But
And some people are saying he ran USAC this year, and he did, but he didn't necessarily light USAC on fire either. So
how do you think AVIATION's going to do in sprint car?
I mean, it's a crapshoot with these midget racers. You don't know how good they are until they get in a sprint car, you know.
Yeah.
The competition is so diluted over there because of the monetary factor. You just don't know how good they are. They're racing one another, you know. And Justin Grant, I mean, how badass is Justin Grant? I mean, he's good in the midget and a non-wing car, but we ain't seen much outside of that.
Yeah,
So it's hard to judge those midget racers.
Yeah, they're so hot and cold. I mean, when they're hot, and then
well, and they stay in it, and then they move on. From what I see, Jade Avedizian's going asphalt. She ain't even going to go to sprint cars. So she's just gonna continue to avoid competition. You know, that's the easier route. You go to the asphalt route and you avoid competition. The competition's in sprint cars and late models. That's where it's at.
I just I don't. I'm like you. I really can't pinpoint the most improved, but there's some young kid down south that's like I want to say he's 13 or 14 years old in a late model that's really good, and I always forget his name. But
some people were saying Chase Randall. I would have said Garrett Williamson was pretty good this year too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couple guys.
Yeah.
Devin Borden out in PA won, Port Royal Championship, second year over there. So
okay.
Some say biggest disappointment in late models was Shane Clanton. I couldn't disagree.
Yeah. What do you think about the Hunt the Front series knocking out the Southern All-Stars?
Is that official? Like, is SAS done?
Well, I think the Southern All-Stars counts is way down. There's limited racing anyway down south with the late models and all, and I just think that the Hunt the Front series stepped on their toes.
Yeah, they didn't help themselves much. That's for sure.
No.
It'll be interesting. That's a thing that'll develop over the years, I think. But I do think they got the stronghold, just that social media following. It's like a Tanner Holmes effect, man. You could do a lot with it.
Right.
Especially in today's world. So.
Well, I'll get off here and let somebody else call you in and hang up.
Well, nobody was calling, so we're probably going to wind her downhill here. But
how them people are.
We still got 150 watchers, but apparently all of them are bitches. But you.
I'm not afraid to talk. Just I don't like it.
Right.
It's going to be the part that rubs people the wrong way. I just think that I'm not a fan of Deegan going to the NASCAR or whatever they're going to call them damn things next year, but I just wish that they would take more perspective in performance than looks.
Flash.
Right, flash. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I mean,
look
Deegan,
how long Danica Patrick got to stay in there doing nothing.
And Deegan ain't did nothing on the racetrack to deserve what she's getting.
No.
But that's what's happening over there. You buy your way into the fishbowl. It's a private rich pond with a bunch of little fish in there. You can look good over there. There's some big fish, but that's not where the competition's at all. It's a bunch of rich people.
You
Imagine if the NFL was segregated by only the people who could afford. Who you had to bring $10 million to play in the NFL. You think that would be a good game? It would suck. It would suck. That's what you got in racing right now. And that's why the product sucks. It's not because of their cars or their venues. It's because of their drivers.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% behind you with Kyle Larson. When he drove the 42 car, he couldn't get out of his way. But now he got more money and a better car. And
all of a sudden,
really,
he's
really
badass.
made him shine.
The car just got better. That's all that changed, the car.
Right.
So you can make, so for instance, for all them years, you could have made any driver you want look better than Kyle. You could put Kyle, and he was in a Ganassi car. If you put him in some of the lower tiered cars and you put a Haley Deegan in a Hendrick car, you could have week in and week out made Haley Deegan look better than Kyle Larson, logistically.
Do you think there was some real truth behind that, trying to make Kendra look so bad when they went to that IROC Racing Series deal?
Well, not IROC. He didn't look bad in IROC. I mean, he won at Talladega. He looked bad when he went to Cup, but it was a Kenny Bernstein Make-A-Wish car that was a joke vehicle. You know, they just started the team, and he didn't get no ARCA or nothing. He went straight from World of Outlaw sprint cars to Cup. 7 races and told him to leave. I think it was strategic to try to make sprint car racers look inferior in the talent department, especially in comparison to Jeff Gordon. That's what I think that was for. It was to replace the icon of sprint car racing, and it did a good job.
Yeah. Hey, whatever happened to when Rico did that? Why did they get rid of Rico out of the truck series so quick? I mean, I like him better on dirt anyway. But
when I talked to Rico at the Chili Bowl, he just said he didn't want to give him $3 million. He said they wanted to do more years. They just wanted another $3 million. And he said he could have provided 7 years of sprint car racing for the same amount of money to run trucks 1 year. He said he just didn't want to spend the money.
That's nice to hear that, right? Because I've often wondered that. I'm like, where the hell did Rico go?
Yeah, money. Complete money. And you bring $3 million to try out in trucks, and that's it. If you go to Cup, you either attract a sponsor, as they all say, or like we're seeing today, you bring $10 or $15 million of your own money, which is your family that owns a company, and they put that company on the car and say you're sponsored. It's bullshit. You're buying your way to the starting lineup. That's all it is. That's why I just don't consider NASCAR real racing. And it's sad that it represents the sport, you know, because what I say about, you know, if I watch the NBA and I don't like the NBA, I don't dislike NBA. I dislike basketball. You know, so when these regular people watch NASCAR and they think it sucks, they don't just say they don't like NASCAR. They say they don't like racing. It's hurting the sport.
Do you think that they gave Bubba Wallace his only win over that Black Lives Matters news bullshit deal down there?
No. Hey, man, Bubba Wallace is actually good. I know why he worked the system to get all that attention. He did work the system, but, I mean, once again, do we all find it random that one guy was kneeling Black Lives Matter and the other guy was saying an N-word in the election year? You know, it's like playing the sides to the extreme extent.
Right.
I don't know if all that was random, but, I mean, Bubba Wallace, he won in a truck at Eldora. He beat Kyle Larson in a truck at Eldora. I mean, Bubba Wallace isn't that bad. I think there's other drivers in NASCAR that are way worse. Like, if you said, who's a better race car driver, Bubba Wallace or Haley Deegan? I'm picking Bubba Wallace every day of the week.
Oh, yeah, me too.
If you tell me who's a better NASCAR driver, Bubba Wallace or who's these new idiots that are coming up? These new rich kids, Carson Hosevars and freaking, name them. You know, these new rich bums. You know, they're bums compared to Bubba Wallace. At least Bubba Wallace was winning on lower levels. These other guys, they don't even have to win on a lower level. They just move up, like Haley Deegan just did. She moved up because it's not like she won.
Yeah. Because she brought the money. Yeah.
Because she brought the money.
Marketable.
Yeah.
Marketability.
Right. Yeah. And that's why I just don't pay attention to it as a legitimate sport. It's just not. And even you could say that about us in our sport, you know, like a national late model or sprint car star is only there because they can't afford it. Almost the same scenario that we just said. It's just a lower tax bracket, a little less money, so there's more competition that you have to beat to get there, you know, so.
Yeah.
But, and I know that they say Haley Deegan has all these followers, but when you go to her pictures and you look at her comment section, it's like 60-year-old guys. You know, it's kind of creepy.
Well, yeah, that's misleading, too. I mean, they blew all that out when they everybody blew the ticket on buying your whatever the hell that bullshit is. You can buy to get likes or whatever,
Right.
followers or whatever.
Well, I think she has a legitimate following. I just think it's a bunch of old creepy guys.
Yeah, probably.
You know.
You're probably right.
I mean,
you're probably right.
that's what it looks like when I go look at the comment sections. You know, I see a guy say, "Oh, you look great," and it's like 50-year-old guy from Alabama. Okay.
Well, was that Logano that went back to run a truck race and they told him he had to bring money with him this past year?
Yeah, I believe it was. I think they said that on the Kenny Wallace show. Him and Kenny were talking about that. I believe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, ain't it? Even a guy like Joey Logano has to bring money to run a freaking truck.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, man.
Champions, crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I'm surprised that he even brought the money to run it.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure Haley Deegan's dad, Brian, has a considerable amount of Monster Energy stock because he was a part of the whole freestyle motocross era that kind of rose Monster Energy, and I think he has some corporate ties in the stakeholders of that company. So, and that's why you see Monster on every one of her cars.
Oh yeah, that and the motorcycle, the kids, they're behind them on everything. I mean,
yeah, well, I'm pretty sure they own a little chunk of that. Have a pretty significant stake of Monster.
You know, you ought to get you we ought to try and get you a sponsor nationwide, like a Dairy Queen or a Hardee's or something when you're on the road. Even just free meal tickets along the way would be nice to have.
Bud Light. They need some brand reconstruction anyway.
Yeah, we don't want no Bud Light. We don't want none of that McCalvy bullcrap.
McCalvy.
If you're gonna drink Bud, drink the real stuff. Don't drink nothing watered down.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the only thing I think is funny is when I see these people who are like, screw Bud Light, I'm drinking Busch or Michelob. It's like, you literally just said, screw the Big Mac, I'm going to eat the McChicken. You know, it's not like you left the fucking company. You know, even Kid Rock said Anheuser-Busch. So it's like, if you're still drinking Michelob or you started drinking Busch Light, you're still drinking from the same well.
Well, I'm an old school country boy. I'm 57, and I drink Stag out of a bottle.
Oh, God.
And it was really,
that's
when you're a man.
That's what you say?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Missouri does have good deer hunting. I've heard Missouri's running rampant with
reasonably priced, and it's really good ice cold.
Wow. Stag. Haven't heard that one in a while. What are you going to say next? Colt 45 and 2 zigzags?
Yeah, that'll work.
All righty.
Hey, I'm going to let you go, Chaz.
Okay. Well, thanks for the dual call.
Hey, I like talking to you, and I'm going to try and catch up with you up there at the Dome.
The Dome. Yep. We're going to try to make it. I'm going to see if I can make it. We get some super chats, we'll be able to make it, or some PayPals or Venmos or something.
All right. Okay.
All righty, man. Thanks for calling in again.
Hey, be careful. Thank you.
We'll try.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. We got one call. One guy's called again here. We missed him twice. We'll give him one more. We'll give him one chance. We are just past the 3-hour mark here on the Chaz. I was thinking of maybe 45 minutes, and that 45 minutes has extended. Oh, we just tried. Kid Rock was drinking Bud Light like 3 weeks ago after shooting a couple of 12-packs. This is true. I bet you Kid Rock actually bought some Anheuser-Busch stock. Oh, no. What we got here? Hello, you have called in. What's your name? Where are you from?
Steve.
Oh,
That's
it's Penland. It's Penland. Penland's in the building. What's going on?
What's up with you?
Dealing with these the Spike Fast Racings of the world, you know.
Spike, he's a real character.
That's what they say. What's up?
let's turn the show into a marathon tonight, Chaz. Let's really get
I really didn't plan
flowing
on
around,
it.
flowing around here.
It's happened though.
Yeah, I'm catching the tail end of it, but is the high limit outlaw thing exhausted, or is it still good to talk about?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. It is interesting. Is it worth discussing? Who knows? Who knows?
Well, I'm more worried about. I'm starting to worry about, stuff. I mean, you kind of talk about it, allude to it, but the local guy, your local racetrack. I mean, I'm a big sprint car guy. If there's a big sprint car race around me, I'm going to go to it.
Okay.
But people in general, the fan, the consumer, us, there's only so much money to go around. And these purses going up, it's great. It's great for the sport in general. But, if you look at the numbers, it's really only benefiting, the top 20 guys in the country, 25 guys in the country on any given weekend, depending on where they're at. I mean, what's good? I just feel like these local tracks and weekly racing programs are going to die. Because I mean, and if that happens, where do you get your next Brad Sweet from?
Yeah, that's what Dietrich was kind of saying.
Where does your next David Gravel come from? You see what I'm saying?
That's what the All-Stars used to be. They don't have that anymore, yeah.
Well, it was like a breeding ground. It was like you go to the All-Stars.
It was like a truck series.
Kind of. But I think more recent history with the All-Stars was, I think, more or less guys that just couldn't afford to be on the Outlaw Tour.
Think so.
You know what I mean? I think they had I think Courtney, he's a Outlaw caliber driver, maybe Zeb Wise. Maybe a couple other guys regionally in PA or Ohio have the talent, but not necessarily the money to do it.
Right.
But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know for fact. It's just a guess.
But I mean, there's a big hole in Ohio now without the All-Stars. But I just that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about these local tracks, weekly racing, and developing the talent and giving these guys a place to race, and having somebody see them run and give them a shot in their car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, where is that going to be? Is that going to be all local based now?
Well, where's all the money going to come from? Because, I mean, I saw Port Royal's high limit because of the flow, I'm guessing. They're a flow track.
Right.
So they're not going to have the Outlaws anymore.
Right.
But, I mean, is that how it's going to go across the country? Someone's going to get punished for having a high limit race?
Well, there's been the talk that, you're going to have to be picking. Tracks are having to pick.
But who is this benefiting?
Egos.
Exactly. Like I said, the top 20 guys in the country.
Right.
God bless them. Go make as much money as you want. This is America. But, I listened to Gravel's thing last week. They're gonna be making a lot more money at these races, a lot more money in these points funds. That's great. But then you get a comment like, well, we have too many races. I don't like being on the road so much. And it's just kind of like
racing privilege.
Well, right, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, what's the long-term business model look like for this stuff? I mean, these incurred purses this year. How much is the fan going to pay to get into an Outlaw show now?
Right.
Is it unchanged?
Right.
Or is it the same? Or is my kid going to cost me $15 to bring in a race now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking a regular Outlaw show. I mean, are the high limit shows going to be $40, $45, $50 on the weekend too?
Right. What's it going to cost to go to a high limit show to just see Brad Sweet and maybe Kyle?
Well, not only that, it's just like, maybe the Outlaws are coming to town the next weekend or in a couple weeks or, I don't know. So, I mean, that's a lot of money for a guy bringing his family to a dirt car track.
It is. You're right. I mean, it's going to be interesting.
I think the big shows are one thing. You know, your big shows, your Kings Royals and Knoxvilles. But I mean, we're talking about a regular high limit or outlaw show, and you got to throw that kind of money out.
Well, you got to halfway someone, kind of think that the sport seems to at least be going towards just sort of a event-based thing now. You know, that's what they're after. That's what's going to be what everyone's trying to do, is just create events like the late model world. That's what the late model world is. You know, it ain't about one or the other. It's about creating these big events, and some will get it and some won't, you know.
But I feel like the late models, they have the cars to do that.
They do that. Yeah, they can. That's my point. Is I don't think that there's room for two. I don't think there's room for two nationals. There's just not. There's room for a cup and then a truck bush level, an outlaw, and then a let's see what you can do, not as big as a series, all-star style schedule series. And that's about it. There's not the cars to do the two nationals. There's not enough stars of the sport.
No, I agree with you 100%.
You know, and we barely have regional stars. Our big regional stars barely survive in PA and barely survive in Iowa. I mean, who's a big Iowa star? McCarl and Brian Brown?
Yeah.
I mean, and who's a big PA star? Danny Dietrich, and are we Freddie Raymer? Lance Deweese, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think Brett Marks counts anymore. I don't think Mack count. I mean, they're not. But like you said, late models can do that.
Right.
They have the cars.
They have the depth.
Yes.
And they got star power, you know.
But if High Limit truly is going to make these races events, you're talking 50 races, 60 races, I'm guessing. Probably.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not as heavy as the Outlaw schedule, but who's to say the Outlaws don't see this year and say, wow, that really worked for them. Let's scale back our schedule. Because this year, I mean, when High Limit isn't racing, all those guys will be running with the Outlaws.
Right.
You know, but let's say this High Limit thing goes well, and they have these little mini events all across America, and they do well. And the Outlaws scale back to 60 races, and they go the true event style races. And then you got these guys competing against each other every weekend.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have the High Limit guys at the Outlaw show.
Right.
You're going to have watered down supposed big time sprint car races all over the country.
Pretty much.
For good money.
Yeah, good money, but how much of a
But again,
lure
how
to see
much
it?
is enough money? Like these guys do.
Somebody just said too much credit to late models. This is a person who doesn't know about late model racing, I'm assuming. But
I don't know anything about late model racing.
Well, no, the
really.
person commenting. I mean, they said it's too much credit to late models. I mean, it's not too much credit. The late model world's doing what y'all are worried about doing. They've been doing it for 10 or 15 years. You know, thriving in it. But
I can go out to Wayne County Speedway on a Saturday night, and there's 25 late models out there, local guys running.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't get that in 410s most of the time. I mean, you can get that scenario
on a good night. Yeah, on a good night out there, there'd be 25.
Right.
But
yeah. In Ohio, PA, and Iowa, maybe you can't go across the country and pull it off like you can with the other stuff.
No.
So
I don't know. I'm just starting to worry, I guess, in a roundabout way. I think things are going to really get watered down.
Right.
And it's not going to be the same draw like when you got one of these circuses coming to town.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So that's kind of what I've been thinking lately.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be hard to pull off shows. That's going to be the hard part, is to pull off shows.
I mean, that's one thing I guess no one's talking about is how this is going to affect the local tracks.
Yeah.
And just local racing every week. Because, I mean, these guys are so, I mean, it's cost them a lot of money. They don't got a lot of money. And, you know, What's the point of them to keep doing what they're doing?
Right, you're saying it could be the end of racing locally, events only. Weekly
that's what I'm
racing is
getting
going to
at.
die, yeah. Well, it's been
gonna be done.
slowly going that way for a while now. But this is what you're saying could be the straw on the camel's back.
I mean, what's going to keep them going? What?
Yeah, because I guess the only thing they can say is
Where's the
book a
money
show.
coming from? I mean, where's the money coming from?
I do not know. That's a good question. Where
I mean,
is it
are
coming
these tracks going to get a cut now of Dirt Vision and Flow?
Well,
When they have a show?
They potentially been getting cuts of Flow, but I ain't heard too many getting cuts of Dirt Vision.
Well, nobody knows anything about Dirt Vision.
Yeah.
It's just a big mystery.
Yeah, it's a big mystery. Yeah.
I want to
Why,
go tell a sponsor. Well, how many people are going to see my company on this Dirt Vision? I don't know. No idea.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's just us. It's
No, I
not
know.
nobody new.
Well, I was
It's
being
nobody new.
sarcastic, but
Oh, yeah.
it's a lot. You know, when you get that question, it's a lot. Well, how much?
Well,
Can't tell you.
that's the thing. They want to say, well, it's really growing. How's it growing? Tell me how. How's it grown? Because I don't think it's grown. It's us buying Dirt Vision and Flow.
Right.
You know?
It's not like promoting the sport. It's hard. Like that's what a good point Spike makes. Is it's like, how are you going to tell somebody that's never seen anything to pay $150 to watch it? You know, that's the one negative of
you're
streaming.
not.
It
They
doesn't
might buy
promote
a
it.
race. Yeah, they might buy a race, but some kid or some guy that saw, I don't know, a
Car going down the
YouTube
road.
highlight or, yeah, isn't going to fork over $150 for a subscription. That just doesn't happen.
Right. Don't even know if they're going to like it or not. You got to. There is an issue in properly promoting the sport. I guess in a weird way, we have been leaning on YouTube and Facebook and social media race highlights to promote the sport. And like we heard earlier, guys are canceling subscriptions and going to local racetracks and then just watching the big events highlights on YouTube later that night.
I mean, I've thought about doing it.
I mean, it's not a bad thing for the
I'm not
local
gonna lie.
tracks. That's not a bad idea, honestly.
But maybe Kyle, that's what he's going to do. He's going to promote the hell out of it.
Well, hope so. I think that Brad and Kyle. I think Brad's the workhorse. Kyle's the platform, but I think Brad really wants to make it bigger. I do think when you talk to him,
I
he
think
sees.
Brad Sweet genuinely cares and wants to do something. Like he genuinely, like that. I think he really cares. He really does. I think.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think he does, and I think he, Outlaw. Like I said the other week or the other day, I don't even know, a week ago or something. I was like, who is responsible for not promoting this sport for all these years to where the girl at Starbucks don't know what it is? What's the main
the
brand?
Outlaws.
It's the Outlaws, right? Like the NFL made football big, USC made MMA big, NBA made basketball big, and these brands, they end up taking over the industry because they made it big. And the Outlaws have failed in that department, in my opinion. So let's see what Brad and Kyle can do.
I don't think they failed. I think it was intentional.
Why do you think intentional?
Because then you lose control.
So it's all about power in your little pond.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was alluding to that as well in one of the videos. I said that, if it got too big, these other fish will eat them up. That's very true.
I mean, if I was high limit, I would have a 410 sprint car race the Friday or Saturday night before the Indy 500.
Yep.
I'd
I'd have it Tuesday or Wednesday. I wouldn't want to fuck around.
I would invite Al Unser or Al Unser. Yeah,
Mario
I don't know if he's
Andretti,
got-
all of them.
I would invite all of these guys and get ABC or ESPN to pimp it out and say,
I would
this
bring
is
the
what
roster.
these guys did.
Yeah, well, I would bring the roster of drivers to the track and introduce them, get them on TV. Bring your main guys.
But I mean, there's video footage out there of those guys back in the day racing on dirt tracks in those old school sprint cars.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they did.
It made big money back then too. Champ cars were racing for $30,000 in the 70s. That's back when NASCAR was paying $5,000 and $8,000. So dirt champ cars were huge money back then. They weren't just doing it because they wanted to give back to dirt. They were doing it because it was paying big money. You know.
I mean, all these names, these household names that everyone knows in motorsports, they all came from a dirt track, if they mean anything.
Right.
That's what people don't realize.
Right.
I mean, they really do.
Damn.
Maybe Kyle can get his buddy Jeff Warner promoted a little bit.
I'm
Maybe
sure
he
that
can kick
Kyle's
back a
going to
little.
come with a decent roster of people that's going to promote this thing bigger than you ever saw. I mean, he already got Dale Jr. to do a whole video around the series. So, I mean, that's the angle that I think the Outlaws may be slipping in is how much they can reach people instantly. Yeah, somebody in the comment section says that World Racing Group doesn't want to coexist with any other series. They want to take over. They want it to be just one on top. I would agree with that. You know,
100%.
Yeah. So I don't know if Brad Sweet wants to kill the Outlaws as much as the Outlaws want to kill High Limit. I think the Outlaws want to take High Limit out personally. I don't think they like it at all. So
No, they can't stand it. But I think the World of Outlaws, I think the World Racing Group could make and create their own demise.
yeah, they already
High
have.
Limit isn't going to do it. I think they'll do it themselves.
If there wasn't this gap in pay for the drivers and the teams, you wouldn't even had High Limit to begin with. They should have been paying them their hose a little bit better. They wanted to go work for another pimp. You know, that's basically the situation. You know,
I don't even know if it was so much paying them better. It was more. I think it was more or less is just they knew the dirt vision was blowing up. They knew the streaming was big, but they weren't allowed to know about it. These guys don't even know how many people are watching them.
Right.
These guys go running the Knoxville Nationals, the biggest race in sprint car racing, and you know you're in the pits and you're talking to a race director. I don't know, whoever. Brian Carter maybe shows up one day. Brian, how were the numbers last week? Sorry, Brad, I can't tell you that.
Right, and it's crazy. The broadcast companies release all their stuff publicly, weekly, all of them, no matter how bad or good they are.
But you just have to ask yourself, why don't they want to know how many people are watching it? Why wouldn't you want anyone to know that? Especially the guys working for you.
It don't make much sense to me.
It makes zero sense.
The people working
That's
for
where
you
that's
should
where
know.
they messed up.
The people
That's where they
working
messed
for
up.
the transparency, but that's leaders to followers more so than leaders to warriors. But yeah, they messed up when they didn't want to. They should be. They don't have a responsibility to tell us, but to tell the people on the roster making that money. Yeah, I think they had a responsibility to do that. And they dropped the ball on it. So
I personally know someone that had a sponsorship deal with the World of Outlaws. Okay, and when he asked them, well, how many people are seeing this? You know, my commercials on Dirt Vision, blah, 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 blah. Couldn't share that information. With the sponsor. And I'm not talking about Nas or somebody like that. Maybe they know. I don't know. You know, these bigger ones, these national brands. But I know that for a fact.
yeah, that's true. I mean, I've heard the same thing from other people. So nobody gets to know for some reason. Nobody gets to know. But
I mean, Flo and High Limit had no problem putting their numbers out. Didn't they do that a couple weeks ago? All the viewership.
they tried. They did. I think a lot of people are saying they overinflated, but yeah, they put out some numbers. Yeah.
I mean, so what do you think next year's going to be like? Think it's just going to be like chaos, or it's just going to be? Let's just wait and see what happens.
I think the next 2 weeks when these schedules come out and High Limit announces some drivers, I think that's going to change a lot of stuff.
I mean, are there any drivers left they can take?
Right. I'm curious on to see what this Macedo thing does.
Macedo hasn't announced he's going back to the Outlaws yet.
I haven't seen anything. Maybe I'm stupid, but I ain't seen anything. And he does have an alliance with Tarlton, and Tarlton and Larson are very close. I mean, Macedo is Tarleton's nephew, so I mean, and Tarleton sponsored the Cup car for Larson at Vegas a couple years ago, and he sponsors the JJR car a little bit. So, and he's helped get Cole Macedo in the team car a little bit. So, I just see a bunch of potential alliances between Macedo's team and Larson. But the all-buy or all-ball guy apparently wants to win an Outlaw championship. I don't know how that. I don't know. Just guessing.
Well, you can put Tarlton on the side of that car.
That's
So
what I'm
it's
saying.
all-ball.
That's what I'm saying. But we'll have to see where it goes. I mean, the Macedo card's the only one that's not played yet right now. Everyone else that's a big name outside of Donnie Schatz, which I think Schatz is Outlaws or nothing. All the other names are recommitted. The Hodenschild, the Selzy, the Schuhart, they're all high limit or Outlaws. Jacob Allen's the only one who I think could do high limit because the schedule apparently, he couldn't. It didn't fit his style. So at least that's what it seemed like. That's another one that's out there, and I hear that's a Kofoy McFadden tandem, and I don't know if they'll split it or they'll go rogue. Apparently, Rico's on gravel tomorrow. I think we'll find out what he's doing. Marks has been
to go rogue.
Marks has been the name that's in and out and around in the West Coast swings. The only reason he ain't in it, but I think that High Limit's going to release like a set of drivers more so than one by one like the Outlaws. So I think we'll learn that set in the next 2 weeks.
When's PRI next week?
Next weekend, I do believe. Yes.
Yeah, we'll find out.
But
it's going to be real interesting. It really is. I just, like I said, sound like being a dead horse, but the local guy, they're not getting anything out of this stuff.
They're not going to get no all-star opportunity either. Yeah, they're going to either have to race Brad Sweet and Larson or the World of Outlaws to showcase national ability. So that's a big deal too. They don't have the Truck Series, Bush Series example that the All-Stars provided is gone. But
it is.
All righty. Well, it looks like we do have a few missed calls, but I do enjoy you calling in, Steve. You hit the nail on the head there. What's going to happen there? We'll see. We'll see.
All right, take it easy. It's good talking to you.
All righty. Thank you for calling, Steve.
Later.
Bye. We do have a few more missed calls. We are 3.5 hours in. 863. Who do we got here? Who is this? Chat back up. We do not have any more super chats. We got $8 worth of super chats for 4 hours now. Hello, what's your name? Where you from? Who's calling?
Yeah, this is Brian from Florida.
Okay, Brian Stewart, I'm assuming, the guy in the comment section.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so how's the Top Gun series treating you?
I saw one of those shows.
I'm just saying, you're calling in to talk about sprint car racing. You ain't in a good geographical location to be doing so.
Well, born and raised, I've lived down in Florida for about 12 years now, but I'm from Illinois.
Oh, okay. Late model country.
Yeah, more late model country, but the Top Gun series is...
Oh, God. What do you even say about that?
It's hard to watch.
Oh, God.
It's hard to watch.
And they get fans somehow, and that's bad. That's just as bad as promotion for racing as the NASCAR boys are. But anyways, what do you want to talk about? Seemed like you had some things to say.
Yeah, I know I made some comments with the late models, and so it seems like there's a lot of comparison where the sprint cars are sitting right now, and then trying to compare to what the late models are doing. And obviously that's clear just with the two, trying to come with two national series.
Well, and they've said it,
Yeah, here's where the late models are. And I think in this part, the late models are ahead of the sprint cars because there is two national series. But the World of Outlaws and Lucas, and I try to say this clear, that the open late model national series are sitting on, in my opinion, the foundation is sitting on sand. There's nothing backing it up. Every regional series is struggling. There's very little to no local. I mean, I know you could talk about the Pennsylvania area, which seems like late models seem to be strong in that area. But the late model, when you said late model country in Illinois, you can count, 3 tracks that run them weekly now. Iowa is pretty much non-existent, open late models.
Well, they got MLRA and Mars that runs all around Illinois and Iowa as well as Kansas. And you got the Super Late Model Tour that runs into Missouri and in Louisiana. And then you got the Hunt the Front Series down there in the Southeast. And then you got the Ohio Valley Series. You got the Ironman Series in the Tennessees. You got the, what's that one in Indiana? It runs to Brownstown every now and then. You got the one up in Wisconsin, Wasoda. Pennsylvania has their own thing, you know.
Pennsylvania does have their own thing. And what Port Royal pays is, I don't like Greg Satterley. He doesn't run a national tour and doesn't need to.
Right.
And there's enough of that out there. But all those series you mentioned, go look at the followers. We have so MLRA, you have 4 cars that follow it?
Well, no. It depends on if you're talking about the East or the West. Because they got 2. Well, and then also you got the Hoker Truckin Series. Sorry, I forgot about that. They got the Hoker Series here in Iowa.
Yeah, but that's not supers. Those aren't supers.
Well, they're restricted, but
yeah. But the MLRA, when you have these series, they're not. It's the regional series outside of PA. The Mars series, I thought they did a really good job this year. But if you look at the car count on these series, it's not like there's 10 travelers in these regional series.
Okay. They're
not there. So when you look at these national series and they're running, so you have Lucas, and I know there was some friends of mine, we had this little debate about what series has, the better cars, drivers. The debate would be the World of Outlaws from top to bottom, maybe a little bit stronger than the Lucas. Some may not feel that.
Yeah, but at the top, Lucas has always kind of been one. It's always been considered 1A.
It's kind of like football. You have the SEC, you got those few teams at the top, but when you look at the bottom, it doesn't. That's where the whole so many debate where once upon a time, not necessarily this year, was the Big Ten. But so if the late model series is doing all this and they're doing all these right things, and they have 2 series of these classes that are going, and you start looking at that bottom half, what is coming up that's going to fill these guys when they're out? I'll just say it. Dennis Erb is on the tail end of his career. Shane Clanton's on the tail end of his career. These are national guys. So who's coming up that's going to follow these guys? The Brian Shirley.
Drake Troutman. I'd have to go down the list, but there's money in late models.
There's money in late models.
And even if you want to let's just say there is only 4 to 6 full-time MLRA, Mars, Ironman, SAS, Hunt the Front, there's a few others, Super. Let's just say there's 5 or 6 and the 2 national series. There's nothing like that for sprint car racing at all.
Correct. So my thing where I'm going with the late models is the 5-10,000 win shows are becoming empty. These car counts are going to fall off.
Yeah, if you ain't paying 20,000, you don't get a car at a late model show.
Correct. And that's what it sounds like. That's what Hunt the Front is changing in the South. They're raising that.
Right.
From their point fund, it looks like going in this. So the sprint car world, one of the things, and I'm more of a late mod guy in the sprints, and I've really got more into sprints since COVID when there wasn't anything on TV, and of course racing was still in the grandstands.
I went to the first race back at Park Jefferson, the first sporting event in the world. I was there.
So the sprint car world, one of the things I'm scratching my head is I would say coast to coast, there's more sprint cars than there are late models. There's not much late models in the West Coast when you start getting out to California, which kind of spreads the sprint car world. And you correct me, you're more knowledgeable on this, but the late models are geographically all like in this one area from east to south, and then you got your Midwest.
You could say that the sprint cars do have a West Coast presence and the late models don't, as far as supers. because they do have crates and they have the bullshit classes. But if we're talking 410s to supers, the two top divisions,
correct.
You could say that, but there ain't a damn fucking presence at all from Tennessee to Florida, from the East Coast all the way until California in that whole region. I mean, well, I guess Oklahoma has the Power Eye and they got that now, that joke of a 410 series, but there ain't a damn 410 series anything presence outside of those little areas, whereas late models are from down there where you're at all the way up to the border of Canada.
Correct. So the sprint car world, for me, when I see it, and just looking at the drivers and where they're from, they're spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Well, it's hotbeds. So it's PA, Iowa, West Coast, and that's about it.
Okay. Which to have a national series, so this is where I'm scratching my head and thinking.
I'll throw in Ohio. I'm sorry, I don't want to disrespect. A little bit of Ohio, IRA, a little bit of Wisconsin, but that's about it. Sorry.
So so now you have two national series, and even with the World of Outlaws and the Lucas, they generally stay in these strong hotbeds of late models. They're not going to California and Texas. Well, maybe they're going to now. It looks like the World of Outlaws might dab into that a little bit. But so if you're sprint cars, how are you supposed to have two national series when you have a PA area that, for money-wise, it seems to be, it's pretty strong in those areas.
It's the Hollywood of the sprint car industry, yeah.
So the late models outside of a series, they don't have a track like Port Royal. I mean, you could say Fairbury is the only one that's paying that kind of money for a guy that's in a regional area. So the Pennsylvania has that. So for like a Brett Marks to go run a series and travel all across the coast, how does that make sense? Even with the less races, I guess until we see their schedule, financially, does that make any sense? And this is where I know the debate between High Limit and World of Outlaws, but it's like, where are all these cars coming from that are going to support these series?
No, and that's why I've been saying I just don't think that it's technically possible. I don't think that there's enough cars to make it work.
So if Kyle and Brad, if the business plan was laid out and it's not to there's some disconnect of how they feel the World of Outlaws run their business, and they feel it's unfair to the drivers. And I know you guys and Clark has shared that with the streaming. But how is that not on the table to make this work? Why would High Limit go from a midweek show, paying the money that they did, by the All-Stars, not keeping it regionally for 1 year to build it into this? Why would they go from, I don't know, their first year of running midweek shows to now going all the way, we're going to be have a national presence? To me, it doesn't make any business sense.
Well, I think they had the connections on the West. The West Coast swing is a big part of the World of Outlaws being a national series. I mean, technically, when you're hearing the rumors of this world High Limit schedule, what is technically new? I mean, going to Eagle, that's new, I guess, and then going to the West Coast, and that's about it. They're not adding much on. But it's that bad, grueling swing that is so tough, for guys to do, I think, to the West Coast.
So have a national series, their job is to bring the show.
Right.
And if the show, who's the drivers that are bringing the show?
That's your problem.
And that's that's where it's like, so is this going to be a one and done? I mean, I understand the connections in that, and I'm not saying the World of Outlaws are sitting there fine, but I will say, in my opinion, and I told you I was a late model guy, the USMTS is by far, in my opinion, top to bottom, is a show. Todd does an excellent job with that.
Yeah,
it
sucks that they look so slow on a stream, but they look so damn slow. That's the problem. I said that's the problem with modifieds is they look too fucking slow on a stream. They just look slow.
Yep. But as far as a blueprint of a racing series, when the USMTS rolls in, they're bringing 15, 20 guys.
Oh yeah, they got it.
They've got that part of it.
But they're also extremely regional in a way, you know.
They are. But and he's cut his series back for how many dates, which I think has helped them because they used to run a more of a bigger schedule. And the last few years, he's cut that back.
Right.
And I think that's helped them. But the whole national series things with the sprint cars, the late models are in a certain region. And then the sprint cars seem to be spread out. And I'm not saying there's more sprint cars than there are late models, but even this national series thing, I mean, you have now Earl Pearson Jr. and that ride folding up. Who's replacing him? Right. You know, this is going to start. I've been around this. I'm 48 years old. I've been involved with race schemes. I've been involved with racetracks. I will tell you, this is starting to unfold, maybe not at a rapid pace, but it's clear to me when I look in the grandstands, maybe the generation a little bit before me, and I know you've touched and you've done a fantastic job pointing that out. These grandstands, I look around and it's like my dad's 77 years old, still going to the races.
Right.
But that generation is going away.
Right.
And so now if we're having national series and we're losing teams, how are we replacing those teams? Who's coming in taking Earl Pearson spot? You know, who's that next guy? And some of these other drivers.
Let's be fair to the Earl Pearson comment. Earl Pearson is a legend in his own right, but he hasn't necessarily lit up the stat board. If all of a sudden Ricky Thornton Jr., his ride was gone, I think you'd have him a ride in less than 3 days, maybe less than 24 hours because of how he's lighting up the stat board. Earl Pearson Jr., even though he is legendary in his accomplishments, in the last 3 to 5 years, what's Earl Pearson Jr. really done that's wowing? You know.
Let me back up. It's not about Earl Pearson and his accomplishment. I'm talking about a team that's done.
You're talking about financials.
Yes, Papich is no longer funding a national race. He didn't move Earl Pearson and put somebody else in it.
Well, but at the same light, that was a new team in itself. That wasn't like a existing team that came in. You know, that was...
They were around for 2 years.
Right. So that was an addition that subtracted. So it's still even in that department.
Well, he was with the Stuckey House car. Then he went to the Papich. Now that team is gone. So what team? I've talked to there's a few drivers and car owners I know that I've spoken to, and they said there is not many car owners, new teams that are coming into the sport. They're not coming into the National Series. Part of the reason when I was at Eldora for the World, one of the things I heard about is these guys' tire bills, which this is a whole nother thing. When you look at the line item, that these tire bills are bigger than they're freshening up their motors.
Right.
And guys are spending 6 digits a year on tires.
Yeah.
I mean, so if these car owners are losing money, who are these new car owners that are coming in? And that's where the National Series, I think when you have 2 of them, it's going to get hard. So the sprint cars are trying to jump to that, which I'm not sure how that's even going to work.
It's not.
If High Limit has 6 guys following the series, what happens?
Right. You almost have the same situation as, that's what happened with the NSL and the NSTs and all this, is you only had like 6 guys between the 2 national type things, and it just diluted the overall class in itself, because it's not the late model world. I mean, the late model world, not technically, I think they had you had 20 at the beginning of the year. You had 22 committed to the Outlaws, I believe it was, and like 14 committed to Lucas. So you had 35-ish teams that were committed to run full time in the late model world. You're not even close to that in the sprint car world, you know.
Right.
The outlaw drivers, you know, like I said the other day, the reason the Noah Gasses and the Bill Roses are there, not because they're technically qualified, it's just they're the only ones that can afford to go and do it.
Yeah, and the gentleman that called in about the Bill Rose running every lap, that's the same thing with Dustin Walker with the World of Outlaws, late models.
Right.
Same thing.
Very similar.
This guy gets lapped and he spins out and it was like doing. So the question, and I would even say, and you would know this more than I would, with the
but he's kind of a rarity. But Dustin Walker is one of the rarity.
They are. But you almost, when you have a series like the World of Outlaws and the Noah Gas of the world, you need them for I guess you need them to have a show, because that World of Outlaw, do you feel top to bottom? I mean, the bottom half is pretty weak.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I don't think that the late model world needs Dustin Walker.
No.
But you're right.
When he's the only guy, but he jumped on it. He's the only guy who ran for Rookie of the Year.
Right.
So he backed into that on there. So it's kind of, you know, it's like Max Blair did with Lucas. He didn't have any competition. The year before, he had like 8 guys with the Lucas Oil the year Garrett Alberson won it.
Right.
But you don't. So I just look at racing as a whole. I'm not one that I think, you know, some of the things, I think it was Jeremy Elliott and your guys' conversation, which was, I thought, fantastic. There's just so many things that are done, and we are creatures of our own habit. We just do the same thing over and over and over again. And I don't know, I'm not saying I have the answers, but I think there's, as far as late models, I know that your probably chat will blow up when they say this. What's wrong with having a league? You know, you mentioned something about 12 races and you have the top 20 drivers. I don't know how you create that committee and you have those 20 guys and they run 12 races a year with a big purse with $1 million to win it at the end.
Yeah, I was saying the perfect money. Honestly, if I had my way, I mean, what I would do is I would take 25 million, put on 20 events, $5 million to marketing, $1 million purses each race. There you go. It's over.
And what for the late model world? I know you're talking about sprint cars.
Any of them.
That's now you're creating a league,
right?
Like the NFL.
Yeah.
And now your regionals become your minor leagues.
Yeah.
And
that
is exactly. And I think people, when you bring new fans to the sport, that's one thing NASCAR has that dirt racing does not. It's all sprint cars have it more than late models. The late models are all over the place.
Yeah, and I get this. I feel like I'm disrespected when people call sprint car racing minor league, but after talking with you and saying that, in a way, the way the organizations operate, it operates as a minor league. There is not a major. There is technically right now not a major league organization in dirt racing, period.
That is exactly how I see it. And that is, if there was a way to change that, I think that would only elevate the sport of dirt racing, because a fan can identify these are the professionals.
Right.
Right now, we're kind of, JD wins $1 million, that gets some buzz. Ricky Thornton has a good year. Pierce has a really good year. And I agree, when it comes to the points, nobody really cares until the end, I guess. But when somebody can say you have a regional series, and that's where I like, when you talk about having $1 million purse, I'm saying you cut that off to, and I don't know if you have a committee, kind of like a college football, where it's based on your performance the year before, that you get into this 20 guys, get to run it. I don't know if you do that, where you get points throughout the year for winning Lucas, winning these things, to where it's an invite, but you're part of this league, that it's not for a random guy showing up there. And I know we want to root for the underdog, but at the end of the day, the fans want to see the best guys race.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
there ain't no underdogs at most of the time at Knoxville and World 100s.
So now, if there is a setting of what you're mentioning, and the details would all be involved in that once the money was that figured out, but where they're earning their way into this league to run these 20 races, but at the same time, they know they need to compete in Lucas events, World of Outlaw events, obviously Crown Jewel still, to keep their status, to have a chance to stay in this league. I think now you're rewarding those guys. The other thing too is I'm not a man, and I know I'm going to get crucified for this. I think the days of heat races are done. Outside of the World 100,
I think formats.
Heat races are the.
Yeah.
My opinion, if I had it, Chaz, if I had the money and had it all set, I would bring you on, and I want you to be part of the committee of kind of formatting this. But I think time trial knockouts I think it would add a different buzz to dirt racing. You eliminate the heat races. You're still going to be on the track 8 times. I kind of randomly talked to a few drivers about this, what their thought. The one feedback I kept getting is they don't have to race with anybody when the money's on the line. Meaning they don't have to race 10 cars because there's no money in that heat race.
Yeah, but I think I would personally go different routes in qualifying. I don't know if I'd do knockouts. I would do bigger races, transferring more cars is what I would do. Instead of, even if you got only 30 or 40 cars or whatever, I wouldn't do 10 car heat races. I would want 15 to 20 cars on the track no matter what we're doing.
Well, that's the way I don't know if you're familiar, remember, that's the way the Busch All-Star Tour used to be in the Midwest. They used to have 2 heats. They'd run them on downboard tap mile, and you'd have 25 cars in heat. They'd only have 2. That was it.
Right.
It was like a passing point thing there. I just know when I go to sprint cars, the time trials is a big part of the show. The fans eat it up. In late models, it's the fans they're not into those.
But the sprint car racing is criticized because it's too heavily lenient on that qualifying lap as well.
And
it does kill the quality of the show, in my opinion.
Yeah. And that's why I was thinking, the sprint car. I'd love to see a knockout format in time trial for a sprint car race, and just see how there would be some buzz with it. Obviously, anytime you change things, you're going to hear about it. I'm just curious, and that's to me, Chaz. I don't know if it will work, but that's the stuff that's missing in racing. I thought what Cody, before COVID, he was going to do the Boone race, the World of Outlaw race, I believe it was going to be.
Yeah.
Might have been a Lucas. I don't remember. And he was going to do the 3 wide in the late model deal.
Yeah.
And I thought, it's just a little twist. I know the drivers didn't like it, and I think they tried it and they killed it. But it's Cody to me is one of the guys that was thinking outside the box and doing things.
Talking about
Malakote? No, Cody Summers.
Summers. Was that Cody Summers?
He was going to do the it was in 19. He was going to do I think he was involved with the Boone. It was going to be the World of Outlaw race at Boone.
Well, they did a 3-wide start at Boone with the late models. It was.
They did, but I think his event.
I didn't know that was Cody Summers' event, though.
See, I don't think the second go around was. The first one got canceled, I think, because of COVID. I want to say it was COVID. He was going to be the original one doing that. I'm pretty sure it was Cody. I could be wrong. But I thought it was Cody that was going to put that event on. And then they ended up canceling it, and then it did happen, but I don't think Cody was involved in that. I could be way off on that. But that's the stuff is changing. And when we talk about new generations and new people involved in racing, this is the stuff I think, try it. Do it. And some of these things, I just think I know the late model world, and I think the sprint car would be good in it. I think there needs to be what I would consider as a league. And I'm not saying a league where they don't run anything else. Like JD, let's just say Pedersen Thornton, right? They would be in this league. because of their performance this year.
Right.
So they would be in that league. So that committee would select 20, 24 guys. They would be in that league. But their status to stay in that, not only in there, they still have to perform outside of that league. So they're still going to run the crown jewels and things like that. And I think that's, you know, you can put the details in where the points fall. And
You're
how
basically
to get
talking
it.
about conferences, you know.
Kind of.
You turn,
at the end of the
World
year,
Outlaws and Lucas into the conferences.
yes, and that's what you're having. And I think it would be now those guys are racing to get into that because it is that's a huge, just on the money level.
Right.
And now they're going to race the best of the best. I think your fans are still going to support the Lucas and World of Outlaws because those guys will be popping in and out of that particular league, which I think, I know you mentioned the High Limit Lucas. I think High Limit would be great for something like that. It kind of fits, I guess, the name
right
of that. And then you start structuring in that. You have your Lucases and your World of Outlaws. But it's what you said, the $1 million purse. I mean, and then you do it. And then at the points, I mean, wouldn't that be cool if it was $1 million to win the title?
Right.
I mean, it would just, with the streaming and everything in, I think the stands would be packed. The people would support it. I don't think it would hurt the series outside of that. Because now everybody's racing. They're trying to get into that league. It's just, it's almost like tryouts.
Yeah,
and everybody's fighting to get in there.
Well, I mean, what we're talking about sounds great. Just take somebody willing to put the money and the organization into it. You know, the money's the bigger issue. Everything works when the money's there.
It does. And the other thing is like you mentioned, is the egos. Trying to get everybody to move in the same direction. I will say, just on the business side, for what I've been in, I've seen things that it blew my mind. And so when I hear stuff, it's for the drivers, it's for this. I mean, I don't know the whole XR deal. I don't know Barry by any way, but I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock if it wasn't late model right now. And those guys, the money they're making, if it wasn't for him, none of that was happening.
Right.
None of that was happening.
And even the sprint car deal too, because it influenced it all to happen.
Exactly. It was definitely. But I would tell you right now, some of the things I'm hearing of, I don't want to say blackballed, but he's not in the club kind of thing. I don't know if that's the right. It just blows my mind because everybody will tell you we're doing it for the drivers and the sport, but it's crazy. I had a car owner tell me at the World that the the pay went up, but if you were looking at 10th place on these 30,000 to win races, even some of these 50,000 races, series races, 10th paid less than what it did last year or the year before. And I said, you got to be kidding me. He goes, no, it's not what people think it is. And I don't know. That was a car owner that runs a national series. And I thought that was very interesting. I started looking at some of that, and he's not off. And I think some of that came to light with, I don't remember the man's name that owns English's car, but he's shared some things on there. So racing is, and then these fans are paying this money and they're getting excited, but it's the same race. So when a certain track has a 30, 40, 50,000 to win race, and I'm not talking a crown jewel, it's the same race as when it pays 15, 20. You're not getting anybody new.
Right.
It's not, there's no difference. So, but it's a double-edged sword as a promoter, because if you advertise it, the purse and not the win, the fans may throw a fit a little more on just the ticket price. But that's kind of where I've never really been a fan of what it pays to win. I think they should throw the purse they're paying out. I think that's more important. But the fans, I understand that doesn't create the social buzz of what it pays to win. But the purses are the most important thing for the drivers.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, the win is great, but like he said, was it $3,500, $3,000 just to unload? I mean, that some of those numbers were, and I was aware of that, but, you know, these guys are, and, you know, you've got the tow money and all these other things, and if it's a 2-day show, and if it gets rained out, you don't get paid for that, and there's all these, there's just a lot of things behind the curtain, and Chaz, I know you know a lot of this, that people aren't aware of. And so it looks good, and the fans get all excited about it, but it's not, I don't think people really understand what's truly, you know, I know we're getting caught on the whole streaming thing, but there's a lot of things. And I will tell you, there's a lot of people in the late model world who have power, and they're calling the shots.
Yeah. Chassis.
And it's,
Chassis.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then some. So, and it is always going to that. And when there's, I think Jeremy and your conversation talking about a governor body, which you can make a case of why that could be bad, but that is one of the things that hurts racing. That's why when you look at dirt racing, sprint cars and late models, it is just freaking, it's just, everything is just out there. There's no, the structure of it is just, it's just mind blowing when you take a big snapshot of a whole view. Some people just look in a small screen. When you look at the big screen, it is hard. So any corporate sponsor to come in, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Looking at it. It is.
Where am I going? What should I get into?
Yeah. And I think that, I think this, and I think where your show goes, and you're talking about things, because if the right people would get in the room and want the same goals, it's all there.
It is all there, and that's the problem. That's why the ego is the issue, because the ego is what's holding that back. Everybody wants to be the king shit dog of the whole thing instead of working together and making it bigger and everything.
So if this high limit thing doesn't work, or say it's there, but it doesn't have quite the status everyone thought it was, I mean, I don't know how long you could sell tickets just on Kyle Larson running in the middle of the week. I don't know. I don't know when that gets old.
Right.
I'm not sure. I don't, at some point it will. But does it set sprint cars back if the high limit fails? Or does it give power? Does it set the driver? I mean, this is where where I look for a driver in a car, and I know the car owners can be not part of the solution, some of them, but it's like, if this doesn't work, the drivers, it's going to be bad for them, because you're now going back into, because the whole deal, you're splitting up. You've got World of Outlaws, and now you got High Limit. If these two aren't equal, some could say the World of Outlaws and Lucas are pretty equal as far as the racing, the screen, all that stuff. The Travelers, they both have a pretty strong following as far as drivers. If one doesn't do that and doesn't have a driver roster, or has 6 guys or 5 guys, is it sustainable? I mean, does the grandstands fill? Does the viewership stay strong? And if that doesn't work because your series doesn't have a show, I mean, if it becomes the Brad Sweet show, it's going to be bad.
Right.
Then how does that not set back sprint car racing? Now your drivers, you've been getting $10,000 to win in World of Outlaws for all these years. Now they're stepping up their pay, but now you're going to be stuck. What's pushing the pay to go up if this does not work?
Not
and
sure.
This is why
it's going to be. I think it's going to digress. Probably It's either going to take off like they're all hoping or digress back to an all-star style.
And this is why I know there's so many smart people in that room as far as High Limit and the Flow and Brad and all them. But when does the business model go from buying all-stars to going nationally without anything in between? And that is, to me, it's like you're not hitting a base hit. You're trying to hit a grand slam. And I've been in business. I just know how things grow, and that's a pretty big jump. And I understand Kyle and the resources and all that, but it's a pretty big jump. And I'm sorry, but in that room, if there's not a goal to, I don't want to say take down the World of Outlaws, but that's to make that kind of a jump. That is it. I mean, there's no other way. You're trying now. You got World of Out. You're trying to get drivers to come over to your series. I just, if it doesn't work, I just think this is a scary thing for sprint car racing, and not sprint cars will still be there, but for the drivers, because if it doesn't work, do you go right back to where what's the World of Outlaws paying now? What's their average show?
Well, now it's 12-15, I believe. But.
Okay. So now, if that High Limit can't maintain that national series, and it's got to pull back because of the drivers, now you turn into a regional deal, which will then lose some of its credibility. And now for the next 30 years, these guys racing for $12,500 or $12,000 to win.
Right.
And it's like, I just feel that they're making a huge leap. And I understand the dollars are there. And I understand flow and all that. Unless there's something we don't know about, which we may find out. There might be some big boom that's coming that nobody saw coming.
Yeah, I'm sure after PRI we'll have a better idea. I think there's a lot of booms about to come out the next 2 weeks.
So my question to you, Chaz, is why do you think some of these drivers, okay, I kind of know the Hoddenchild, the gravel, why would they go back to World of Outlaws? Is it because they understand who they are? It's like, leaving one company to go work for a brand new company. It's a risk.
Right.
It's a new company. So why, if it's less races, the pay seems pretty good, why would they not leave?
I do think that a lot of it is sponsored influence.
Okay.
There's a lot of brand loyalty. That one thing that the brand does carry, I think, that they all been talking about is the loyalty with the topper echelon car owners and sponsors and people along those lines. I do think there's I really don't believe. I think Donnie Schatz would rather retire than become High Limit next year. Just based on that brand loyalty.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what's playing here.
So, to take a scope and look at the next 3 to 5 years, if High Limit is able to sustain, when those guys like Donnie Schatz gets out, because he won't, I don't know, in 5 years, I don't know, I've heard like Schatz probably won't be racing in 5 more years. Or guys like
he always says he has years in him, but I'm assuming this time next year it'll definitely be. We'll have a lot clearer idea. I think that's why a lot of people are still hesitant in jumping as well. They want to see. Well, we saw how y'all's little midweek series goes, but we have no idea what this 55 race season's going to do. So,
and that's why I think if they would have went more regionally and not get out to the West Coast and all that and stuck with that, I think it gives them more credibility to take that next step to get guys into that series to run it full time. Because if that, and maybe I'm wrong, but if they kept it more, I'm not saying it's got to be exactly like the All-Star Series, but if it was a little more regionally, not that far west, do you get a Macri to run it? Do you get a Marks to run it? Do you make that series really strong? And then you start dipping into the West Coast. Then you got guys like shots of them who may be done, who are loyal to World of Outlaws, that start getting out of it. Now the loyalty starts disappearing for the World of Outlaws for these guys.
Right.
Because you got new, fresh faces. I mean, there's just a lot of things with that. I just think it's a big, big jump.
Right.
But I'm not in the room.
Yeah.
So I'm not acting. I'm not in the room. I just think it's like it's like that would be like the Mars Series next year going national.
Right.
I mean, it's like, wow.
How are you going to do that? It ain't going to work.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I just wanted to call in. I enjoy your show. I mean, just your guests are great. Spike, he's a character. Some of the calls, I know mine was on there. I don't know how you do it. I do know why you drink sometimes on the show.
At this point, almost 4.5 hours. Yeah, for real.
Well, I'll tell you this. I do want to meet you. There's some other things I'd like to talk to you in private, and things. So to get your opinion, I think you're definitely an influencer in the sport in a way that is probably not. You don't do things that, as I was talking with racing, you don't do things like everyone else is doing. And you say controversial, and I don't. Some of the stuff is like it's not controversial. It's real.
Right.
It's absolutely true.
That's the truth.
But we know how the media is. If it doesn't fit the agenda, they're going to suppress it any way they can. So, and then you could possibly affect certain people's business, and they don't like that. So, anyways, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but.
And what part of Florida are you in?
I'm in the middle of Lakeland, the Lakeland area, right between
North Florida,
Orlando, Tampa. Yeah, between Orlando and Tampa.
Isn't there a racetrack there?
That's where yeah, I mean, East Bay is about an hour from me.
No, I mean in Lakeland itself.
There used to be.
Because I went to a track called North Florida Speedway. I thought it was there, but maybe not.
That's in Lake. That's weird. That track is in Lake City, where Alltech is. There's 2 dirt tracks there. Alltech and North Florida are. They're not. I mean, Alltech's a little bit south of Lake City, but North Florida's in Lake City. Yeah, you have 2 tracks that are not far from each other. I'm much further south. I'm about an hour north of East Bay, and I'm about just a hair under 2 hours from Volusia.
Okay,
that's where I'm at. So
well,
dirt racing here is an afterthought.
It's 1 month, and that's it, and then back to the world.
That is it. So I get to as many for my job. I'm very fortunate in my job. I travel across the country, and so I get to go to a lot of different racetracks. But yeah, Florida is very. It's very. Boy, you think the Starbucks girl's bad where you're at? Come down here. You say anything racing, wing, dirt, it's just NASCAR.
Well, I will say over there, Southern Raceway, Pensacola seems to be pretty good. Panhandle, but that's a whole nother world. Florida's big.
That is the roadhouse of racing.
Yeah, Pensacola's got some people. I went there for a damn USCS race, and they fucking packed the place out for junk ass 360 racing. No offense, but
I went there for a Southern All Stars race. That was.
Well, that's also where they go to jail like 3 times a month or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the roadhouse. They have bouncers there.
They need them.
That place is tough. That place is tough.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in.
All right. I appreciate it.
All right. Before you get out of here, what's your name? Where you from? One more time. We know you're from Lakeland, but name for the crowd?
Brian. I'm Brian.
Brian Stewart. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for calling in.
All right. We'll talk to you later. All right. Bye.
And I know we got a few 717 numbers here that have called in. We got this unknown number who keeps calling. Hello, you're on the line.
Hello.
Yes.
This is Joe from Sedalia.
Sedalia, Missouri?
Yes, sir. Is this the Chaz?
Yes, it is.
Well, Chaz, we met about 6 months ago at a dirt track race. Do you remember?
Well, it depends on which race. What was it, Lake? Or it had to be, where would I have been to even be that close? It would have had to have been, I guess, Lakeside. Oh, I guess not. Hello, you there?
Yes. This is Joe.
Was it Lakeside? Where was it at?
Yes, Chaz. We were sitting about 2 rows behind you.
Oh, when me and Spike were raising hell.
I remember him. I do. But you were there and you were videoing, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to say hello, but when I watch your show every night, well, as much you have it on, and sometimes I'll watch it in the mornings.
Okay. Well, that's good. I feel kind of bad for people who want to watch them when they're 4 hours, though. I mean, we got them going pretty late today, but.
Well, I'm retired.
Well, that's good. You got the time to listen then.
And it's such a nice time to hear you and get your insight. And I have to agree with you that Kyle Larson and Mr. Brad Sweet are going to do amazing things in 2024 into 25 with this High Limit series, because I saw how many people they had at Lakeside.
Oh, and that was the first race. It was $50K to win as well, so it had a lot of people buzzing around it.
I thought it was one of the best races. I've been going to racing since 1959.
Dang, that's a long time.
I'm 79 years old. And I'm just happy to have the experience to be at these races as much as I can on a fixed income.
Dang, that's hard too, I would assume.
Well, it's all right, and I'm thankful. My wife passed away, and the Lord blessed me with an insurance policy.
Well, I don't know if that's the right way to say it.
But anyways, I don't like those World of Outlaws, and I don't like the.
I hope he's not 79. Feel bad for him.
This is Chaz.
How's it going? Who is this?
This is Neil from PA.
Hey, how's it going? Neil from PA. What's going on?
Yeah, I was sitting here watching your program and, just listening to people and stuff and this, I'm sprint cars. So, I don't know. I think it'd be good if both of them work.
Right.
High Limit and the Outlaws. And I think one of the things that High Limit could do is go back to, you got to have rules in sprint car racing. But I think one of the biggest things is the tire rule. I think the tire rule needs to go away.
What do you mean? Have it open completely, or?
Yeah, open it up. Open it up. You got guys out there got all kinds of money, and then you got guys that are they're trying to come up in the series. And, I think some of these guys caught on this year, and a lot of guys didn't. And I just think the tire rule should go away. I think you should be able to go back to in the days where you run what you brung, not necessarily motors, but you should have, the track changes all the time. Staying in 1-2 tires, of a Hoosier where, You should be able to go and throw an American Racer on, or I don't even know if McCreary makes tires anymore, but a McCreary or a Goodyear. I mean, I think you should be able to. I think that's one thing that should go away is a tire rule.
Well, I mean, it's just there's too much money in the Hoosier department, though.
Yeah, but
and I don't even think that they can keep up with the production. I heard that was a big deal too, is that guys can't keep up with the productions. Like American Racer, they can make tires, but they can't do what Hoosier does is apparently so impossible. Anyone else couldn't even think of doing it.
Well, even limited in sizes and compounds, I think that's wrong. I think you should be able to put on whatever you want to put on, even if it is a Hoosier.
Right. Well, now they came out with this new tire, and they're married to that, though. I mean, so it's kind of hard to talk about something that, is pretty much a done deal in a way, especially since they made that new mold. I mean, there isn't even another tire like it. Now they only got 1 year on it.
Well, I mean, you look at Jacob Allen this year. He was like that tire. Bobby even said something about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think there's more to it. I mean, I understand you need rules. I understand you need weight. But I just think a different tire rule. Like, I think it should be opened up. I think, wherever they go, I think because they do that, I think guys that can't pick and choose other tires and run them, it hurts them. Guys that don't have as much money.
Yeah, it more than likely does.
Or a change of the track. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know, but to run on the outlaw level, you almost need to be putting fresh rubber on whenever you can.
Well, exactly. But I'm not necessarily saying like, yeah, you got to put a new tire on. Maybe you do, yes. But I'm talking like run what you want to run, what compound you want to run, you know what I'm saying, as the track changes.
Right.
And I heard that other guy say about Port Royal, I'd hate to see any of these tracks go away. I'd hate to see any of these small places get ruined and it not keep progressing. But also think that it needs to move forward, and I think it's great that people are pushing to more money. But also, I think that tire rule would help a lot of these guys that don't have money to be able to compete better with the Outlaws. And I think that that'd be one thing that High Limit would have over the Outlaws is no tire rule.
I don't know. I mean, it's an option they could do. I don't think they want to get too far off what they're doing over there in the rules. They don't want to make it more complicated, but I don't know. It's a hard question to answer just because it in a weird way, it's fantasy because of how Hoosiers lock down the market.
Maybe so. Maybe it's a fantasy, but I just think that a lot of people, they didn't have a tire rule. They could go in and put what compound they want on or what tire they wanted on. I think they make for better races because some people will drive better on a certain tire.
Yeah. I mean, it's
then
possible.
Their car would react better to a certain tire or a certain compound on the track.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at Port Royal and you look at the Grove, not taking anything away from the Grove, I've been going there since I was a little kid. But when you look there now, that track, you look at the preparation in Tuscarora, at Port Royal, at the 50 or any of them races, look how good that track is being turned up and laid back down.
Yeah.
You look at Williams Grove, it ain't as good as it used to be.
No, it ain't.
And it's a lot of chase the leader.
Yeah. Well, and that's track structure as well. It's a drag strip of corners, so Port
True.
Royal just seems to be the perfect shape, perfect dirt, perfect layout. I mean, banking is on point. The track workers are good. Port Royal is just that damn good, technically.
True. Absolutely. The port's awesome. But I don't know. I just thought I'd call in and say something and see if that mattered to anybody, because I was just sitting and thinking about it. That's all. I enjoy your show. I like to watch it. And I like all the shows. I like all the different things that are being put out there now in the promotion and people talking about. I think it's great. And I think it should be pushed more. And I think it is underrated. And I mean, I think it's I think it's way better than any other racing sport out there. But also, I think that it's one of them sports where, you know, all these young kids in micros and everything else, you know, they got to have a dream, and you know that's got to be protected too.
Yeah, and the dream don't need to be going to NASCAR. It could be going to sprint car racing. Our biggest issue in sprint car racing is a lot of the money's been put towards trying to get some kid into NASCAR, you know, instead of putting teams together to run sprint car racing. Over there in PA, it's a little different, but you know, nationally, it just seems like a bunch of the monies went to kids trying to make it to NASCAR overall in the sport.
Yeah, and I don't know all these kids' parents who have that kind of money to buy their way in there. But even if they get to the late model series, at least they're running dirt. At least they're because, like that one guy said on your show, he said that, you know, they all came, you know, this is where all the other guys came from. And I'd hate to see any tracks get lost. I really do. I don't want to see them be bought out by Copart. I want to see them all to flourish, and hopefully people can work together and make it all work. Because, you know, that's just my point. That's just my personal opinion. That's all. I just wanted to say that. And
well, a lot of people agree with us saying that the Grove's a dump, apparently.
Well, I'm not calling it a dump. I mean, I love the Grove. Don't get me wrong. I do. I love the Grove.
The racing,
but,
though.
I mean,
The racing there, though, is...
The racing, I've only been there twice this year, and it wasn't as thrilling as it used to be.
No.
But I can also sit and drink beer at home and watch them, you know, watch everything on YouTube.
Right.
So, but
alrighty. Well,
but anyhow,
okay.
I just want to call in.
No problem. No problem at all. What was the name again?
My name is Neil from PA.
Neil from PA. All right. Looks like we got another 717 number calling. But
all right.
Thanks for calling in, and as always, you know, the tire deal is a tire deal, and Hoosiers did a well of a number. I guess it's better to be Hoosier than Goodyear, right? That's the way NASCAR went.
I guess.
Alrighty.
I just think it would help out people that don't have the money. I think being able to do an American Racer or something like that, or having a good year if they can make them, you know, well enough. You know, I really think that a tire option would be a good step in helping the people who don't have the bigger money.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, but it caters to the bigger money. The bigger money is what sponsors and pays for everything and has the undermarket table deals and the politics. And that's always been the problem. The people making the rules are always the ones, they're always appeasing the people with the money, you know.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. I just think it would make sprint car racing better. That's all. I think rules are great, and you know, and safety is important, but I also think that the racing has to be good too, because it ends up being nothing if it isn't no good.
True. Well, all right.
That's all.
Well, thanks for calling in, Neil.
Hey, thanks for the time.
No problem, sir.
All right, bye.
We do have a 717. I see the comment saying, Joe, we want Joe back, or Joe who was calling from Sedalia. I don't know what happened. He was talking and then it went away. It stopped. and I was waiting for a second until I called that guy back, but I was hoping he would call back. He hasn't called back yet. So, Joe, if you're still out there and you want to keep going, I noticed that you are this unknown number that keeps calling. And, yeah, call back and we'll answer and try to get you back on here. We do have this 717513. I ain't going to tell you your whole number, but he has been calling over and over and over. We'll see what we got here. We'll see what we got. I think this is the last call of the night. We are just at 4.5 hours on the show. I think this is that Caleb Clark guy. Is this the Caleb Clark guy? Hello.
Yes, it is. It's the Caleb.
The Caleb? Is that what you just said?
Yes, Caleb. That is my name.
Okay. So what's going on, Caleb? You called 20 times. We finally got you back.
Yeah. I really think that the tracks and the drivers kind of need to work together. I think tracks are becoming too loyal to the streaming services they're with, and it's kind of dividing everybody.
Right, and it also seems like they're becoming loyal to High Limit or World of Outlaws, and that's not helping either.
No, not really. I don't like the division. I really wish we would all work together because we need to grow this sport, or else it's gonna crash into the ground, unfortunately.
Well, isn't it fair to say that last year when Brad Sweet did this, he tried to do it within the Outlaw schedule so that the Outlaws can run all these races, and then it was the Outlaws who said, no, you can only run 4 and kind of made a big deal out of it. So it's almost a response to what they did. I think they pissed off some people when they did that, but it is flow versus dirt vision at the end of the day, even in this high limit situation. I mean, that's obvious. It's the streaming services going to war.
Yeah, yes, sir. I know. I completely agree with you there. It's just, I think they're starting to take it out on the tracks now, obviously with the announcement today, which I don't like, but we'll see if they keep doing that or if this is kind of a statement trying to get tracks to stay loyal to the World of Outlaws.
Well, you seem like you're a little bit on the younger age, Caleb. How old are you?
I'm just turned 20 here.
Just turned 20. So, curious, the people in your age range, obviously PA, y'all have a decent amount of people who know the sport, but when you go out into the world, when you went to school a couple years ago, how desolate is this sport even over there sometimes? Or is it good?
With me being right in Port Royal, obviously every kid kind of knows dirt racing. Even
so you're in Juanita County itself?
Yeah, I'm right in the center, right in Port Royal.
So Dylan Sidney is your mayor. You know that, right?
Yes, I do know that he is the mayor around these parts.
All right, I'm just making sure. But
yeah,
go ahead.
I think, I don't know, around here, I kind of had my friend group based on who liked the sprint car racing. I kind of hung out with those guys, so obviously I'm kind of biased with saying that sprint car racing is strong around here, but obviously some kids didn't know it, but most kids did know it because they are 5-10 minutes from a racetrack.
Right. So you just really want them to all get together and work it out, even though they're not. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah.
I saw you message me on Facebook. Was there other topics?
I kind of just, like you said, I wish it would work together. Obviously, I didn't watch the whole video, but I saw Billy Dietrich kind of put a video out I think it was about a week ago or so, maybe, kind of talking about, I believe it was, Lincoln raced against Selinsgrove for their National Open, and you could see the crowd at Lincoln kind of hurt from that. And I think if they would all work together, they would make more money, the crowds would be better, and the fans would be a lot happier.
Well, but the ego is the bigger battle here. Ego's what runs the sport and ruins it. Could run it into the ground, I think, because of what you're saying.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think a lot of tracks want to be the top dog around here. Obviously, with so many of them around here, they kind of have to step on each other eventually.
But you're saying that kind of comes across as they're doing it on purpose.
Some tracks more than others, I would say, but
Okay. Well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about before we let you go here?
not really. I kind of just wish the division would stop. It'd be nice if we could kind of just all work together. I know that probably will never happen in this world these days, but I kind of want to see sprint car racing thrive so I can take my kids to Coral like my dad did and keep the races going.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do, I think, right now. I don't know if it'll hurt the sport overall, but yeah, the competitiveness between promoters and tracks in a local sense is definitely never good. It seems like that's more so what you're speaking to.
Yeah, and obviously it's kind of hard with, like I said, with all these tracks being so close, you kind of have to step on toes and make somebody mad eventually.
Right. Well, okay. Well, thanks for calling in, Caleb. And it's Caleb from Oneida County.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on, and hopefully everybody can enjoy the rest of their evening here.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for calling in, sir.
Yep. See you later, guys.
Finally get a 20-year-old in here acting nice, and y'all are in the comment section talking all this shit because the guy's nice. Guy's nice. He just wants the sport to get along and everyone to be happy. He wants to take. He's 20 years old talking about taking his kids to the damn races, and y'all are in here calling him Clark's wife. The hell's wrong with you people? Why you listen to the look at what Spike said? Caleb, you talk all big and bad in the chat, and now you're all soft and weak, boy. Look at him. Guy got on here, said he wants the sport to be better, don't want tracks to compete against one another, and y'all are just in here slapping them around. So verbally abusive. Verbally abusive. Go get a job and do Uber Eats. My Uber Eats is done. I thought I was going to do an hour and then go do Uber Eats until midnight. It's over. Dinner time's over, guys. Can't even do it. I was like, well, maybe I'll get enough chat revenue to make up for the loss. Nope. $8.99. Thanks a lot, guys. Go buy a damn t-shirt or something at least. We still had to, fuck. That'll maybe make me $5 or $6. Caleb has kids. No, he doesn't. Caleb is a breeder. It didn't sound like it. He's 20. Caleb has slayed too many. Wow. Chaz, who's considered to be a low-budget team racing with the Outlaws? Would have been Shark Racing. I guess you could maybe say Bill Rose, but, I mean, he seems to have good stuff. Puts good cars in there, and it's good. Chaz slapping us around now. Jeez. I mean, y'all are in here just ripping a 20-year-old, the youth of the sport. We finally get someone in here, the youth. And y'all are in here just, look at what Paul Root said. Okay, so you heard yourself on YouTube. Now get off the phone. The hell's wrong with you people? Jeez. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's good there's guys out there like me who will stand up to these people. The free look at just riding them. And we had the 79-year-old. I feel bad that somehow the call got disconnected. But it was from an unknown number that we tried to call back, or we tried to answer like 3 or 4 times earlier. It didn't work. And then middle of the phone call, we lose them. I'm sorry, Joe. I feel bad. You're a fucking senior citizen living on fixed income. Your wife died. I feel real bad that phone call is gone. And then you got this Caleb guy in here trying to be nice, and y'all are talking shit on him. Y'all are just, after 4.5 hours, this is how we're going to end it. WRG fanboys are slaves to the brand. I guess ending it on a good joke is fine, right? Caleb, kiss my grits. Wow. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to call it a quits at 4 hours, 38 minutes, 4:40 by the time this is done. Big block. Ken Joseph just said, long live the Chaz. I saw your comment. Anyways, I think that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in. Like the video, share the video, comment below if you haven't already. This is how we blow. Wow. What a horrible person Spike is. But anyways, the hair, maybe that's what caused all this to happen. This is God saying, don't wear the hair like this. Although the curl over here, man, it looks like I got some horns. Look at this. Hit the club tonight. No, I'm just playing. Too damn cold. Too damn cold. Don't get greedy, Chaz. I just literally worked for over 4.5 hours for $9. And I'm greedy. Although I enjoyed talking to people. I enjoyed doing stuff. Janet Barker's over there sending an email. No, I'm just playing. Don't send an email. Oh. Unknown number. Is this? Did we get you back, Joe?
No.
Oh, no. It's an unknown number. This is bad, and it's not Joe. This could be bad. Who is it? Where are you from?
Not bad. But why in the hell don't we just block Spike and be done with it instead of having him on there constantly bashing everybody?
I mean, we can. Wouldn't that
be a better alternative to all this? Is just to block him and be done with it?
Who's calling? Do you argue with him in here? I'm curious.
No, not at all.
You're just annoyed by him. I think a lot of people are. He does it to the gravel show too.
Yeah, I mean, we sit there and watch your show all the time, and then they're constantly having to pick his shit apart because he's a pain in the ass on there, just being an ass the whole time.
I don't know. I think he tries to do it in a comical sense, but he definitely goes too far.
Absolutely.
He definitely goes too far. I don't know if half the stuff he says that YouTube even knows. Now he's saying, "Come fight me." Wow.
Yeah. Well, where are you seeing all this at? Because I don't even see your show's off, right?
No, it's on now. It's still on. Or did you mean for this to not be on? You called from an unknown number, so I didn't know if it was Joe. So I was trying to get Joe back on because we lost him earlier.
No.
Okay.
All right. Good enough.
What?
All right. Good enough. Have a good night and enjoy watching the show. I would just, I don't know.
We should put
Delete
Spike
him, or-
in timeout every time, is what you're saying.
He's a pain in the ass.
We just put Spike in timeout. That's probably a good idea. It's probably a good idea to put him in timeout at the beginning of the show.
All right. Sounds good.
Where are you from? At least I want to know where you're watching. I know you probably don't want to say your name, I'm guessing, but...
The East Coast.
East Coast. PA?
Generally.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay. Alrighty.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Spike getting us in trouble, man. Spike always getting us in trouble. We did put him in timeout. This could be good. Hold on. If we put him in timeout, how do we take him out of timeout? Participants. How do we do this? How do we take Spike? Now I'm confused. We put Spike in timeout. How do we take him out? How do we take him out? Man, that one got me going. We finally got somebody in here with some attitude. I thought he was going to start going and saying some stuff or had an opinion, but he just doesn't like Spike. I think the world's coming after him. Okay, so we put user in timeout, and then how we take user out of timeout? Is there a way to take Spike out of timeout? Is it Joe?
This isn't Joe.
Oh, no.
You can't silence me.
Oh, no. Oh, here goes the
Hey,
other
little
four.
East Coast PA unknown caller, man.
Oh, no. Wow, I
You
thought it
super
was Joe.
chat $100 and I'll never be seen or heard from again. Put your money where your mouth is.
That was not the scheme. We never planned this.
I put in more money in super chats than the Clark and everybody.
Well, you
in
have
this
for
damn room
gravel, for
combined.
sure.
Hey, and I put enough in yours, and I sponsored your show till you took my damn little slide down.
Yeah, well, you stopped. You stopped sending. You sent all the super chats to gravel. I was like, I guess he's done with me.
I got spread around, but Mr. Unknown, tough guy, don't want to give you a damn dime, but telling you to block my ass.
I wonder how I do take you out of timeout. Seriously.
Well, tell that boy to put you don't have to take me out of timeout. Tell him to super chat $100 and I'll be in timeout for life.
That is not how this works, Spike.
Hey, this guy.
You're driving people. You are Spike.
PA,
You know that
Mr.
you know that you are single-handedly taking over every dirt live that there is, right?
Well, that's because I'm a real man.
It's divide and conquer, literally.
Right. I just show up and they follow.
Is there anything you actually want to say, or did you just want to call in and bash this guy?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm a guy that contributes because I appreciate what you do.
Okay.
And I appreciate what Little Gravel does.
Right. And hold on, do you think that your $9.99 super chat gives you free reign to spam the chats with BBW porn? And what was some of this other stuff? Did you see what you said about Nicole? I
love Nicole. I would like to get to know her in a very personal way.
Oh my! That's exactly what I'm talking about, Spike.
I'm saying like shake her hand and find out what she's all about. You know,
that is exactly what I mean.
Favorite color, maybe a favorite
God.
Music.
Favorite.
Are you sliding in on that or what? Hey.
No.
You can't fool us. Hey.
No.
Listen, Chaz Thompson.
No, it ain't happening, bro.
You can't fool us, boy, because I saw that you were in a different room.
Yep.
And I scrolled back to the summer and I said, hey, those bright white walls look kind of familiar.
Yep. Some people know, some don't.
I'm just being observant. I know nothing, honestly. I called that out just being a dick, and I didn't know any better.
It's fine.
But we're here for you, man. You know, if you need anything, No,
it's better than it was
people want to
before.
ban my fucking ass, and I'm the only one observant enough to see where you're doing your lives from, and they can't even put a super chat in, and they want me banned for life, but I'm just, being entertaining.
Well, like I said, I think you mean to be entertaining, but some of the stuff, man, some of it's bad.
Like what? Give me an example.
I mean, I put you in timeout, and I guess when I did that, I can't go see any of this of your comments the whole show. How do you take someone out? I'm gonna have to Google it now on how to take somebody out of timeout.
You hung up on an old man who lost
I did
his
not
wife.
hang up on a fucking old man. I was thinking the last two callers was the old guy.
That probably made his life.
Wow.
I mean, really, he's a fan, it sounds like. He listens to you a lot.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm sitting here, kind of pissed off. So
Nah, it ebbs and flows, but Mr. East Coast guy wants me banned for life. We'll tell him to put $100 on the line, and I will be.
Right.
Just saying. Beggars can't be choosers, right?
True.
Hey, how many teams are full time with High Limit?
Brad Sweet.
But he's the owner, right?
Yeah.
Well, so he's got to be there to work, right?
That is apparently the truth.
So that doesn't kind of count, right? Because he's kind of the owner. So how many besides the owner are full time?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I'm not sure, honestly.
What's this? Hey, just to clear the air here. So what's the deal? So Port Royal said we're doing all-star high limit, high roller deal, but no outlaw, or is the date still open that the Outlaws could book something? Because they added dates at Port Royal later in the year, I think. Last time, wasn't it? Or was that Williams Grove? They added on that low E insulation or whatever, double header a night or whatever.
Yeah, those are all, from what I understand, those are all like co-promoted deals. And so
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Couldn't the Outlaws get that low E insulation and they go and run it at Williams Grove or Port Royal.
That's
they could
probably what
add
they'll
those
do.
dates over. Yeah, so I think people are kind of reading into it a little bit. I don't think it's an exclusive agreement.
Well, I mean, it's one of those pick us or pick them type of deals, I think, as well.
I don't know if I really don't know if any side has leverage. Is Port Royal on Dirt Vision Weekly?
No, Port Royal is a flow track.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably will run there this year, but
no, the Outlaws won't.
Why is that?
They're not going to. That's what the announcement was today. They're not going to be running at Port Royal next year.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it is a little bit of a logistical nightmare because it is the wrong way, whereas you've got Williams Grove and Lincoln are all near each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
guess it's kind of.
I don't know how they're gonna. I don't know how they're gonna line it out personally.
I don't think it's gonna be missed.
Well, I don't think Port Royal needs the Outlaws to put on big events.
Right. I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I mean it sounds like they've been losing money. Anyways, so I mean it could be on its way out. Who knows?
True.
Dylan Sidney might be doing the biggest screw job in history and making a little sale.
Oh my God!
All right, the mayor. They're corrupt mayors. You can't trust them.
I'm not going to 5 hours, Spike. I'm not hitting that 5 hour mark. I'm not doing it.
5 hour energies, man. That's what you need.
No,
hey, let me ask you a real question here.
No, we're gonna make 5 hours on this question.
Is the chat room dead or not? Because this is a deep, insightful. So did you ever Uber Eats when you were at Eldora maybe 3 years ago?
No, it's too small of a town. You got to be in big cities.
Well, right, but I mean, were you ever over in like Sydney, Ohio, and doing Uber Eats or DoorDash?
No, I stayed there, but I didn't do Uber Eats there. No, I don't think I've done Uber Eats in Ohio actually.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah. What are you getting?
Oh no,
to?
I'm asking for real because like 2-3 years ago, I stayed at a hotel in Sydney for one of the Eldora weekends. It was sprint car weekend. And I ordered McDonald's breakfast. And I ordered like 2 orange juices and coffee.
Did you get screwed or something?
No, there wasn't like you know how on the Uber Eats and the DoorDash, as you know, like you can just select like contactless delivery or whatever the fuck, so they just you know throw it at the door, right?
Yeah.
And just bring it to the hotel room. And the reason I do that is because I'm sitting there naked in my underwear or whatever, you know.
God.
So then this guy, this guy, the delivery guy, knocks at the door, and sometimes they'll just knock to like let you know the shit's there. So like I go to the peephole and look, and I had shorts on thankfully, but like I opened the door and there's a guy standing there, and I swear to God, like look, I didn't know you at the time, but I thought it was you.
It's not. It wasn't. I haven't done Uber Eats in Ohio.
It was Uber Eats or DoorDash because the guy was like, he had kind of a southern accent. And he was like, oh, they didn't have they didn't have cup holders, and I didn't want them sit in the hall and get kicked over. So I was like, oh, okay. And then you, because I think it was you.
So full of shit.
And then you said, are you in town for the races? And I was like, yeah, over at Eldora.
Lying.
And then you act all smug, and you go, oh, I'm over there too.
No, it wasn't me. I never did it over there. I never did it over there.
I swear to God, it was you.
I did Uber in Charlotte. I've done it in Daytona, Tampa, Chico, Des Moines. I did it in PA a lot.
Is it profitable or not?
Huh?
Is it profitable or not? Like, what can you make an hour? 20, 30?
in Chico, because Chico's such a smaller town, but it's a college town. Like I was able to make $50-$60 an hour sometimes. On
the
average,
fuck we doing?
On average, it's like $20-$25 an hour.
Listen.
That's
next
how I was
time-
able to drive around and travel so much. If I ran low or got low on money, needed gas money, I just fucking did Uber in whatever major city I was driving through next, and then just went to the next.
Yeah, well, next time we're in at a race, we're gonna go live
and do Uber. I think I've been live doing Uber before. Actually, I think I did do live a few times.
I'll take a bigger cut of it because obviously I'm going to have to be burning my gas and oil.
Well,
but I'm just saying, like, I'll give you whatever percentage of the payout, you know.
I take that back. I did not do Uber Eats and go live because you have to use your phone, and obviously that's a bitch. You have to be on the app, you know. So I couldn't have done
right. So you don't have to worry because I'll be doing it and I'll be motoring around. And then you can be live and we'll be just gabbing up about whatever the hell. And then we can talk about what this person ordered and we'll kind of inquire and maybe they'll be hot, you know?
Well, and that happens too. I mean, like last night I wore the professional gaslighter shirt, doing the Uber, and like girl at a hotel wanted to know what it was. She actually talked a lot. She even did the Twitter with the hair. You know, that was kind of, I backed out because, it's too fresh right now, but I went into a Red Robin to pick some stuff up, and the dude was like, "Oh, whose shirt is that?" And I was telling him all about it. He's like, "Oh, wow, really? We're watching." He says he's going to come watch the YouTube. So it's an element of marketing as well. It's not just,
well,
go ahead.
Remember in June, on that Thursday night in June, I think it was June 16th in Ankeny, Iowa. Remember, there was Chris Cagle, the country singer, was playing.
Oh yeah, you wanted to go to that thing, yeah.
Yeah, well, I went to it.
And what happened?
So, well, I brought some Wisconsin honey with me because you were too cool to go with. So, and dude, no bullshit. It was in the square at this Ankeny fancy fucking mall with restaurants and bars and hotels and high-end stores, big money shit. And just like, I don't know, probably 2,000 people in this green square in front of the stage, sexy blondes, because Iowa's full of blondes. And, dude, no lie, no fucking lie, 20 sprint car shirts I counted.
Yeah, in the central Des Moines area, they got it pretty well, actually. It's not that bad.
I mean, and I'm not talking like brand new Brian Brown. No. Like some of them were like old ass Darren Pittman and,
And younger people wearing them, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't like all 79-year-old old balls and shit. Like it was young.
Nice.
And I'm telling you, man, you could have slayed, but they were
you could have slayed.
Yeah, because they're blondes there, obviously.
What's up with the blondes?
Well, because the blondes there, obviously, Iowa's the land of corn.
The land of corn.
And they obviously
gold.
A lot of corn syrup, and then obviously that creates a little bit of shapeliness to these young blondes.
Oh my God.
And I think that would have been your type. I mean, there were brunettes there, obviously, and whatever other colors, but no, I think you would have enjoyed it. I mean, some of them were probably 180, probably a little more.
Okay.
So, you perked up there suddenly when I said 180.
I just don't know why you said blondes over and over.
Well, because they were.
Because of my hair. That's why I'm laughing. It's like, oh, he's coming after my hair.
No, I'm not coming after your hair. I'm saying like the whole Des Moines is like blonde central for some reason. That Ankeny, it's all Richies.
I don't know. I haven't been out onto the town much. I'm so busy either doing this stuff or Ubering. I ain't got, honestly, money to go out and just blow. If I got money, I put it and spend it somewhere that's going to build all this. I don't have expendable income much, but.
No, I'm not saying that you should spend money. I'm just saying, like, in Ankeny, if you get over that way and turn on the Uber Eats or something, there's some money over there, and there's a lot of blonde honeys that got some curves. So
wow.
You know, the thing about Iowa is they they got a lot of corn, and because they do a lot of crops, and because of that, the girls there, they like to plow. So
what the fuck does that even mean? This is why people want to censor you, Spike.
Hey, so what's the deal? You sliding in on Nicole or what?
No. If you want to try that, go for it, bud.
Who is she?
She's a photographer. She's a media member. She's from PA. That's why I had her call in.
Do you think
she shoots photos? She's shot a ton of photos at port.
Of what?
She's from the PA. No, sprint cars.
You naked or what?
No, sprint car racing, dude.
Oh, so she's from PA. So
yes.
They have a lot of Amish there.
Oh God.
And they have.
You just wanted me to get to 5 hours. We're at 5 hours. Congratulations.
You know that Nicole probably likes to plow.
Golly, what is wrong with you people? Wow.
No, so she's gonna be at Outdoor, and I'm sure you'll be there.
That doesn't matter. That's a long time from now.
That's perfect because
I'll be at Gateway. You going to Gateway?
Well, so Friday night the 15th, 38 Specials playing in Green Bay.
And no one's heard of that.
Whatever. You know who 38 Special is?
Never heard of it in my life.
It's a band. One of the members is a Van Zant, which the Van Zant brothers were Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's the younger brother. Van Zant started it with this guy. The lead singer's name is Don Barnes. So it's one of the Van Zant brothers bands, 38 Special. So that may trump Dirt.
I'm only going. I'm thinking I'm only going to go Saturday, so that works for you too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Cause isn't Thursday, Friday just prelim, and then
it is
obviously all the
I mean, they do heat races and shit, but the big show Saturday and it's cheaper.
Right.
They jack fucking prices up. I mean, you got to pay to park everywhere around there. It's usually cold and shitty, so I don't want to be there for 3 days.
No. Well, yeah, hotels are probably $300 a night down there, huh?
Yeah, they're not cheap. They are not cheap, but they are close.
Is Nicole going? Nicole going?
I don't know. I think she said no. I think I asked.
You got her number. I'm sure you could text her and find out.
Do not have her number. She called
Nicole.
this thing, so I guess I have the number now. It's on this thing, but I'd have to remember which number it is.
PA, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't a 717, which it doesn't matter. Why are you trying to hook me up with Nicole?
I don't know, because I think you guys would probably get along. It sounds like she really likes racing. And
yeah, well, there's a lot of guys who really like racing, and
yeah, but she seems more wholesome, and I think she would be more your type,
Then who?
I don't know, then some fucking Kyle Larson wife, like Caitlin.
Yeah, Caitlin, one of Caitlin's friends.
I didn't know she had friends. What do they like?
I don't know. Actually, the one time we did that, it was like the year we were really going at it, me and Larson, and I met them downtown Knoxville. She had like 8 or 9, like a group with her, but who knows if they're actually her friends or they're just trying to be friends with her to be close to the clique. It's all clique shit,
Were they all like the Indiana girls that
I don't know. I didn't go and talk to them. I don't care. When
remember
you're focused,
when you
don't
told me
care.
that, dude, remember when you told me It was 2 a.m, and we were in turn 3 at Knoxville. And hey, all you people in the chat room, listen to this because it's a funny fucking story. And we were all in the turn 3 of Knoxville. And you go,
and you tried
and I go,
to.
who the,
I think with that guy and his son. Is that what you're talking about?
No, not that guy. Because that guy, that guy was like, oh yeah, I trained Sammy Swindell at a race, and he was like 28 years old. That guy was funny. He thought he trained everybody, but no, not that. Remember, I was like, who the hell is that? And then you were like, oh, that's so and so. And then I was like, who the hell is that? And you're like, well, that's so and so. Like they were all kind of like hanger on crew people.
Yeah.
And then I go, well, how the hell are they connected to all this? And then you go, well, they're all guys and girls, like all connected through USAC, and they have a 1-bedroom apartment with a giant king-size bed, and like 12 of them sleep together in the same bed.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that word for word.
Well,
I
pretty
do
much,
joke
but it
and
was
say
funny.
that USAC is a sex cult. Yes, I do say this, but
Right, but I censored it because you used names, so I had to kind of censor it. Because I
Well,
was going to say the names that.
it's not like there's too many people in that racing world, so it's a pretty narrow pond.
Right, but at 2 a.m, when like I'm kind of half drunk and like hopped up on fucking dick pills and steroids, I think that's kind of funny to imagine like all these 5'3" laying in bed together.
Well, is that the night we had to give the old World of Outlaw announcer a ride?
Yeah, Rutledge.
Yeah,
we had to give him a
Rutledge.
ride because he thought
'Cause
they
they
were
bailed on
taxis
him.
and Ubers in Knoxville.
Mm-hmm. That's not what's going
What
to happen.
happened to him? Didn't
He's
he-
off
didn't he
doing
do
NASCAR.
PR?
He's in colleague. He's at colleague racing in NASCAR. That's where he's at.
You think that pays good?
Good enough for him to like it.
Whatever happened to Tony Laporte?
I don't know. Tony Laporta, where did you? No, actually, I see him. I think he works for Dirt Vision creating content. Seriously.
He needs to be an announcer.
Yeah, he wasn't bad. He was pretty good.
I mean, I know nothing, which everyone in the chat agrees, but like, I thought that he was a great announcer because he had good, real, raw energy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was and he had this cowboy kind of look to him, and I thought it was a good appeal,
Somebody
I
just
thought he was
said,
different.
somebody finally sent a super chat. Believe it or not, we stayed up 10 more minutes for $5. That works.
Where the
It
fuck's
says,
the
it
100?
says you heard it here first. Shots to High Limit, part of the All-Star purchase from Tony.
No.
I don't know about that. I mean, it's believable,
chance.
but I don't know. It's believable, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, it kind of would.
That tour is a money loss, so.
It is going to be interesting to see what happens. They got in the next 2 weeks. There's going to be some news drop. Has to be.
I mean, I had. Don't get me wrong. I like to cheerlead for WRG. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big ass kisser of them, but I was high hopes. I thought, Kyle and Brad, they tour, they get it. They're race car drivers. They understand the perils of the road. I think these guys probably would be more of a racer sensitive schedule that's going to be more conducive and more fulfilling. And then when they, some of these dates are popping, and that they have to go from the Pacific Northwest to Pennsylvania in 3 days, 2,700 miles. That's rough. And the seven races out west, even if you're running on a $20,000 to $30,000 budget for that tour, you have to make approximately $2,500 a night to break even. So basically, you would have to finish top 5 every night that you're out there.
It is going to be interesting to see how it works out. I mean, it's not going to be their bigger issues is getting some drivers, and I don't know how they're going to do it. If Rico commits tomorrow to high limit, that'll be big for them. Huge.
Well, the only way that anyone is they would have to float them sizable money under the table, and that's going to piss off a lot of people.
I think if I'm Flo, I'm going after Johnny Gibson. Every dollar I got. Every dollar.
Flo doesn't give a damn because they make money off of turning on a
but
camcorder.
they're invested in this series now. So they gotta push. If they're gonna go for it, they gotta go.
I don't think their investment's that large, considering they're not putting anything into production value.
We'll see. Next year definitely needs to be more Flow Racing Night in America. I'll give you that fucking much.
Well, I'll put it this way. This was the year that they should have tested out everything.
It should have been, yep. They should have went as far as they wanted to this year and then had it ready for next. Because now they're going to be testing on the go.
Yeah, I mean, you can only promise and fantasize, and I'm talking about when they had their little four-person press conference. It was a lot of future talk. And in my opinion, you know, you can only say like, well, eventually we're going to, and in the future we're going to, and I think you got to come out of the gate swinging for the fences, you know? So that's just my humble opinion.
Okay. Are you done now? You got me over 5 hours, so you're going
Where's
to Gateway.
the $100? I'll ban my ass for life.
It ain't coming. It ain't going to show up. It's never happened. It won't happen. Gravel, they're saving all their money for gravel tomorrow.
You know why? Because I'm ratings and I get the people.
They're saving all their money for gravel and Rico.
That's going to be boring as hell.
It'll be a big show. It'll be a big show, though.
It is, but it's boring as shit. I watched it last year. It's boring. They're not. I mean, I tried to say like who would win in a tag team match and all this stuff, and they wouldn't even play into it.
Well, I mean, Tyler Erb did win it after his dad passed away. I mean, Erb, it does fit his driving style. I guess it was a surprise, but yeah, the racing does suck, but the show's badass. You've been there, I'm assuming, right?
No, I was talking about gravel and Rico.
Oh, sorry. Whoa, sorry, I got distracted on a text. Is
that you, Biden?
Yeah, well, 5 hours.
Joe?
Yeah, that was a Joe Biden moment. Wow, I've never had one of those before. But no, it'll be a big show tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just not paying attention to you, Spike. I know most people do, but
they don't deep dive, and I hate that.
Well, Rico might.
You know,
Rico might.
They don't. They're real timid. You know.
Well, he's got how many sponsors listed on his show that control his whole life, kind of? You know?
Who does?
Gravel. I mean, you got Billion Automotives there, Houston's is there, all these big things that fund his life are on his show. He can't say anything wrong.
Did Gravel go to school?
I'm not sure.
Or was he like groomed to race from young on?
Well, most people are homeschooled. You know, they have a very good lifestyle.
No, I know it, but I mean, I assume like he had a kind of a rich Connecticut upbringing. I'm thinking.
I don't know. Not
I
sure
don't know either. You guys are tight.
No, he didn't even list me as who he listens to.
He blew me off when I said hi to him at the track that one time.
Did he recognize you or no?
Yeah, you were with me. Remember? You go,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
David, this is Spike Fast Racing. He's the guy that super chats you and then asks fun questions.
Yeah.
And
You
he
definitely.
goes,
He
"Oh, hey,
seems
man."
like he smiles every time you send those stupid, crazy ass super chats. He seems like he laughs about it.
He wants to come out of his shell when he sees them, but he can't.
Right. It's sad. It has to suck to be in that position, I would say.
I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but when he's live, but he actually has one of those electronic choke collars on, and the car owners will zap him if he if he laughs or gets too into it. So
Well, but in today's society, they have choke collars, but they've really done a good job of hiding it. They just call it money. You know, it's the same
Yeah.
thing. You know, it does the same
Yeah.
thing. It's called money.
I will say this: if I had the means to have a production, online production, kind of like what you have, this is what I would do.
Oh no.
And this is hypothetical because obviously everybody hates you. But
Right.
if people didn't hate you,
You would take the cake.
Huh?
You would take the cake, basically. All the heat would come off of me. It's going all to you.
Well, I would if I could, which I'm trying, but nobody will super chat. But anyways, but if you somehow could have a non-alcohol induced conversation with Danny Dietrich, and Danny Dietrich had a David Gravel podcast where it was Danny Dietrich interviewing race car drivers. Can you imagine how amazing that content would be?
No. I don't know. How awesome.
Well,
I don't
I
think
think
Danny
he
can
would
keep
act-
it going. I think if he's sober, he doesn't do that stuff that people like. They like that stupid
No, that's
drunkenness.
what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, though, is you'd broker the deal when you both would be sober. And then it'd be like, Danny, here's the deal. You buzzed and drunk is great. You're going to interview race car drivers and keep drinking and get drunk. And then just ask them questions and reminisce about stories where you guys, got in fights or got pissed up or whatever. And it would be the highest rated podcast within a month.
Yeah, probably. It's just scary for
That
people
dude-
to do that.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, like, he's sitting on a gold mine. It's just if someone had the production to do it for him, man, it'd be so highly rated.
More than likely. Yeah.
Imagine the clips that you could get from that.
It would be very embarrassing. It would be the Jerry Springer of dirt.
I would love every second of it.
I know you would. That is where you slate. Jerry Springer. Let's bring out the trannies.
Hey, so Nicole.
Next question, 20 minutes.
Is Gateway Nicole going to be there?
I don't care. I think not.
I think that you guys, might hit it off.
I'm sorry. I don't just get out of one and get into another that quickly,
Well, it might be just a time to reminisce about
That's
racing.
not how it goes. It's not how it goes.
Okay. Well,
There's
maybe
rules of
she likes to drink.
engagement, okay? Rules of engagement.
There are no rules.
That in your world, I can tell.
Wow.
I mean, you're the one trying to induce this right now. I am not.
You deleted all my comments, you prick. I had some of the best
I don't know
comments.
how to take you out of timeout. I really can't. I did a search. I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what to do. But we're about to end it. So is there anything you want to say? 5 hours and 20 minutes later. Do you have anything meaningful to say? Or is it another question?
I know. I'm just saying, like, this summer we'll go to some races and we'll do some Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And
Florida.
And we'll find some interviews to do, and then we'll find some chicks and we can plow. What do you think of that?
What the fuck does that even mean? This is.
Hey, I want to get. I want to get Nicole's autograph. I think she's.
Yeah, get her autograph. Yeah, you want to buy a picture from her. You want her to do a special spread for you. I'm sure.
Well, I mean, possibly.
I shouldn't have put the picture on there. I was trying to be professional like everyone else. I put the picture with the name. No, but I put the picture with the name if you're somebody. I mean, she is a somebody in the racing world. She's a media fucking member. She's like a Jeremy Elliott, but she's a photographer guy or loose or something. So I properly represented her.
Hey,
it's not like she was in a strip. It's not like she was in a stripper uniform or in a bikini. It was, fucking turtleneck. And you're over there blowing a load over a turtleneck.
I asked her to lift her shirt up.
That was so disgusting. My God, man.
I said that I was gonna. Wow, you deleted the comment.
Yeah, don't verbally say it. I'm trying to keep my fucking channel. Fuck. All right.
No, I got another interest of mine in the racing world, but I got to keep it on the DL because she's married. But
oh my, well, I would love to say that matters, but
well, I know it doesn't. But no, so you know who you should interview next is the 305 announcer for Port Royal, that young girl. She's got a nice, sweet voice, and I think that she probably has some cool stories from the track.
I don't know. She's kind of too bubbly. I don't know if she could settle down. Does that make sense?
I like that.
Well, I know, but not everything. It's like you said, gravel and them, they kind of stay in this mode where they never dive deep. I feel like with her, she has that big time. But I know who you're talking about. I don't know her name, though. But she's a nice person. I know you're not looking at it that way, but.
No, I don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I have no clue. I'm just saying, like, she's at Port Royal every week.
Oh, she does that pass series. That Zach Rhodes guy, that's their announcer. So. That 305 series.
Yeah, like she probably has some good insight, as far as what she's seen, and she's probably been in it since she was a kid. She's probably nepotism. She's probably been born into it, so
more than likely.
So I mean, she's probably got some cool stories.
Possibly, yeah. Should look into it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's cool.
And if I can get a talk show, it ends right after the show, Now, Josh Davidson just says, less women, please. Jeez. Jeez.
I like women in the chat.
We need women in the sport. I mean, they don't deserve to be on our YouTube? Oh, God. Back to misogyny.
You don't even know what that word means, do you?
You can look it up.
You know what
I've had it explained to me a couple times.
Hey, Science Lover, that's your ex, wasn't it?
I don't think so. So here's the definition of misogyny for those who need it. Dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. Less women on the show. Equally.
I'm not misogynistic. I'll plow every one of them.
Josh Davidson said he's gay, so he's not misogynistic. Although that would make you almost ultra misogynistic, right? You don't even want to have sex with them. Although, I mean, I guess that's the best way to combat those accusations. I don't know.
Have you ever been gay, Chaz?
No.
Have you ever been
proudly gay? No.
Never?
There was actually a friend of mine who tried to be gay, and I had to say no.
You were going to test it with him or what?
No, I just said no. And the friendship was never the same.
Sometimes you need to do things for your friends.
All right, Spike. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for calling in, Spike.
Hey.
Yeah.
No. What? So last statement here. What I was gonna ask you was when Nicole came in live on the talk.
What are you talking about, Spike?
When Nicole, the photographer came in live.
Okay.
And was talking. Immediately, Science Lover entered and started raging.
Really?
Yeah, I think that was someone close to you.
Or do you think it was that guy who called in talking about ban you? Who was that guy?
No, that's probably there's two guys that were spouting off in the chat.
I don't think Science Lover was any kind of ex. Bitter people are bitter people, but
it's okay. Does your channel, do they know about the race car team or not?
Does my channel know about the race car team? What does that
Like
even mean, Spike?
Like the Skyline team?
What, that Mike Marlar is racing it, or what do you mean?
Well, are they based in Decorah?
Yeah.
So, do you ever go to the shop and look at it?
No.
Oh, no?
Been there a couple times, but no.
So, obviously, Mike still lives in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, but they'll just... I don't know how that's going to work. That's not my gig.
No, I'm just asking because I mean, you. I'm not saying that you'd know because you are in the building. I'm saying, how does that work when a team based out of whatever state signs a guy from? So a team in Iowa signs a guy in Tennessee. Does that mean that he has to move up there?
No. I'm assuming they just send the equipment and it's a representational deal. Science Lover says,
okay.
I was literally just trying to rile you up, Spike. I don't even like women. That's what everyone who doesn't like women gives you attention, Spike.
They want me. They like my ass.
I think that you are that kind of guy, Spike. You want me to, hey, we'll share a hotel. Next thing I know, yeah, here, have a drink. And what's this? And you wake up with a sore walking stance, you know. That's what happens with the Spike.
And?
He roofies you and rapes you.
And?
All right. Anything else, Spike? Are you trying to get me to 5.5 hours?
No, so I didn't know how that
I would like
worked
to
if
eat
Marlar
today. You know, I started this at 6. I would like to eat today.
I didn't know if Marlar was like running down the streets of Decorah, you know, just frolicking and
more than likely not.
Money or okay, just curious.
So,
hey, go to Grimes, Iowa. You can find Gio Selzy.
Okay. Anything else,
Spike? There. Well, let's line up some time to go to some races. We can plow some bitches.
Thanks for calling, Spike.
God bless you.
Gateway.
I'm gonna call Corsica Joe and see what he's been doing.
Okay.
See if he'll call you next time.
I hope he calls. I feel bad about that one.
Old bastard. He probably hung up his own phone.
Possibly. Alrighty.
Could happen. Bye.
See ya. I can't believe we have made it. Now, Science Lover wants to call. One chance. Well, you interviewed her husband. Don't know who that is. Who's a husband of who? Husband of who? I'm trying to figure out husband of who. Don't know what that means. Sorry, I am getting a little drained at the 5.5 hour mark. All right. Science Lover commented. I guess didn't call. I forgot to pay. Hold on. I want everyone to see that. Look at that. Forgot to pay my Boost Mobile. Forget it. Oh, boy. Hello.
Hey, Chaz, it's Matt.
How's it going?
I know you're hungry. I'm doing good. I know you're hungry and you need to go eat. And thank you for staying on so long. Appreciate it. Besides the fact that all of our guys in here are pigs, we can't have, women in sports apparently, but that's not the point. I got a question for you before you get off.
Okay.
Do you remember a year ago when the dude that did the whole "you can't park here" thing?
Yes, I criticized it. Yes, I criticized it. But yes.
So here we are a year later, and you were right, because guess what? Yes, he sold more shirts that night, but it didn't last, now did it?
No. I mean, it kind of carried over. Some people said something about him once or twice, Charlie Medford the next year, but yeah, it died.
It died. You were right. See, I was literally thinking about this the other night laying in bed. And I'm like, next time I get a chance to call him, I'm going to remind him of that. So, again, the Chaz was right. Once again.
Yeah, I mean, he did get some fame out of it, but that's about where it started and ended.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get much doing that, honestly.
No, you're showing your ass at the expense of the sport. That was my problem.
And tearing up a nice race car in the process.
Well, tearing up the race car, I guess, was unavoidable, but making fun of the tore-up race car and the sport was. But it sold T-shirts, so who cares, right?
Right. I just think Spike's comment. He thinks about the Chaz while laying in bed. Oh, my God. Spike.
Spike's a psycho person, man. Spike, he has problems. I don't know if he was abused or raped as a child or what, but something happened.
He's trying to well, first off, he's trying to scare any woman from ever coming to do an interview.
Oh, I know that.
Again,
oh, God. Maybe he has something for me, and he's trying to push them all away. And he's trying to get me to stay in a hotel with me.
Right. I'm starting to think it's not Chad, not me thinking about you laying in bed. It's Spike.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know what's going on.
Yeah, and he's warding off all the women. Yep.
And
isolation.
I hate that you're going through. Right, and I hate that you ended up broken up. I hate to hear that, buddy. But for the love of God, don't date Spike.
No, it's not happening. That's not happening.
There's somebody better. There's somebody better than Spike.
I hope.
Anyone would be better than Spike.
Yeah, that's what I say.
But you need to go get about to eat, because you've been live forever. 5.5
hours. And I want to do this. I was thinking, I'll do an hour live every day. Fuck.
That's not how that works.
Apparently.
Guys, we really should do more super chats. Seriously. Dude's been on here for 5.5 hours.
It's okay. I mean, they'll join the membership. The only shitty part is if you didn't watch it live, who's going to see this video tomorrow and say, I'll watch it when it's 5.5 hours long? Who's going to push play?
Right.
That's the
Which
part.
means if there's anything important, you got to split it up. And
take 20 hours to even cut it up. And, which part do you pick? And, it's,
I hate doing that. I hate doing clips.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pain.
Yeah. So you do clips too?
Yeah, I do. I do for the iRacing stuff every now and then.
Okay. Did you see that VLR thing?
Yeah, I did.
That was funny as fuck, man.
Yes, it was. Hey, speaking of that, did you see the guys from iRacing and a lot of the community is wanting Devil's Bowl in iRacing?
Yeah, I'm seeing
that.
Have
they removed the dirt yet? Which I'm assuming maybe.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what. Back in 2014, I was running the marketing and stuff for that track, and we received an email to do something about iRacing to come out and scan the tracks. They sent the contracts and everything, and the track at that time didn't really know what it was. I was telling them it's sim racing, it's big, because I was into it, and they denied to sign it. They did not sign it. It could have been one of the first tracks in the game.
Oh. What a shame. So what are you going to go eat?
Whatever people I'm staying with, they cooked something like 4 or 5 hours ago. So from leftovers, whatever that is. I don't even know.
Right.
I don't even
Are
know.
you going to start traveling a lot more again, or are you kind of slowing down a little bit?
Well, I'll probably do music and Uber and talk shows here. I'll probably go to Gateway, might go to Chili Bow or Tulsa. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Just making do with what I got now. So.
Oh, and my fiance wants to kill you, by the way.
What did I do now?
We rode to Walmart the other day, and I was jamming the Chili Bowl was coming all the way to Walmart, all the way back.
The rap song?
Yes, the rap
God.
song.
Chili Bow, that's a remix of a rap of a Lil Jon song. East Side
Then of course
Boys.
we did the Bristol Dirt National song that you did.
Well, why does she hate me? I thought women like music.
Well, she does, but when it involves dirt racing constantly.
Oh my God. Well, it's the perfect way to mix the two. Tell her to shut the hell up and smile. You know, fuck. We found
Right?
common ground. What's up? Why can't there be some compassion or at the least like some compromise? Shit.
So I got a question for you because I legitimately don't know.
Okay.
How do you go about getting Chili Bowl tickets? Is it one of them things you got to wait for people to give up their tickets, or how does that work?
I've only got pit passes. I've never actually had a ticket to the track. I've only went in the pit passes. It does suck, though. It does suck.
Yeah,
because you got to get there like 9 in the,
you
you got to get there like 9 in the morning and save a seat, and it's horrible to try to get the pit pass stand. Now I do know people resell them on Facebook and stuff like that. I don't know personally. All I've ever went is through the back gate. Are you going to Gateway?
Thinking about it. So I'm in, like I said, that was the last time I called, I'm in Virginia, but I'm getting ready to be in Arkansas for a few weeks. I'm getting awfully close, and I'm like, do I make the trip?
Yeah. I might go 2 days. I want to do Saturday, but I might do 2. Just because travel. I mean, I think it's a 5-hour drive from where I'm at. Just to kill one day would kind of suck, but we'll see.
Well, not only that, like I've already paid my Flow subscription, so I'm like, well, if you pay that,
right, it's technically free,
problem.
Right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Which we can, you've talked about that before. Is it good? Is it bad? It's good for people that can't be there, but it's bad because it's hard to justify making travel and doing travel.
Spending the money.
When I can just do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sit here and watch it on a 65-inch TV. The Chili Bowl, I can get up. Like when the Chili Bowl's happening, I'm up as soon as they start in the morning. It does not go off my TV until the main event that night.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh, and if you want to watch a college football game or whatever, you just flip the channel. You don't miss anything.
And, if they're doing track prep, you can go play a video game until they're done.
Right.
You don't have to sit there. I mean, Gateway, track prep, for the love of God.
Maybe we need to put on the Chaz Sim Racing League, like a month tour or something.
Do something. See, the last time we talked, I left, you thought I was breaking up with you, and I told you I'd call you again.
Oh, God.
And I did. Proof.
Yeah.
I did. But, dude, you should, for real, need to go get something to eat.
This is true. Maybe not. Maybe I'm too fat. Lose the weight.
No, you're not.
I have put on about 80 pounds since I was racing, so.
Well, what are we going to do about the hairstylist situation now? Because we're going to figure something out.
I don't know. Keep letting it go.
No, we just open up applications. We just open up the Chaz girlfriend application.
Don't do that, man. The girlfriend could be mad at me right now watching this and be like, I'm going to put this or that, or say you did this, or say you said that. I mean, I just don't want to even fuck with that shit right now.
You'll be all right.
Well, you never know.
You'll be all right. Yeah, I know. I get it.
But
Spike,
anyway.
be nice. As always, Spike don't know how to do that. How did you become friends with Spike? How did that happen?
He started watching the shows, and then he ran into me at Eldora, and ever since. It says somebody just put in the chat, Kennedale posted that Facebook that they will have a big announcement tomorrow. Could be World of Outlaws. I've heard that they're trying to race. When I talked to Brian Carter, Kennedale Speedway Park was a potential destination for the Outlaws, so That could be a
Nice.
World of Outlaw
Nice.
date announcement. Back to the situation, but yeah, I met him at Eldora, and he just,
All right.
friends. It just happens. I don't even know if you call it friends after all the horrible things he's been saying. He's a acquaintance.
He actually seems like a pretty cool dude.
He is
Definitely
when he's
could drink
serious,
a beer
but
with him.
serious and Spike is like a grain of salt. I mean, it's bad.
Right. It comes and goes.
It's like who is really talking right now? Is it him or the demon that has possessed his life?
We are more than friends. Okay, it's fine. We don't need to know.
Oh wow, we are brothers. Wow.
Okay, that sounds a lot better because at first it didn't.
He's obsessed.
Oh well, buddy, he is as normal. We'll go get you about to eat. I'm gonna let you go. Now we can do that. Have a great night, Chaz. Stay safe, man.
You better get that professional gaslighter shirt. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I've already ordered it.
Huh?
I already ordered it. I thought.
Oh yeah. That's right. You did. Never mind. I'm not talking to you. I'm
Which
not talking to you.
I gotta get a coffee mug too, by the way.
Oh, they're nice. I just fixed them too. I got the coffee mug in. I ordered one, and it's a little off. I set it up a little different. It's way better now. So,
But alrighty, before I go, because you might actually know, when XR did the Bristol thing and it was such a big deal, why does it feel like XR is not the big deal they once were now?
I think they came in after the money they made at Bristol and tried to spend a lot and make big differences, and they didn't really make as much as they thought they would, putting on big late model races. And you slowly seen them taper down how much they're doing and what they're spending. So I think that's honestly what happened is they tried to spend a bunch of money and put on some shows, and it just didn't make money back.
Didn't work. And now that NASCAR took dirt off the schedule, we'll probably never see dirt on Bristol again.
Probably not. I would assume so. Yeah.
Yep. Because they're not going to do it for the World of Outlaws alone.
No.
And again, like you said, they're not. The guys were scared of it anyway for whatever reason.
Yeah. It's like the track wasn't even as banked or as fast as all them years ago, and they were scared.
I'll tell you what, I've only ran it on iRacing, but it's not a very racy track.
No, it's not. Some of the tracks like that, you get too high banked too fast. It just doesn't get, you just can't race on it,
It's just single file party. But all right. Yep. That's all it is, single file.
All righty.
All righty, man. Get you about these, bud. We'll talk to you later.
All righty.
No problem. Bye, Chaz.
Bye. Well, you heard him. I'm going to try to eat. I don't know if I should. It is a little too late. I almost feel like I need to stay up at this point if I do eat. I do have that music video from that Rip the Lip song. I do plan on making a music video to this song. Rip the Lip. We'll play a little bit of it before I get out of here. I thought it was really, really good. They put together old Zero Dark 30. Here's the audio of the song. Once again, kind of a punk rock feel, West Coast jammer. Listen to this thing. Old school, definitely. Hippie mix. It's like a hippie mix. Yeah, surfer.
Well, look out. I'm coming in high. Coming in on the top. Oh, my Lord, they're banging the boards.
Actually, instead of this is how we do, how about we just go ahead and say thanks for watching, like the video, share the video, comment below. Join the membership. As always, be sure to subscribe and go to the site and buy some merchandise. We will catch you next time. See if we can do this.